I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There's no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
Hello heroes, villains, and time-shoe entanglers. Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 4. I'm Leg Day, joined by the smartest woman in Marvel Rivals, Got Moxie.
Hello. Oh boy, that intro makes me blush like day. I'm so excited though that we get to jump directly into the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 4 because this means that we're going to be playing on the new patch. We've got all of the new team-ups. It also means that the bans are going to be universal as well. So if a team gets Psylocke, both sides are going to have Psylocke, and we might get to see some dive mirrors going on through too.
Yeah, Europe seemed to be very keen on playing like the Psylocke Daredevil dive over at the Marvel Rivals Championship in Atlanta. I have to see if that trickles down. As you said, with our mirrored bans here, it's going to be a little bit of a different vibe to Ignite. However, we have other things to flare up first, Mox.
Yes, it is Huo Do, the new immortal beast of the Undercity Wolverine costume. And Wolverine started coming back into the meta as well, given the fact that we start to see a little bit more Groot. This costume is going to be available from November 6th, so it is in the store right now. Let your rage burn brighter than steel and get it when you open up the game.
And when the lights are going to shine bright, you want to look to some icons as well, because we've got 3 icons and 3 stories reimagined on the other side. We've got Iron Man's Big Shot skin, Scarlet Witch's Queen of the Dead from Marvel Zombies, and Spider-Man's Man-Spider, ready for you to rock in game and look like an icon, so they remember your name and they remember your face.
Yeah, it might not be spooky season any longer. However, you can still rock all of those amazing costumes. They're available from October 30th and will be in the store right now as well. Speaking about right now as well, Harry, we're going to be crowning someone new because our previous champions who walked away with the MLC title for Season 3, well, they couldn't enter because they were busy winning the entirety of Atlanta. Virtus Pro were the team that walked away with the win, which means that in Season 4, we're going to be seeing a new team take the crown.
Yeah, at the moment, favorite's probably going to be Silent Nova, who are currently sitting waiting in the grand finals. Let's have a look at our schedule for today and also for the rounds that have already occurred. Remember that MRC happens throughout most of our seasons here at Marvel Rivals, so make sure that you get signed up in advance during Season 5 whenever it drops.
Yes, that lower bracket finals into grand finals is going to be on the slate for us today at November 9th. And I mean, Crocsbrain, one of the teams that we're going to get to see inside those lower bracket finals, they've been in the lower bracket for the entire run of these stages. So they've been making it very, very far to try to make sure that they can get their hands on as much of this prize pool as they possibly can. A total of $14,500 is up for grabs, with the champions walking away with 6,000 of it, and we can see how exactly our bracket is shaping on up. As we can see, Silent Nova will be going head-to-head against Crownfall, and Crownfall are going to be going head-to-head against Crocsbrain to determine who is able to battle it out for that grand finals position.
Yeah, the Silent Nova versus Crownfall upper bracket matchup was a 3-0.
Yes.
Which has put Crownfall down up against Crocsbrain in the lower bracket. And that $14,500 prize pool is not just for PC. Well, it is for EMEA PC, but also we have duplicated prize pools for console as well. So if you happen to be a console player and want to get involved in the competitive scene, there's also MRC for consoles. So huge amounts of money available. There are 2 prize pools per region. Pacific has just concluded, as you guys just saw on this channel. North America, the Americas are coming later in both their PC and their console formats.
Yeah, Silent Nova, a team that I think is very quickly swept into the scene. Players that we're both really familiar with in terms of getting to see them in other esports titles. Huzan finally crossing on over into Marvel Rivals and swapping role fully as well, moving over from a duelist into a strategist, even though when he picked up the game originally, he was starting to be known for a lot of Psylocke gameplay out on that ladder. Silent Nova definitely having a lot of flexibility to it. However, Huzan does still move over to things like the Storm for the spawn break when they go over to those attacking sides, which I'm sure we'll be seeing when we head into those grand final matchups.
However, first of all, we've got to figure out who's going to be matching Silent Nova up in the grand finals. Mox, let's jump into Crocsbrain versus Crownfall and get started on our lower bracket finals.
Crownfall going to be opening up the bans with the Rocket, and that is their homework being done. Crocsbrain have been running a lot of this Rocket Jeff backline which is absolutely undiveable and allows you to have so much aggression. Speaking about dive is going to be finding it a little bit easier to find those openings as Invisible Woman has been removed, and we can see the save now go over to the Adam. Mantis still going to be in play alongside that Groot and Loki as well, so it's now up to Crimefall to determine whether or not they want to lean into the strategy or remove it. But with a save on the Groot, this could either mean that we get to see the Bucky come out to play, or they want to go for that mirror matchup of the Loki, Adam, Mantis, Groot.
Yeah, definitely could be on the cards here. The Groot definitely lends itself towards a more static composition. Rajin, usually the Sarlacc player for the side of Crocsbrain, is their general pivot on to the Adam. Third ban coming up here. Looking at the Venom being off the table, question is now, do they want to remove something like the Jeff? No, it's going to be the Star-Lord that gets taken away.
Yeah, I mean, Venom being off the table does mean that Jeff is still going to be on the cards, and potentially we could see the Adam, Luna, and Jeff backline come through instead of that damage boost, as we're going to be seeing Crocsbrain now determine what they want to save, and it's going to be an Angela, which means that potentially we're still going to get to see those dive, really aggressive styles. Both of these teams are going to have it. It's also Hell's Heaven, which means that if we go to Super Soldier Factory, the knock-off potential on that submap alone really brings a lot of value to the Angela.
Yeah, the Angela save also gives extra value to the Invisible Woman ban as well, Invisible Woman's Force Physics and Sonic Vortex, and yeah, there it is. I was thinking that maybe Crocsbrain we're going to go for a last ban onto Winter Soldier here, thinking about the ways to enable their Angela, but the Protect on the Winter Soldier makes a lot of sense. Tainted Voltage and Bionic Hook are both fantastic for shutting down a rogue Angela.
Yeah, but so too is a Heaven's Retribution paired with Crack and Impact, just the way we see it paired with that Groot ultimate. As we can see, it's actually going to be a Last Emma ban coming on through from the side of Crimefall, and that's another way that you try and deal with this Angela. So we're going to be seeing a lot of value picked on up from this Flying Vanguard from both teams if they decide to lean into it. Loki still has not been banned out either, and he's going to stay in play. It's going to be the Phoenix removed instead, so Magneto had been able to make it on through. Meteor M paired with Ensong Inferno has the ability to find those eliminations even through Strategist Ultimates. It also has a good combined potential with the Strangling Prison, just the way that we see the Bucky play, and we can have a look and see some of these compositions starting to be teased on through. And no surprises, it is going to be Loki Adam coming on through from the side of Crocsbrain, which means that we're going to have an echo chamber of Karmic Revival casts.
Yeah, the overall sustainability might be somewhat limited without a more healing focused strategist ultimate like we might see on the other side from something like a Mantis. However, Crocsbrain, they're all about fighting multiple times in a row, utilizing those double resurrections.
Well, Crimefall are going to have access to that, as well as the damage boost, because they do have Vibrant Vitality in full. Both the Mantis, the Groot, and the Loki. So you're going to have the lead in terms of head-to-head with Regeneration Domain. It's going to be bigger in AoE. It's also going to provide damage boost, which in addition stacks alongside the damage boost already provided by that Mantis's inspiration. So FHDC on this Bucky is going to be outputting so many large numbers, to the point that Crocsbrain, they have to mirror it with, we thought, might go out onto that Jeff, but no, he's going to move over to the Mantis as well.
Okay, making sure that Soul Resurgence is available as well. Sometimes that speed can be really important for allowing a group to set up their own ultimate. Quick burst of speed from the Floral Colossus can be quite a surprising artifact in the early game.
It's all going to be about who can pick up this first cap, because the stall potential for both of these teams is almost infinite. Both soul bonds not been used just yet. It is an Atom Mirror, which means you don't want to use yours first, because the other team will just use it as a green light to use their second and walk. And already we see Crimefall's end have to use the soul bond. Crocsbrain get the advantage.
Pensive still has a healing wall in the back pocket as well, if it is going to be needed. Slayer managed to isolate a trio of squishies. You can see the coming over of the greens. A little bit of Vibrant Vitality damage boost that was given over by that Loki. Huge isolation here onto the Groot. FHD does have the damage boost. Inspiration to try and make sure that they have this ultimate in good time. And now some of the reset of the clones. There's going to be a preemptive usage here of the res for Aeroterror to bring back multiple victims that were taken down by FHD. Going to be matching up when it comes to the Soul Resurgence as well, so everyone's feeling nice and healthy with the exception of Teller. In goes a solo Groot ultimate onto the opposing Groot. The Strangling Prison met now by the Eye of Agamotto. Two squishies of their souls separated from their bodies. And inside of the Vibrant Vitality, Vitality totems erected by the Loki. The damage is supreme, but so too are the resurrections. Raijin brings back multiple members of Crocsbrain. That's going to be yet another resurrection after Error Terror bought theirs out prematurely.
Still no point cap for either of these teams at the moment. Tala going to be approaching that Meteor M. Slayer with the Doctor Strange shield, having a little bit more protection to guard against some of these Bucky hooks. Rajan sees that he's potentially walkable upon by Crownfall's rotation, backs off, plays main with the rest of his team, and Tala sees an opportunity. Out comes the Meteor M, the regeneration domain already invested. Can the Meteor find an elimination? No, as Pensive utilizes the Strangling Prison combined with the Eye of Agamotto, and that should be the clear. Crownfall down both of the Loki and Adam ultimates. These eliminations will finally stick.
Allegedly. There's still going to be a little bit of contest coming through from Nil, who couldn't find Wops in order to get that resurrection off. Thankfully for all of us at home.
Play-by-play voices saved in 2025 by a Groot and Strange ultimate combination. Crownfall, though, they're going to have another combination on the cards for this next fight, and Crocsbrain have to give the space and respect it. They've got the Kraken impact, but they don't have the Groot to be able to set it on up, so it's all about Error Terror and Raijin playing safe so that when Crownfall find the eliminations, they can bring the team back.
Moving into the active territory of a Groot, though. Definitely not easy for Crownfall. It's going to be where Pensive can really decide on the pace of the game. Speaking of pace of the game, set here by Bionic Hook onto IMOK. Very aggressive here from FHD. And even with the greens, they cannot save themselves inside of a regeneration domain. Crocsbrain have all the sustainability that they need. Still FHD tries to turn it around once again. Has a reset, looks towards the Mantis. Follow-up's going to be there. Not sure if they're going to be brought back by Wops. Might be a secondary resurrection from the other side. And FHD is still going, getting in close and personal. Oh, Error Terror, you're an ambitious game. I'll give you that, but it manages to work out. Sometimes ambition is the greatest vehicle towards success, and while the point moves, it's all about Crocsbrain making their movement on the point. They're staying alive over here, waiting for Error Terror to once again return into the Loki form. Surely there's going to be new regeneration domains ready to go in but a moment, as now you're still with the doppelgangers up. Great output from these Lokis.
Yeah, that point might have moved, but Crownfall's point percentage has not budged an inch until now, potentially. Eye of Agamotto is there. The Groot walls, though, built up from Pensive mean that they're not able to find the eliminations onto the stunned up players, and Slayer with a Maelstrom of Madness will be able to take Whoops out. And this is Crocsbrain written all over right now. Crownfall having to try and charge up some of these ultimates. Just don't have the God of Mischief to be able to copy that Adam ultimate, and Crocsbrain can just continue applying pressure, allowing Crownfall to not be able to reposition, regroup, have to walk in with Soul Bombs, which is immediately that massive cooldown already forced alongside the regen domain, which means it's not going to be there for when the Maelstrom of Madness follows up the Eye of Agamotto cast.
All in onto the Mantis, but the healing is good. Wraith has already set up the Resurrection Sphere. A big ultimate coming through from both the Groot and the Winter Soldier. Pre-phase is not phased at all by the assault that came their way. Crownfall fall off of the cliff, and they can't keep it contested in the frozen airfield.
The double-edged sword when you run Loki and you have the doppelgangers up against a Bucky. Yes, the doppelgangers provide resets for the Bucky, but when you have the Mantis added to the equation, that damage boost. Every single time we saw the Kraken impact come on through from Crownfall's side, Prephase is just sat inside a regeneration domain with the damage boost, absolutely melting his mirror to make sure that the Kraken impact does not find the value, does not manage to find the full team flip, and Crocsbrain are able to bring their players back one by one with both the Loki's copied ultimate and the Adam's actual revive.
See very spicy Loki skins as well. Those are available on this channel right now to celebrate the finishing of the first year of Ignite with our World Championships. So make sure that you don't miss out on the most stylish look you can possibly have for the God of Trickery.
Crownfall do have the ultimate advantage here. Unfortunately for them, Error Terror is also going to have the God of Mischief copy. So if Crownfall invest all of their ultimates to secure a team wipe, they have to make sure that when they get the team wipe, they can at least pick up the point cap, because even if they do find the eliminations, they're not going to stick. So we can already see Crocsbane starting to just maneuver themselves onto that side room, making sure that Eritrea, when he uses that revive, has the safest possible position, as well as making sure that Crownfall can't just walk forward and commit the ultimates uncontested, because the point cap isn't theirs.
Evoker's cooking towards the back. Strangling Prison grabs in a couple of squishies, and they are instantly taken down thereafter. Resurrection comes through in short order. Eritrea brings them back with the counterpart, Adam, and the Winter Soldier brought back into the fray. But still, when you're up close and personal, and you've lost so much of this space already, there's so much freedom for the counter-res to come on through. Wob's going to play for themselves right here as both the Mantises send out their ultimates. However, with no means of movement after their soul is separated from their body, it's just headshot after headshot, and an easy way to take down the Mantis. IMLK now has so many victims in the underground, and the Flora Colossus slowly erodes away at their foundations.
Crownfall finally able to find the eliminations. Even if the fight had gone longer as well, they should still have been able to walk away with the win, given that Neil was so much closer to the God of Mischief in comparison to Ragin actually getting that comic revival. And now, the Crownfall, the shoe is on the other foot in comparison to how that last point played out, right? The longer the fight, the more point percentage they're going to be able to pick up. They just have to make sure that they get the comic revival off when we see Crocsbane use the Strangling Prison alongside either the IVAG motor like it was last time or the Kraken Impact.
FHD was cooking. Forgot to turn the stove off right there. Does not release the Varna. Cook didn't want to give over too much space or opportunity. Pensive now going to be looking for a Strangling Prison to open this one up. However, there'll be a preemptive copy, I imagine, onto the Adam. However, when everyone's grouped up together, that's when you can get the most value off the Kraken Impact. I think it might have been fully shielded there by Teller. Great shield work from the Doctor Strange. And even while they are going to fall, the Resurrection won't take long. Two players stunned up now by the Eye of Agamotto. Slayer found the moment where Teller could not have the shield up after being resurrected. Regeneration domains need to go down. Almost a fully charged Dark Maelstrom, but still there's plenty of healing coming through from the Mantis. Popping the ultimate, the Soul Resurgence, Eritrea taken down. The extra speed that Mantis brings to the table is so difficult to try and rebuff when it comes to the aggression. And Crocsbane have actually managed to flip the point in the midst of all of this. A classic error from Groundfall.
Terror is so low, but somehow holds on. Crocsbane aggressively pushing into Crownfall's position so they can't try and get that elimination cleared onto the Loki, which means that we hold on to the Karmic Revival and the Regeneration Domain, and Crocsbane will hold on to the point. They're going to have the Groot ult, they're going to have the Winter Soldier ultimate as well. Last time we got to see Slayer actually with an Eye of Agamotto catch onto FHDC when he was outside of the CC immunity frames of the Kraken Impact cast, which was how Crocsbane were able to react to the Bucky ultimate so well. Now, Crownfall have to be able to do the same.
Griffith is firing away. You see that blue aura around him. The inspiration given over by the Mantis. Big grab onto the group. Say farewell to Exodia and say farewell to Pensive. Eritrea just creeps on forward, ready to get the resurrection, getting in range of the fallen remains of Groot. Pensive brought back. They're stunned in place, held there too by the group. Preface takes two of the skies, trying to get rid of Nil. And Diva find it. Next up is the Mantis. Rotterstern strikes true, looking towards the back. Yet another great shield play there from Teller to stop themselves from being afflicted by the culling aura, and that's going to shut down the resets, but it hasn't shut down Crocsbane, who are still in control, and having used most of their ultimates here, have already expended so much of the overall value they had going into this fight. And now it's FHD's turn. Down goes the Doppelganger. Maybe the Loki not going to be able to save the Adam right here. Eritrea brings up the Doppelgangers. I outnumber you. The God of Duplicity will invoke as FHD falls down.
Still, the Bucky was able to buy the space and the numbers away from Crocsbane's team so that Crownfall were able to start picking up those eliminations. And that's going to be them picking up this point. IMLK trying to build up as quickly as he can to this next Groot ultimate, putting up the walls, making sure that he's getting all of that amplified damage. They have to find a way of slowing Crocsbane's approach down. They need to be able to buy the time to match into the Adam or the Loki's ultimate charges. Ragin is approaching that next Karmic Revival cast. In fact, he's got it here. All of that poke coming on through from the Adam, spamming up against these Vanguards. The Doctor Strange shield wasn't enough to be able to shut it down, and Crocsbane off of the back of that one advantage, kill the confidence to walk on forward and take the fight.
No early hook used. Ascending to the high ground here. Teller wanted to try and get a piece of that Adam. as the point descends, it's going to be so much safety for the Adam up at the top. Slayer trying to cook here with the Eye of Agamotto over onto the Mantis. Resurrection not quite available just yet. In comes the damage boost on the back of his regeneration. Domains and pre-phases putting it to fantastic use. Talon not quite able to do the shield tricking this time. And looking towards the back once more. Yet another resurrection back and forth. The mortal coil, we shuffle up it so inconspicuously as MLK lays down the strangling prison. So many members of Croc's Brain are caught within. And while the healing was offered up by the Mantis, only vengeance is sent their way by the assault of Crownfall. Croc's Brain back in control, and Raijin once again resurrects everybody. Right now, the clutches of death are so far away for every single one of these members. IMLK lays down the law on the point itself, and Era Terra goes for yet another resurrection. Oh, what a fun fight it is here on Domination. Slayer looks to take to the sky, and M1 Controller Gamer putting it all on the line to take down IMLK.
Where's Whoops? The Adam has the ultimate, but he doesn't have the self-res. Crocsbrain have been doing such a good job of being able to find those eliminations onto the Adam! Cracking impact, the Hail Mary comes on through from FHDC. He's got to just buy the time for the rest of his team to come on through, but Crocsbrain instantly shut it down with the help of the regen domain and the damage boost on top of it. And that will be Crocsbrain 2-0, walking away with Hell's Heaven in the mirror matchup of the Loki and Adam. And we got to truly see it wasn't just a double res cast ultimate fight. It very much felt like we had so many players taken down, then brought back up again, then taken down, then brought back up again. And that's where the strength of Bucky lies, right? He has an ultimate that's not just a one and done. It's a continuous domino effect, which is able to keep up with the amount of revives that this composition brings.
Listen, if I'm Hella, I'm starting to keep receipts for people who enter my realm. Like they're taking the mickey now. In and out. Pre-phase with 21 final hits, as you'd expect of the solo duelist, with all of the carry potential that's given over by both the Loki and the Mantis's damage boost, as well as the returns back to Immortal Coil from the double resurrection. I personally hope I never see that in my life again.
You've heard of a revolving door prison. Get ready for a revolving door undueled. Oh my goodness. I mean, it makes sense though, right? That it would be Loki, the sibling, who would be that mischief maker, always just ruining his sister's employment, making sure that Hella just constantly has to tear her hair out, trying to keep a track of all of those souls within her domain. And I mean, there's a reason, right? When we headed into MLC and we talked about the meta that could very well develop when we have universal bans, it was likely going to mean that it was going to be triple strategist lines with the Mantis, with the Adam, with the Groot, with the Bucky. And that's why we've actually started to see Wolverine start coming back into play, because the Wolverine manages to shut down things like the Strange and the Groot.
All right. I believe that we are going to have a quick break before we go into round number 2. So we will see you on the other side to get ready for the second map of our Losers Finals.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 춰봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
Round 2 of the lower bracket ready to go in just a moment, with Crocsbrain in the lead over Crownfall, despite Crownfall having come down from the upper bracket, being 3-0'd by Silent Nova. We think that maybe Crownfall we're going to have an advantage here. Still, we're only one map into our best of 5 mock, so this series has some legs yet.
Yes, we're probably going to be getting to see a whole lot more of that Adam composition as well. Like, Adam and Loki, it works so insanely well on domination as a map type because of the stall potential of that fight, right? It's not about winning the fight if you have control of the point cap. You just want to stall it out until you hit a point where you can manage to have your ultimates and then win the fight afterwards. So Loki being able to copy the Adam not only gives you all of those reses, it also gives you the self-res if the Loki gets targeted, as well as having that soul bond, so you do get the opportunity to be able to bring yourself back into the fight in the way that you don't have when you copy other heroes. As we can see that Crownfall are going to continue going with the instant ban onto this rocket, which I'm sure play-by-players across the world are going to be very thankful for, because if you introduce a rocket into that composition as well, then you have the B revive to be able to fill the gaps between the uptime of the Loki and the Adam casts.
However, there is still the protect on the Adam, which still fills me with... Yes!
Okay, there you go.
Won. We did it! We did it!
It's going to be Karmic Revival, but it's only one Karmic Revival rather than Karmic Revival squared as uptime for both of these teams. It also means that now if Mantis is able to make it through, we don't have the regeneration domain of the wider AoE and the damage boost that accompanies it, as Crocsbrain are going to be on the defense first of all, and with this Adam composition are likely going to be playing to fortify their position inside one of those small rooms and stall out this objective as long as possible. It's also Convoy, so something to note that's been able to make it very, very far in terms of hero picks currently is Emma Frost. Emma is still going to be in play to be able to shut down those Vanguard stalls, especially if we get to see something like a Captain America pivot from the defensive side on second or third.
Now, speaking of pivots, we actually have a pivot on second protect here from Crocsbrain away from Angela and onto Mantis. Evidently very happy to continue playing with that Mantis Adam triple. No Angela this time. It's going to be the Jeff that's maintained here. I believe that this is a favorite of 7 Tro.
Is this gonna force a Bucky ban though? Like, I feel like if you go for Jeff, Jeff does have a lot of environmental drop-offs on this map, and there's a lot of really long angles which allows the Jeff heal to be able to cleave through so many spaces. And even though Crumple decided to go with the save onto the Jeff, they do remove the Venom. It's universal, so potentially they don't want to have to deal with peeling dive constantly and having to worry about their backline being walked upon with symbiotic shenanigans.
Yeah, just not willing to try and deal with that one. Is going to be Hela removed, which of course also indirectly nerfs Namor with that Tidal Dirge team up. Definitely being incredibly effective against tightly grouped enemies, trying to remove all of their healing options. Raging and Eritera might go for this Luna backline here, where they have the light and dark karma to give over additional sustainability to the Luna.
Yeah, it's likely we're going to see a pivot at some point as well over to the Psylocke, given that both the Emma and the Luna was able to make it through. Right now for Crocsbrain, they're going to be starting off in that defensive half, so their composition is just going to be fortifying their position, trying to stall for as long as they possibly can with the free Vanguard, free strategist hold strategy. As Crownfall on the attack are likely going to be moving on to something that plays incredibly front to back, where you just try and overwhelm your opponent with sheer output of damage. Both the Storm and the Mantis being able to stack up their damage boosts onto that Punisher means that FHDC is going to be absolutely melting through all of the sustainability that Crocsbrain can bring.
Yeah, FHD might be playing Punisher, but he's going to become Thanos with the speed boost and the double damage boost. Crocsbrain at the moment playing in a position that's very familiar to fans of Virtus Pro. They prefer their close hold to be out of his right-hand room. However, this is where the M is really dangerous. Being able to knock people into walls and away from the remainder of their team, very dangerous to try and go up against an Emma in this situation. Speaking of Emmas, Slayer tries to break out of containment, but the rest of the team don't seem to have got the memo that it's time to engage onto the point.
Yeah, it looks like they tried to use the Soul Bomb to counter the Goddess boost coming on through from Whoops with the Storm. But then Crimefall still have things like the ammo with the damage boost and can just walk into that space. Soul Bond not being that, the group will isolate whoever Crocsbrain tries to send onto the objective to stall it out, and they all just get walked upon one by one as we get to see a strange portal recast coming on through from Pensive to play into this retake, but at the moment they don't really have a way of putting the pressure onto the Storm. Whoops is doing such a good job of playing around all of the natural terrain, and out comes the Hurricane trying to force out some of those defensive reserves. It's going to be able to combine with the It's Jeff, which means the forecast is Jeff Nado, and Crocsbrain have no way of shutting this down early.
Yeah, and finishing off in the healing pool as well. This is where FHD is going to be feeling nice and safe. I don't think anything was gained off of the Strangling Prism into the back. A little bit of a whiff there from IMLK. Meteor M charged up to full. Still cannot impact right there. May well have gone into a shield instead. A self-duplication of the split sentience gives Magneto a touch of extra survivability. But in the end, when Crownfall utilize all of their ultimates at once, they do win.
I mean, it was great team play as well. Teller gets the Carbon Crush to be able to hold Pensive on the Doctor's range, and then IMLK manages to use the Garroot Wall to actually line of sight block the Fate of both worlds from Error Terror long enough for FHDC with the Final Judgment to absolutely burn through that Vanguard's health pool. Now we head into second. Crocsbrain still going to be keeping, however, Radiant on this Adam for now. He does have that Comic Revival cast, as do the Slayer have the Sonic Seduction, something that Crocsbrain are going to use to shore up their confidence to walk on forward, as Crimefall didn't have a Strategist ultimate to be able to shut it down.
Even with the impromptu construction of the Bastille defensive lines there by MLK, the combined damage from Crocsbrain is going to break through it and give them an open. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, I mean, Crimefall, because they had to disengage it, Crocsbrain gets so much more space. And the thing about a flyer composition is it needs space to be able to work with. Playing this into the retake, the only reason we're going to be seeing the Storm hold on for as long as it is because we have the Hurricane combined with the Jeff Nado.
Jeff Nado ready to go. Got to worry about that resurrection on the other side there. Raision's going to be hiding away, hoping to bring the rest of the team back in. Multiple players going to be mind controlled. 3 of them grabbed, in fact. But still Crownfall. Now they're letting loose with their actual game plan. They've got all in onto this one, though. Wops is going to be trying to find that backline resurrection. Somehow I don't think they've been able to get their ultimates together for a combo for Jeff Nado. Somehow it was all about, what just happened?
I think it split. Radiant used the Comic Revival cast. And potentially Crimefall used either the Storm or the Jeff's ultimates to be able to shut down the Adam and continue this momentum. And speaking about momentum, they've still got Final Judgment into this first fight. We're going to see, Big Sleep coming out onto Crocsbrain's Mantis. Final Judgment is there. Tried to be shut down with the Fate of both worlds healing on through, but that Punisher, the damage boost, is really going to be starting to make that damage stick until Preface is able to come up with a big Trooper's Fist pick on up onto the Punisher. And Crocsbrain with the numbers advantage might be able to find the stabilize.
Yeah, Rotterstern's so good against those wide targets, especially the mid-Final Judgment Punisher. Looking over towards these Vanguards. A big hook in from the Bionic Hook could be everything. Going around Tooth Gnasher, Tooth Grinder. But it's Tooth Grinding here for Preface. They're unable to connect the CC.
How do they deal with this Hurricane as well? They don't have a Strategist ultimate. Crimefall aren't going to give them the opportunity to build on. It's just unparalleled aggression. Here come the ultimates dumped in from the attacker side to make sure that they can win this fight and move into third without having to worry about Crocsbrain managing to find the regroups from the closer respawns. Whoops is able to pick up the Mantis. They still have to deal with Preface. The Sedation sets it on up. And Crimefall are able to find the follow-on through, as I believe they think that they have this one in the bag. IMLK is actually waiting in spawn to be able to change on over, but the dance of the butterflies from Radiant might have turned that to Crocsbrain's favor.
It's like Teller in a 1 versus 1, though. Tro is unwilling to give up the Lunar Eat so far to try and make it work. If it's given over so much time for Crocsbrain to return, Teller couldn't get the 1 versus 1. It was just all kiting from Radiant, who decides not to take the fight itself, but just skimming around the car for a while.
Tala does have that Psionic Seduction, but Aerotera should be able to react to it with the Fate of both worlds. The problem for Crocsbrain here is that they're running the Luna and the Mantis. Solar Resurgence is not going to be enough to stand up to the damage output of a Kraken Impact if FHDC is able to cast it on through. Psionic Seduction opens things up, trying for walk on board, but they lose the Jep on the walk up to the Psylocke. Raging with the damage on the dash through. Carbon Crush sets up an elimination onto Aerotera, who has to dodge it. He goes so low, he has no choice but to go for the Fate of both worlds pop, and Crocsbrain have to get aggressive off of the Luna setup.
Yeah, extra damage here onto the Angela, who's still in the active Icor's form, allowing them to build a bunch of damage towards that Heaven's Retribution ultimate. Now it's down to Raging to try and make something happen here. With Aerotera down, it needs to be quite the dance of a butterflies that everyone will look upon, but Crownfall just moved forward so thoroughly. It claimed all of his space. Oh, what a cancel from FHD! It's unbelievable, turning on a dime, a 180 masterclass with the Rotterstern.
That was damage as well. That wasn't CC, which means that Raging doesn't just lose half of the ultimate. He loses the entire thing. Crownfall able to hold on to so many of their ultimates as well, not having to match. Means that they're going to have the Groot ultimate, can combine it with the Winter Soldiers, can combine the Storm ultimate with the Japs. And Crocsbrain, if they want to be able to slow things down, well, they've got to change something up. We're going to see Wyve move over to the Cloak and Dagger. Is going to be able to get more heals off when all of the players stacked on up, but also now brings to the table Dark Teleport, which means you might be able to iframe the connection of the Groot ultimate.
Oh, could be true. Whops in towards the back. Gets the Dark Teleport, overcomes a bunch of damage onto Aerotera, but any who come close to the Jeff Nado will be swallowed up and thoroughly chewed out. The damage onto Slayer, too much to bear. Tala has to just hide away in a corner until it gets taken down by the Rotterstern off the Winter Soldier. But now Wops is given over the extra damage, but chase down is good. The Dark Teleportation's not quite enough, and surely Raging's just going to be taken out of a 6 versus 1.
Crocsbrain should be able to open up with the Eternal Bond, but the problem for them is if they use the Eternal Bond to move from their respawn onto the objective, IMLK just uses Strangling Prison to catch the Cloak as they come out of that last dash. There's the Emerald Smith, Wyve giving them the opportunity to move on forward with that Cloak and Dagger's heal per second. And it means that Raging is finally able to close up the distance and get the work done that a Psylocke in 4.5 is able to output.
Okay, now Raging's going to have the Dance of Butterflies available right at the start of the next fight, so it's less likely to get cancelled.
Whoop's gonna be swapping off of that Storm, too vulnerable into the Psylocke's potential. Goes to the Psylocke themselves, looks for the dash through. Raging now actually has to go into the Stealth form and start backing on off. Notice that they're going to be 2 stacks on up, especially with that Mantis with the speed boost and Soul Resurgence. But Crownfall, they've got aggression, they don't have long-term sustainability. Jet Mantis is not a lot of heals per second in comparison to the Luna and Cloak and Dagger that Crocsbrain's composition provides. What a block from Tela, catches the Meteor M with the Aegis mid-air, but Crownfall are still losing players. Kraken Impact comes on through, Preface gets the bullets to be able to put the pressure onto the Jep, and that should be Crocsbrain holding just before Crownfall can find third.
Huge performance there from Preface, just waiting for their moment. IMLK can't even get the ultimate out in time. Crownfall going to be stopped short of third with a couple of ultimates left in their bank. Crocsbrain, good defense so far.
Yeah, Crocsbrain, the pick. It was clutch, the swap, when we headed into third. Like, Mantis and Luna, it's so little healing in terms of the ultimate generation cycles. When Crownfall had 2 combinations which could just win them the fight, even through a strategist ultimate. Groot and Bucky, Storm and Jeff. It's straight out of the Citadel playbook that we've seen them use on Yggdrasil Path over and over again, to the point that we actually saw teams like Virtus.pro ban the Storm out. As Crocsbrain, with the swap over to the Cloak and Dagger, got themselves 2 main strategists, 2 full healing ultimates as well to be able to survive all of the combination setups that Crownfall were looking to use when they headed into third.
Well, Crownfall's defense is going to need plenty of healing here because they might be going up against a damage-boosted Moon Knight.
Yeah.
And, well, damage-boosted Moon Knight against these tightly packed 3-3 compositions, it's Khonshu time is all I can say. It's Khonshu time.
I mean, Crocsbrain, they actually have a history of playing this Moon Knight, not just for the spawn break on first. They will play it all the way into second, with the damage boost potential and Hand of Khonshu following up that Strangling Prison. So for Crownfall, they might not be able to survive it, but they might be able to revive after it. As we can see, Tala going to be playing on that objective, trying to prevent the rush down from Crocsbrain's players, moving past the Vanguards and onto the back line.
Might not be able to save our team, but you'll be damn well sure we'll avenge it, I suppose. Teller just going to stand on business in the front line, building up towards that 100 charges. A huge damage. Great point. That's a great catch on a Luna. Out too far is Era Terra, but Teller has to make sure to mediate their own response forward because they can get constantly walled off by the group, and they find themselves constantly backing up into vegetation.
I mean, great utility investment, though, from FHDC. This is the bulwark. It keeps the Emma safe, allows Crimefall to be able to break the group walls long enough to get Teller stabilized. We get to see the Emma head versus head. However, pre-phase, he's got the hand of Conchu. Crimefall are going to have to be very careful. If they stack up, they go directly into the combo. There it is. Seventro manages to dodge it with the CC iframes of the It's Jeff cast. Doesn't manage to dodge the follow-up damage of the Onk, though.
Indeed they don't, and now Crocsbrain have their own It's Jeff to combine with the Jeff Nader if they're so inclined. Adam will just temptingly tease a potential res.
Yeah, if you'd use the self-res there, Crocsbrain have the means of both the Storm Ultimate and the Jeff to be able to get on top of the Adam's position and cancel the res. So Whoops will hold on to it so that he has the self-res to bring through the Comic Revival. Speaking about through, Crimefall through the Strange Teleport directly into a Groot Ultimate. Looking for that as their opening. Slayer's going to be able to counteract all of that momentum, though, with the Sonic Seduction. And Crimefall are just tempted directly towards the Emma. There's the res being invested on the side of Whoops. Do Crocsbrain have an ultimate to be able to find the next eliminations? Because the Sonic Seduction is buying all of the space back for Crimefall's side.
Amount of space gain. Can they get mind control on the Groot? Indeed they can. It's going to be the Jeff who has to try and turn this one around. No grab on the Carbon Crush, but getting in nice, close and personal to the Lunar Snow. I believe got themselves a little bit of additional HP by hitting... Oh my goodness. In comes the Omega Hurricane towards the back. Question is the Soul Link available? The Soul Bot is going to be there, but guess what? Sharing out the damage doesn't help when all of you are taking damage at once. It just means it's as good as it always was. Crownfall is scuppered.
Yeah, Hurricane goes first, baits out the Soul Bond, forces them to stack up so that they get the full value of that Soul Bond, which is perfect conditions for Pensive to come on through with the forecast of the Strangling Prison. Follows up with the Hunt of Conchu from pre-phase. Now we head into second phase. It is going to be the swap off of the Moon Knight over to the Winter Soldiers. Whoops 2 has gone onto the Bucky, FHDC onto that Psylocke, and now we're going to have to see the pressure coming on through from these duelists. Looking for an opening, clearing out the lanes, and trying to get into that back line. Force the defenders to have to take a step off of that hold on corner.
Main difference here, Cloak and Dagger versus the Jeff. We know what Dark Teleportation can do against that ultimate. Pensive's already down though, and now it's FHD looking towards the back. The auxiliary damage coming in from Wops downtown makes it so easy for Psylocke to finish these frags. And Raging, I don't know if they've got a great disengagement angle. Seems like they are going to find their way back to safety.
There's going to be danger, though, attached to running this Cloak and Dagger. You have to worry about Teller with the Meteor M if you don't use that ultimate Eternal Bond to open up this fight. To walk on forward, you also have to worry about Whoops. Just grabbing you out of your ultimate with the hook into the Trooper's Fist. Dance with the Butterflies. Pairs up with Sonic Seduction. Everyone from Crocsbrain silence. However, White was able to dodge it with the CC immunity of the Eternal Bond. So no elimination just yet coming on through from the side of Crimefall. And so it's up to Seventro on the Jeff to look for some of the eats to take these players off of the maps. But it allows the attacking side to finally move through from the choke and start to even up the damage.
I think they grabbed Weird at the end of the ultimate, but Dark Teleportation allowed for White to get back into the map and away from the out of bounds. I am okay. The next one to fall. Little bonk on the head there for pre-phase. It was unable to chain anything more together.
Kraken Impact is going to be there for Crimefall, but there's not really the setup.
Oh no, really?
Pensive just finding the snipe onto the Psylocke as FHDC tries to leave the spawn rooms. That's going to be more time that Crimefall have to wait for the regroup, because now Raging on the Psylocke is going to be uncontested on the lane fight. It falls instead to Whoops. They have to clear up onto the high ground, which means that there's less players stacked up for the Dance of the Butterflies.
Here comes the Meteor M. It's fully charged and it's fully dangerous. Pensive grabs 3 and Tellers goes so far afield. An unbelievable difference in the value of the Meteor M's. Now I think they've just left Nil to try and stagger themselves out here. Nil's going to have to come on in, sacrifice himself to pre-phase. And now Crocsbrain have 3 minutes to make it most of the way through third.
Such a smart use of Meteor M. Everyone from Crimefall, especially the strategists, are going to have to be full healing because of the Dance of the Butterflies damages. And then they're all sort of low already that you don't even need the full charge to be able to find those eliminations with the tipping point. Whoops does have the Kraken impact. He's not going to be able to start off the fight with it, however. That falls down to IMLK on this Emma. Psionic Seduction should be the opening here for Crownfall, but if they wait too long, it's already there. Eternal Bond from Wive is going to be able to get right through.
Dark teleportation to pit players away for about a moment now. And to try and turn this one around. Preface has her own options here to try and start moving together with the Kraken impact in towards the back. Eritrea going to be the first victim, trying their best to hide around the backside of the pillar. And even with Metallic Bulwark with damage, there's still too much to bear. Crocsbrain find themselves put up against a full armory of Crownfall ultimates, and they're served well. Oh my goodness, you spicy boy!
What a prediction. Oops. Able to work out detective mode where the Psylocke is. Doesn't match up on the elimination though. So FHTC will be able to make it out with the setup of Dance of the Butterflies now. Catching onto Crocsbrain's regroup in the choke, however. The dome comes on through from Wive. Everyone gets the heal stack. But we still get to see Crownfall get to play aggressive. Just catching Crocsbrain when they were having to deal with the Psylocke ultimate instead of walking forward.
Yeah, they dealt with a Psylocke ultimate well, but hey, Crocsbrain, I believe that Rajan was slept by Seventro out of their own Dance of the Butterflies before being taken out thereafter, so going to take a while to build up their own.
Well, not so long though, because Radiant's already 75% and counting to it. That is the value of the Psylocke just being able to pre-farm all of the damage on the Vanguards, as Crownfall are holding themselves very far forward. Just making sure that that Meteor M is coming on first from Pencil's end. Eritrea is actually using that Fate of Both, so you do have to worry about the damage amp. Crownfall going to be utilizing their own Fate of Both after Eritrea's has ended, which means the Dance of the Butterflies is just waiting for the music to fall silent. Soul Resurgence from Crownfall, though, manages to give all of the recuperation that the defenders need, and Crocsbrain have to invest the Cloak ultimate to be able to match.
Yeah, Wok's punished in the back after going in with the Kraken impact. No resurrections, no joy, and no joy here for Nil either. As Crocsbrain are looking to try and string KO after KO together. It's so much safety right next to the Emma inside of the Dagger Storm that was laying down.
That's a great late pick from Crocsbrain, because you're trying to use Dance of the Butterflies in this next fight, but you need the Emma ultimate to give you the confidence to walk on forward. Crocsbrain likewise have the Emma ultimate. They want to use it to set up the Kraken impact because we're so close to that finish line. Crocsbrain are one fight away from being able to take Eagle's path. It all comes down to the duelists, and the Emma's setting them up.
1-2 punch is what Crocsbrain would love to do here to get themselves a 2-0, but Crownfall keen to keep this series even. Do they know about MLK's angle over here? Going to be Sonic Seduction sent out by both. The Dance of the Butterflies in towards the back. Can both Patty Cake work out? I don't think the healing is there. Eritrea and Wiv are both down. Yet Nil survives in the back, and he's just pumping out the heals. Light Ice and Dark Ice both form on the floor in the shape of a crown that has fallen from the heads of Crocsbrain. Crownfall will hold on third and even us up.
We go 1-1, and the positioning from the Emma there in that last fight to utilize the Sonic Seduction, not from the front where all the shields are going to be blocking and barricading that connection, using it from the side instead. It is a risk. It very much is a risk, because if the Emma isn't there, it's one of those layers of protection removed against the Bucky with that hook opportunity. But because we're about to go into overtime, everyone on the side of Crocsbrain, their hand is essentially forced, not so much their hand, their legs. They're forced to move forward. They have to drop off of the high ground onto the low, onto the objective, and they're shielding in front. If they swing the shield to deal and prevent that Emma ultimate coming on through from that flank, they take all of the incoming damage from the front, and you simply cannot allow that to happen. So the Emma is able to put all of that pressure, and then the Psylocke just closes the distance, gets to utilize the ultimate. You just need one frame where you're not being caught out by the counter Psionic Seduction coming on through from Crocsbrain's side, and you can hit your ultimate and absolutely mince through the backline.
Nil walking away with the MVP here on the Lunar Snow. 9 final hits, by the way. Definitely getting pretty thoroughly involved on the Luna, utilizing those hit scan capabilities to finish off errant frags towards the back line when maybe people are close to escaping. Great target focus coming through as well from Crownfall, refusing to get 3-0'd by Crocsbrain.
We go again, and we get to see that both of these teams, like, they're still putting a lot of power in things like the Bucky. I wonder if we, when we head to this next map, actually get to see a ban on the Bucky, because we've seen 2 maps, we've seen different compositions around it, but we've still seen a dominant centering around the damage and ultimate compositions that the Winter Soldier brings to the table. So maybe if you ban him out, you force one of these teams out of their comfort zone and they have to play something a little bit different.
Yeah, maybe we've seen something like a Daredevil come out. That's been particularly popular in Europe. We do like our Euro dive alongside the Psylocke, but maybe that's more of a specialist kind of pickup that you see a little bit more in the top tier of the pro scene. We'll figure out what our teams want to play as we head over to map number 3 in just a couple of minutes, right after this break.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 나도 믿어 내일까지 세계면
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
MRC Season 4 lower bracket in full swing right here, as our finals are currently 1-1 in our best of 5. And now it is for chance for, I believe, Crocsbrain to decide where we go. Because, Moxie, in this season of MRC, we've got loser picks map.
Yeah, and we also don't have you forced into playing a map type, like all 3 of the map types, and then resetting before we get to the another one, which means, Harry, we are headed back to Domination. Crocsbrain saw the composition which was working out for them all the way back on Hell's Heaven, where they had such a dominant performance up against Crimefall, and they're going to try and replicate it by taking us to Celestial Husk. And I think both of us are in agreement in terms of the band that we want to see from Crimefall, and it should be an Asgardian. Not the 4, it needs to be the Loki.
Yeah, please ban the Loki. Or the Adam. You know what? You can have Loki without Adam, or you can have Adam without Loki. It's going to be the Emma taking it away first here from Crocsbrain. Evidently feeling that IMLK was doing a little bit too much last time around for Crownfall. It's a great enabler for the Duelist, that much is for certain. And once again, it is going to be the rocket taken off of the table. This is, as you mentioned before, pretty much homework done. Era Terra loves to play that rocket.
Yeah, Crocsbrain, they really like playing that rocket, Jeff. 2-2-2 dive strategy on Celestial Husk as well. It really has a lot of legs to the composition. BRB is really hard to be able to get on top of. The Jeff and Rocket even harder to be able to take out of the equation. As, oh, one's been able to make it through, Harry. Let's see if the second is able to. Gruda's going to be the save from Crimefall, Adam the save from Crocsbrain, and this is beginning to look a little bit similar to that Hell's Heaven matchup, as Star-Lord is going to be removed. Star-Lord, one of those duelists who can get on top of the Adam's position and mark him, being able to bait out the self-res before the comic revival cast is ready. Jeff has also been able to make it very, very far, but there we go. Harry breathes a very loud sigh of relief into the microphone, because it means that we're not going to have the double up of the comic revival casts on Domination to be able to stall out a good 50% of the point minimum.
Perhaps there is a god.
And his name was Loki.
The god of mischief. Crownfall going to get their last protect now, and they're going to once again make sure that FHD has access to the Winter Soldier.
Such a good setup with the Groot on that Vanguard, and I mean the ammo being out of play as well is going to mean that you're not going to be able to build up all of the charge of the Emma's primary off of those Groot walls. What you are going to be able to build up though is inspiration stacks with your Mantis. We've still got Dive, we've still got Psylocke, we've also still got Phoenix as well if these teams want to run forward. All the counter dive composition, the Hella Namor, is now going to be removed, however. As Celestial Husk, a lot of these teams have found trying to stack inside those smaller side rooms is perfect setups for Tidal Dirge. Something that you do not want to have to deal with the slow and anti-heal effect, as Crimefall don't want to deal with the Psylocke. So they saw what was working for Crocsbrain in terms of the Psylocke, and they're going to be removing it, which means that we're probably going to go into hyper carry solo duelist Bucky territory in terms of our composition, so.
Yeah, not much of an issue here for Rajin Mind, as Rajin is usually their Adam pivot, and we'd already seen the Adam protected by Crocsbrain. So I don't think this has done too much damage to their overall game plan. It may well mean that their options to go to the 2-2-2 are a little bit more limited. I can't remember which team, I think it might have been Crocsbrain before, who actually ended up protecting the Angela in previous control maps. But of course, we don't have quite as many environmental hazards here on Celestial Husk, so it might not be too much of a late pivot pick for their Vanguards.
Yeah, and the Angela isn't really going to be setting up much of your duelists either, because you have both the Psylocke and the Star-Lord barred from play. You could go the route of a Daredevil. However, it does look like both of these teams, as we've talked about, put a lot of value in what the Winter Soldier brings to the table. Pick potential with the ultimate that can keep up with the pacing of a Karmic Revival Atom composition without having to mirror it, as well as the survivability. So if you're running something like a lesser strategist number-focused backline, he at least can shield himself through. As Crimeful looks like they're going to be putting power and stock into combos. We've got the Meteor M with the Ensong Inferno and the group with that Bucky once more, as it's going to be Croc's Brain taking that teleport, putting themselves on to point to make sure the Crimeful's rotation is cut off.
Double strategist with just a Luna and a Mantis does mean that maybe Crimeful are going to have some overall challenges for survivability when it comes to their off angles. Might be a little bit difficult to deliver the healing over there on the other side. Croc's been running their triple strategist. They're going to have heals for days if they wish for it. Pre-phase, though, is going to be firing out plenty of damage. Just need to get a little bit of a damage boost coming through.
Great bomb. Croc's Brain, see the walk, see that MLK tried to go for the wall isolation, but Soul Bond is not reliant on LOS, and we get a trade coming on through. However, both of the Buckies have now fallen, but Crimeful running whoops on that second duelist with the Phoenix are not going to be lacking for damage.
Yeah, Whoop's going to be on the point over there, spamming away. FHD is getting his steps in. The fifth bit is ticking on up as we return back to the fight for the first point. Out comes the Strangling Prison. I believe that was just onto IMLK, and that's not going to be resable for now as Crimeful still haven't opted into this one. Big damage boost for the Phoenix. Stunned players remain safe, though, even in the face of the Eye of Agamotto. And Neil, at the moment that their ultimate finishes, still managed to find the final hit onto Raijin. Should be able to self-resurrect up on top of the podium and has the resurrection available on the other side as well. In comes the Kraken Impact, really wants to find their counterpart here, and inside of the Strangling Prism, the damage isn't quite good enough, to be honest, coming through from Crownfall. IMLK doesn't get away with that one. Two players launched out of the reach of the Magneto's Meteor M, and while Prephase will not find any resets off the ultimate here, they will find themselves even more point percentage.
Yeah, speaking about resets, Crimeful, they're not going to be able to get tellers, not for a very long time. The Meteor M was invested there, so they're not going to have it to be able to pair up with the Ensong Inferno for now, as we're going to be seeing Prephase on that Winter Soldier behind all of the layering of these Strange Shields. But as we talked about, Raijin already had to invest the self-res, which means that if Crimeful are able to mark out the Atom and take him out, Karmic Revival cast is not going to be something they have to worry about when it comes to investing the Kraken impacts to play into these retakes. What you do have to worry about, though, is taking too long to find the engagement opening, because Aero Terror will have built up an invisible boundary, so that Crimeful's momentum is slowed all the way down.
Invisible boundary could be used aggressively here. Pre-phase has their hook blocked away. Nice sleep from downtown, but the follow-up is almost instant, so there's not going to be too much of a chance to manufacture a final hit onto that Winter Soldier. Less lucky is going to be Pensive as they are instantly resurrected. Wop sees them generated below, but doesn't quite have the means to commit to it without that Ensong Inferno in the back pocket. Out comes the invisible boundary. Time for Tro to move past the boundary itself. In comes a big stun. 4 players. Eye of Agamotto. What a play from Slayer there, separating souls from bodies and bodies from the point. Prephase looking over towards Wops, unable to connect just now. That's going to be a quick step forward here from Wops. This is very, very confident from the Phoenix, but maybe not earned confidence in the 1 versus 1, or maybe 1 versus 6 against the Winter Soldier.
Not
Here we go again.
No! Poor Teller. And I mean, Whoops now has to go over to the Doctor Strange to portal Crimeful back, as this is going to be final fight territory. Can they manage to find the in onto the Atom? Yes, they absolutely can. Raijin is taken down. Self-res might have to be invested. Soul Resurgence also burned through almost immediately with the damage output coming on through from the Fate of both worlds with that boost. And that should be Crimeful able to flip the script and finally get some point percentage on their favor.
All right, heading into the next fight as well, we're going to see FHD over with the Kraken Impact, and Wobbs has finally moved over onto the Atom themselves as well, so there's additional sustainability in fights of Karmic Revival once it gets earned.
Soul Bond as well, potentially to be able to deal with the incoming damage from the Kraken Impact, though Raijin at the moment has a much better angle to generate the Karmic Revival faster than his counterpart. Out comes the Kraken Impact. huge trooper spiff, but it carries his momentum too deep into Crocsbrain's team, and they take him out. The trade is the Atom, but Crocsbrain still think that this is winnable.
No.
The Karmic Revival comes on through, and they're all inside a small room. The last position you want to find, because Crimefall, we know they already used the Strange Portal. They don't have it to try and find this overtime push. That might just be this round done.
Yeah, Watts was still 9% away from the resurrection as well. Could not invest the cocooned revival and hope they could get the 10% in time, because they simply would not survive the cast in a 1 versus 6 scenario. Crocsbrain once again proving themselves to be absolute warriors on domination.
They're so good at just enveloping the aggression coming on through from Crimefall's end and then punishing the investment from the team who were so far pushed forward, so extended. Try and build and bank up some of those ultimates, disrupting Crocsbrain's push, making sure that the fight would last as long as it possibly could before it moved over to the objectives. Try and mirror out some of the percentage that they were missing from the previous possessions that Crocsbrain had been able to hold over them. But it just meant that they were far too deep, and Portal had already been invested. No one was able to pivot onto something that had a good rollout to keep the overtime in play, and it comes at a cost. They used the Kraken Impact in that last matchup, so too did Crocsbrain, but they've got the Invisible Boundary and the Eye of Agamotto and the Karmic Revival. Two of those things you can use to set up for the first fight. The next you can use to guarantee that you have the survivability to outlast Crimefall and pick up the percentage. As yet again, Crocsbrain open up with a Strange Portal, this time not onto point, but onto the high ground opposite it, making sure that they can put pressure even more onto Crimefall when it comes to the walk-up for the engagement on the point itself.
Slayer wants that fully charged Dark Maelstrom to put some real punch behind the Eye of Agamotto. And the approach of IMLK here needs to be noted, trying to keep that off the backline, making sure that IMLK cannot build up towards that Strangling Prison before the Eye of Agamotto strikes. Slayer looking to move over the top here. A stealthy approach potentially. Is there going to be a CC underway? One player gets stunned. FHD instantly has the Phalanx drawn up around them with their pseudo formation to make sure the protection is there. A quick resurrection from Raging brings back all of those who have fallen, but Crownfall, they should be able to get the first cap here. A last second touch, a re-engagement, a single stun onto Pensive, yes, and there's a Kraken Impact on top of it all as well. Crownfall have put it all on the line. 6 ultimates to try and make this one work, but Crocsbrain still have ultimates in the bank, including Pensive Zone if they need it. But Preface has no such designs. Moving in onto their counterpart, Rotterstern strikes true. The reset is good, for Sleeper's even better. Someone needs to move over onto this Mantis and get the refresh before Preface's Culling Aura moves away, but it's just a second too late. And while Crownfall may well have got a great look in that beginning of the fight, the resurrection retake is all Crocsbrain.
It was all about the Strange Teleport. It gave Raging such a fail-safe of a position for the revive, because Crimefall, they don't have a duelist to be able to actually move past the team fight and get on top of that Atom. No Starlord, no Psylocke to be able to mark his position. Raging, they managed to time the rest. They managed to have one person drop as well before Crimefall can pick up the point percentage, which means that Crimefall have 0 point percentage, even with the fight going as long as it did, where they were in the favor for so long of it. Strangling Prison is going to be coming on up, but it's cancelled, however, from the side of Pensive, which means now that Crimefall get an opportunity to walk on forward and use a Kraken Impact themselves. Crocsbrain, without a strategist ultimate, have to back on up and respect it.
So Resurgence good to go. Speed moves forward for everyone now. It's met on the other side as well. It's going to be FHCD coming through. 3 players stunned, but can the follow-up be there? Preface already taken on down, but it didn't give over a reset to FHCD. And that's going to be IMLK looking over towards the back. Huge usage there of a Strangling Prison. 2 players caught within the squishies, easily carved through by the tree.
So what we have here are 2 teams that are actually very, very disciplined to when it comes to taking fights. They will only take fights properly when they've been able to bank up strategist ultimates. Until then, it's just poking and spamming and trying to find an opening and build them up as quickly as they possibly can. Raging is going to have the upper hand, however, here in this fight, because again, Crocsbrain are in control, or rather, Crimefall are in control at this point, so Whips now is going to be safer and more secure in his res position. Neil, with that Fate of both worlds, going to be able to heal the damages off of both the Bucky and Groot ultimate, and Crocsbrain decide to fall off of the high ground and finally contest the point itself.
Crocsbrain are in the same position here that Raging was using for that failsafe. When it, oh, Oh, yet another cancel on the strangling prison. I think that was a Barnet Cook. Pensive doesn't get to use that one. Rage is going to instantly bring them back, but has to move off the high ground to get into range of it, I believe. Has to send out the live streams. The resurrection should be good. However, counter res comes through from Wops on the other side. Seventro's just having an absolute reign of terror on the point as they surround Pensive. In comes a huge stun from Slayer. 4 players take him down, but 4 players brought on back, and Nil now re-engages in their own right. It's going to be the fate of both worlds, decided by Crownfall. Teller's going absolutely mental on the point with the daggers of Danak stabbing exactly where they need to be. And now it's Slayer's turn to experience the stagger.
Oh, so mean, but so much point percentage up of the back of this. Crocsbrain, like, they're setting Slayer up perfectly for these Eye of Agamottos, but Whoops is rooting into it perfectly as well, because he's setting up for the res. He's not within the stack of players. He's not getting stunned up by the strain, so they're not able to find the elimination, so that when the multiple bodies do get hit and get taken out, they all get revived. And we head into the second stage of the fight, which Crownfall were able to walk away with both the Soul Bond and the Luna ultimate advantage. Soul Resurgence now going to be used aggressively, forcing Aeroterra into having to use Invis Boundary off of the objective, and Crownfall, they're just going to disengage it. However, Pensive tries to catch the disengagement with the Strangling Prison, and despite the Soul Bond being there for the stack, Crownfall don't have the numbers to be able to sustain all of the incoming damage with both the Bucky and the Mantis.
Big grab here from Crocsbrain as well means that they are in control before it can be contested. Does mean there are staggering options here, and yeah, they are going to exercise those on Nil.
The Groot walls just to block the path for as long as possible for Nil to have to pick their way through the labyrinth and take themselves off of the map. 72% and counting now, picked on up for Crocsbrain, and Rasian counting towards the next Karmic Revival cast. Crownfall know that they have to go fast before it's up to have the advantage. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto though, in reaction to that strange portal, and Crownfall had no information of Slayer's position.
Oh, instant freeze, instant takedown as well. FHD looking towards the back, finds the Adam. No resurrections this time, with the exception of Prephase. Into the 1 versus 1. The execution can't be found, though. The culling aura is taken off prematurely. Prephase going to survive this one. Teller seen in the air, doesn't have access to the Eye of Agamotto. Only has a shield of a Seraphim, which is quite unceremoniously broken down by Crocsbrain. Now in a commanding position to move on forward. So close down to a Soul Resurgence. Seventro's desperately needs a last little second of opportunity towards the back with the Captain America. Unbelievable. The speed that was given over was everything. And FHC is now coming back on the Iron Fist. The Living Cheese soon to be seen, surely. But now, who's in control? It's going to be Crocsbrain still having this one. Oh, what a great hook onto Whoops. And now Prephase has gotten rid of the Adam. Whoops is going to be down on options. Has to use the Karmic Revival to bring themselves back in the midst of all this. Out comes the Eye of Agamotto. A full smorgasbord of ultimates is enveloped by Crocsbrain, and Crownfall fall within it. And Crocsbrain will once again take away a domination map.
These Buckies, there's something else. Normally when we see Marvel Rivals Championship, we're looking, you know, for the up-and-coming talent who will be able to break into Ignite in the following season. Now, obviously, we don't have any more Ignite because it is the end of 2025, but we're still getting to see the up-and-coming talent because, oh my goodness, the mechanicals on display. Slayer getting to take full advantage too of the Emma ban. Like, normally Emma in the server means that Doctor Strange's Eye of Agamotto is going to be, well, closed permanently because of the Diamond Form and the Carbon Crush being able to prevent it. But Slayer has been finding all of these openings because he does not have to worry about that Emma being able to shut him down.
Prephase, 20 final hits, by the way. And a Hexa KO on their side. And like you said, without the Emma on their docket here, Slayer could just have so much more freedom with the ultimate. You've got to do so much homework when it comes to avoiding the Carbon Crush as Doctor Strange when you want to hit an Eye of Agamotto, that sometimes that ultimate can just fall through the cracks because you never really see a good opportunity to use it. But a lot easier when you're going up against a team that just has another Doctor Strange. You can try and play those mind games, force them to overextend. Maybe they get walled off by the Groot, or you've already seen their Cloak of Levitation come out, so they can't quickly move to intercede when the ultimate comes out.
Celestial Husk as well as a map type is really, really strong for the Doctor Strange. We got to see, you know, in the first Eye of Agamotto coming on through on that second sub-map. He's just using the terrain, puts himself above it, slides on down. No one gets to see the Strange. His position is entirely obscured, and you get to come on through with that massive surprise Eye of Agamotto cast.
All right, we've got map number 4 coming up real soon in our best of 5 series for the lower bracket of EMEA. You can join us to find out what it is right after this break.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
Map number 4 coming up real soon here at the lower bracket finals of EMEA MRC Season 4 mocks. And we're still yet to see much Daredevil, even though he did appear quite a few times during Ignite Grand Finals.
I feel that's probably because of the dominant Bucky performances we've seen going on through. If Daredevil has one of his primary counters, it is the Winter Soldier who's able to put a stop to his mobility with the Trooper's Fist, having that grind, as well as being able to come on through with the Bionic Hook and punish a Daredevil if he invests that lunge with the jump and gap closer. However, because they lost the previous round, Crownfall do get the opportunity to take us to a specific map and map type, and they decide to take us to Hall of Djalia. Adam is going to be the first ban, but I would expect to see maybe, I was going to say, something like a focus onto an MSA, but Crocsbrain are going to be able to read into that, allowing Slayer's reign of terror to continue on this Doctor Strange with that Emma ban, while also now taking advantage of the instant ban onto the Adam, because previously Crownfall took the Rocket out every single round. Crocsbrain now get to save it.
Yeah, Era Terra is now going to be in their element, playing their one and only Rocket. And with Rocket up, that means you may need to use the Ensong Inferno to instantly delete a seer. So it is going to be yet another protect on to the Phoenix and Mantis, taken off the table as well. Maybe trying to nerf the overall efficacy of a Groot.
Hall of Djalia, I was going to say, is a very good map for Heller, especially on the defense, with all of those really long lines of sight when we move on to second, with the verticality of those rooftops on the right high side, as well as playing from that defense on first and being able to punish them on those rotations. So it's going to be the Jeff save, which means, yeah, Crocsbrain get to run the full 2-2-2 backline untouchable composition. Your Rocket, your Jeff, they're not going to be going down, and that now means that Crownfall, in terms of this Phoenix save, this is a really smart reaction from Crocsbrain's side, because now with the Ensong Inferno, you kind of have to use it against the Jeff ultimate, which means that you don't get to use it against the Rockets.
Magneto brought on out. The Metallic Bulwark, a good countermeasure to something like its Jeff, as well as the Meteorum having its own fragging potential against the small fin of a wayward sea creature. And it's going to be a ban on the Psylocke here instead of the Winter Soldier. Interesting.
Psylocke is one of those mobile duelists who could actually have been able to move around with the mobility that the Jeff and Rocket have. So while I would have loved to see a ban on the Bucky, because we've seen Preface getting so much value, and the Groot has been able to make it on through in the Vanguard lineup too, taking the Psylocke out does now weaken what that Jeff and Rocket could be played alongside, which is now going to force that Star-Lord pivot instead.
Star-Lord pivot makes sense. One of the evergreen duelists alongside Winter Soldier. No matter what the situation, they're generally pretty effective. And Slayer, we're going to get to see a little bit of Venom, who hasn't been shown too much in this series so far.
Symbiotic Shenanigans. It's going to be available for both. Crocsbrain very much going to be playing a hyper-aggressive mobile composition. However, there is going to be some elements of Anchor coming on through with both that Magneto and the Winter Soldier. We'll see how Crownfall decide to deal with it, as they decided to take us to this map. They also decided to start off on the attacking side. So they obviously have a game plan to be able to utilize this Phoenix and that Magneto.
Utilizing the Phoenix and Magneto, the Angela would be an interesting addition to this. Angela does have a reasonable matchup against the Jeff, while Jeff does have a grounding effect on their Aqua Burst bubbles on the right click. You can scoop up Jeff and make it very hard for him to get underground and into the safety of cover with Angela.
Angela is also very, very strong because you can counter dive. If Slayer shows up on that Venom, you can immediately intercept him directly and remove him from your backline, though it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing the Angela. It's instead going to be that Venom, so we do get both of these teams utilizing the symbiotic shenanigans. It's Crownfall. They're not going to have a duelist who's going to be able to dive the way that Rajin can accompany Crocsbrain's call. Instead, they're going to look to use this Venom to disrupt and set up the spacing for both the Phoenix and the Winter Soldier to take advantage of.
Going to be a bit of an attrition gradient as well here for the defender's favor, with Era Terra's usage of the BRB to bring back someone who falls if it's not destroyed in advance, whereas Neil doesn't have such luxuries playing on the Invisible Woman. Instead, it's going to be all about forcing positioning. You can see a forcing there did push Pensive off of the high ground. I think this is now going to be a fairly safe space for the remainder of Crownfall to set themselves up to try and siege onto this point. Pensive going to be surrounded. down to Slayer to try and make something happen in the back, and indeed they will with Nil going down, but Wox is more than capable of just carving through the health bar of the Venom. Is building up towards that End Song Inferno as well. May well outpace Error Terror here and have that ready for when the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier eventually is deployed.
I want to see how Seventro uses this Jeff ultimate, because does he use it to force Prephase into having to hold the Kraken Impact, or does he use it now aggressively? There it is, but Prephase doesn't manage to time the connection onto the Jeff, which means that Seventro gets away with it. And Song Inferno also coming on through from Woods, catching onto Crox's regroup on that slope angle. As we can see, the Strange Portal has been invested. Crox been trying to really play for this recontest with Symbiote shenanigans, and FHDC just farming on that Winter Soldier, untouchable within the team core. Is going to be able to back Crown for the first point, and we move into second.
Okay, FHDC still as accurate as ever. Speaking of accuracy, damn, Teller with the mag cannon from downtown. There's still a couple of hostages behind. I believe that's for Star-Lord, maybe Rajan, who would have a good off angle here for a Legendary. The Galactic Legend could be called, but in a 2 versus 1 against FHD and Whoops, I wouldn't recommend it.
Raging should be the opener here for Croxbrain to buy back some of this space, but it's going to come with forcing that Meteor, and so Croxbrain do have to be very cautious of how they position. Galactic Legend outside of the Meteor M's connection range actually is still able to take Whoops down on that Phoenix, forces Invis Boundary and the Magneto, but we do still see Crownfall being able to pick up those eliminations. Prephase now having swapped over to the Iron Fist, looking to utilize all of that incoming damage with the health percentage building off of those connections. Now going to be moving on through. Wide with the It's Jeff. Going to have to be very wary though, because Kraken Impact is online for FHDC. When the Jeff uses his ultimate, the Winter Soldier is sure to react in turn.
Croxbrain's capacity for anchoring is essentially 0 right now, so we have to have these constant tap outs on the Carper, who's going to keep it contested. With, I don't know if they get too much off the back of this ultimate, and indeed, they just put themselves at risk. Looking in towards the back, FHD would love to try and shut down all the healing, but a good dodge away from Error Terror leaves Vasia in their stead. Seventro's going to try and throw the Venom elsewhere, but Venom's just got too much mobility. It's very difficult to try and take out via the It's Jeff environmental hazards. Still for danger, too much to bear. MLK finds him on low HP and now wants the back line as well. Frenzy to rival him towards the back. The Mag Cannon yet again connects with Wiv, and that's going to be Teller just claiming all of this space. And this is where you really start to see the struggles of these more ephemeral Vanguard lines like Angela and Venom, where they can't stand on the point for too long. A Living Chi to try and turn it around, but Prephase is instantly shut down.
Oh, that Phoenix is starting to fire on through End Song Inferno as well, because Whoops went a little bit too low. Doesn't want to take a casualty. Now manages to target as well. Croxbrain's regroup, finding both the Jeff and the Rocket, slowing the Stratus connection down, meaning that the Vanguards are going to be vulnerable. However, the Jeff, the range of the healing, is still able to connect all the way from that distance. And they've still got Slayer up alive and building Feast of the Abyss. There's nothing to be able to pair off of the back of it though, so Neil with the Invisible Boundary will be able to heal all the way through it, despite the anti-heal effect.
Oh, a nice damage pivot here. Say farewell to the Shark, of course. Even with the efforts of Wiv, they didn't manage to keep the point contested, and so it is 2 points gained for Crownfall and a 3-minute 30 time bank to try and get through third. But this is one of the hardest areas in the game to push, Mox.
I mean, the big thing for Croxbrain in that fight was that they forced both Meteor M in reaction to the Jeff ultimate and Invisible Boundary in reaction to Piece of the Abyss. So Rasian now with this Galactic Legend, it's not going to be a force of resources. This is pick potential. Croxbrain have an opening here. They just have to be able to mark out Crownfall's prior positions before the fight begins. MLK doing his best to disrupt, forcing out some of those resources. And Rasian trying to open up the space with the Galactic Legend, only finding the Venom. Everyone else from Crownfall sacrifice their Vanguards, take a step backwards, and make sure that they can regroup.
The Vanguard doing a true tanking job there. It just takes all of the aggro. Slayer overextended though. Must have been pulled back in by Nil when trying to disengage. There's going to be a BRB to res Slayer back. That's not going to be up for another 45 seconds unless it gets reset off the back of Rocket Raccoon coming back.
Whoops is putting so much damage in as well. Gets to play on main, gets to peel the Venom with the stun potential of this Phoenix. Croxbrain want to go for a wombo. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Away goes the End Song Inferno, and Pensive with the Meteor M is able to hurl it directly at the Venom, taking him low enough that Croxbrain's players can capitalize, swarming the Vanguards and taking all of the space back that Crownfall had moved so painstakingly through.
Yeah, great focus on that Ensong Phoenix as well to make sure that the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier could survive long enough to get some real value.
Has that invisible boundary, has to hold it against FHDC. This is Crimefall's opportunity, but they have to be able to get the space to move forward and utilize those ultimates, something that Crossbone is not going to freely allow them to do. Player already moving in, disrupting, trying to prevent Crimefall from just getting to walk aggressively when they have the ultimate advantage. And okay, comes on for the first elimination, but BRB is going to erase all of the impact.
Well, think about the invisible boundary as well, is that it's so far away from the card itself that it's going to allow even more free push in favor of Crownfall. Blaster Barrage surely ready to go here. FHD getting even more ult charge, but still only 10% of the way there at the moment. Cosmic Yarn Amplify, good to go. As Seven Show is going to be able to throw that one out up on top. Too aggressive. Whips instantly there with the punish. And what is bro ulting? What is blood ulting is the question. Tele ults the voices. Wasn't quite ready for the follow-up on that one. Down goes the Invisible Woman. And it's free season now for Rajin, knowing that there's no Meteor M available. They can just throw out all of the damage onto his backline.
Yeah, also, like you said, that enthusiastic investment of a Meteor M. Rajin gets a free Galactic Legend, and Crownfall have no opportunity to deal with it. And this is dangerous territory for the attacking side, right? Less than a minute left. Feast of the Abyss, the only ultimate that they have to be able to open up with. Seventure at least does have the BRB potential with the Rocket to bring one of these players back, but that is nothing in comparison to the distance, the little distance that Crocsprint's players have to cross to walk right back into the fight. Their defensive respawn, it's right there.
Yeah, attrition very much in their favor, especially with both the respawns and the resurrection of the Battle Recall Beacon as well. Pensive, can we do a little bit better than Teller is the question? Nope, not going to be getting too much off the back of that one. Everyone manages to scurry into cover, but it did split off a huge amount of the Crownfall offensive momentum.
It also meant that Neil wasn't able to move forward to get the primary push with the Inviswoman to pull the invisible boundary and match the Kraken impact damage. And Pre-Phase is just utilizing that ultimate on the point in overtime when Crownfall's hand is entirely forced. Neil was brought back with the BRB, comes on through the invisible boundary, but is it too little too late?
FHD going to do their best to try and carve through the healing, but the damage is too much. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is too late. Now it's going to be Crownfall held just shy of a completion. Very winnable now for Crocsbrain with well, they're set on match point.
Crocsbrain, just when we headed into that defensive third, doing such a good job of icing off the momentum coming up through from Crownfall's aggression, splitting the team, making sure that even if the Venom is diving into the backline and people stop being a little bit vulnerable, potentially pickable, they immediately move on forward. Like that Meteor M, you don't have to hold it. You know that you're going to have invisible boundary to counterplay things like the Star-Lord ultimate. You can just use it to make sure that there's no follow-up and have the ultimate economy for when you decide to invest. That's really a difference maker between a lot of these teams at this level, understanding when it's actually beneficial to over-invest your ultimates rather than holding them defensively.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that critical mass, that alpha strike worth of ults, rather than the fiscal prudence, which is sometimes weighing on players' minds when you have these high-pressure situations.
Especially if you're looking for combinations, right? There's always going to be a voice in your head saying, should I use this against a Star-Lord ultimate? Should I hold it for my Phoenix to be able to combine the damage with them? Should I use it when my Rocket uses Cosmic Yarn Amplifier? And if you start overthinking those situations, Marvel Rivals is such a fast-moving game, you can be a little bit left behind.
Yeah, you can get caught philosophizing, sat there doing the thinker while everyone else is doing the shooter. The game.
I mean, very fitting too, given that we do have Jeff in play, but not in play for both of these teams. I think both of them have identified that there is going to be dive attempts on all of these rotations, which means that having that Rocket with the BRB in case you lose one on your engagement is just too important to pass on up. But you also need the Invis to be able to play against the Venoms with the Force to be able to grab them back when they try and disengage.
Out goes Sonic Vortex. Big attempt at a pull there. Defensive manages to keep their feet on the high ground and so won't be too separated from their back line. Nill's in a very safe position at the moment though, so this is all good time for Crownfall.
This is free firing. He's already got end song.
Oh, he is. Ready to use that end song. question is, are they going to wait for a better opportunity or just let it rip as soon as possible? Oh, Wooms can't even use it. What a force physics from With. Extra damage as well there off the back of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. You thought that maybe the end song would counter the Rocket Ultimate, but hey, if the Phoenix can't even get it off before, then no counter needed.
I mean, that's the trade-off, right? You're all stacked up, trying to make a play for the opposite high ground. You're all stacked, which means that the Phoenix is farming that ultimate incredibly quickly, but Terror is farming his ultimate just as fast. With the rocket and the AoE of this primary orbs, gets the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Crocsbrain make a play for the low ground on point and move aggressively before Crimeful get the opportunity to react. Does mean that they have the Endsong Inferno for this next fight, though, to be able to react to Crocsbrain's aggression. And Crocsbrain stop things up first. Invisible Boundary has got to be invested to try and heal through the damage brought up by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And Meteor M absorbs some of that Galactic Legend, but Crimeful still unable to safely disengage because there's a Venom with a Feast of the Abyss in the back line.
Oh my goodness, Pence have had so much charge for hitting the Magneto directly. They still got the Invisible Woman as well. The mid-air Mag Cannon there puts notice to FHD. In comes Preface. That's going to be one reset, looking for yet another. Needs to get Pence a little bit lower first, but now it's time to try and follow up onto Teller into the midst of everyone. It seems like the Culling Aura has been cleansed. It took too long to take down Teller. Surely survival's not on the cards. Indeed, it's not. A Slayer looks towards the back.
Crimeful, how do they come back from this? Preface just shooting all of that terrain, making sure that no one from Crimeful is above them, looking to drop onto the objective and stall it out long enough for the defenders to get a re-engage. Away goes FHDC, caught by the hook into the Trooper's Fist, which means no iframe opportunity coming on out. And that is going to be Crimeful pushed all the way into third with 5 minutes and above for Crocsbrain to complete.
5 minutes to get through just third point, but this is such a defensible area. If Crownfall can get some semblance of stability, utilizing their ultimates and not overspending, it's definitely winnable off the back of this. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier versus Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. In comes the Phoenix, but it seems like it's been taken down before it can impact, so Terra's ultimate will maintain its presence. Pensiv's already fallen down, was a touch far forward, maybe dragged there by the Invisible Woman, but while they're resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon, it's Slayer who falls on the other side, and now IMLK has claimed so much space that Pensive can't possibly hope to claim it.
Yeah, Crimefall had to get more off of that fight. They know that they needed to get more. They push for more because it drains off the time. We went from 5 minutes to 4 now. Almost. 1 whole minute burnt off in just one fight from those two main ultimates, the Rocket and the Phoenix. And by the time this next fight ends, you'll have those back. Crocsbrain having to come through with an Invisible Boundary, using it to slow the players from Crimefall, forcing the Invisible Boundary mirror, but they think that there's no opening. They think that they have the damage to tip on through past the heals per second. Meteor M combined with Kraken Impact, and even through Neil's ultimate. Crimefall, well, they fall.
Yeah, Preface just back on his Winter Soldier angle, you know? This is where Preface has been impressing all day long.
He doesn't have his ultimate this time, though. They do have to respect the fact that Crimefall are going to be coming very, very close to this Meteor M and Endsong Inferno. However, Crocsbrain, they're going to be farming up Terra's Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to have the damage to take it on out. Speaking about taking on out, they almost get MLK. What a great hook coming on through. It costs the Bulwark from the Magneto to invest the safety into that Venom, and they put the ultimates to hold Crocsbrain at the pass.
Bulwark and Symbiotic Resilience. That means it's unavailable for clutch healing. Oh my goodness, they kept IMLK up. Unbelievable stuff. And that means so much extra ultimate charge for the strategists as well. And it's put to good use with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Terra of an extra fallen. We're down to 3 minutes now for Crocsbrain to try and push just about 10 meters.
Fight one on a budget as well. There was a danger that Crimefall would potentially overinvest. Just the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, though, was used. No Phoenix, no Magneto alongside it. You don't have Invisible Boundary. Preface is so close to this Kraken Impact coming on through Crocsbrain, putting Slayer in, making sure that Preface gets the opportunity to close up the distance with this Winter Soldier and build up the ultimate. Whoops with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier doesn't stand a chance up in the sky with no cover to hide. And Crocsbrain, this is the opening that they were looking for. Invisible Boundaries already been forced without them needing to use the Kraken Impacts, and they get their second, which means that the slow will prevail further.
Player incoming in here from with. The kind of turnarounds happen off the back of FHD is the question. Teller can potentially find an execution off the back of the Meteor M. It goes wide onto the attempted Rocket Raccoon play on the other side. Pensive dragged back in, but still the counter-strike of Woops coming back from spawn was everything.
Great reaction as well from Teller with the Meteor M, because that invisible boundary was dropping from Neil. The Kraken impact was very much terrifying prospect for them to have to deal with, but the Meteor M absorbs some of those crucial shots coming on through from Preface, doesn't allow him to set up. It does mean, however, that they don't have Meteor M to absorb this next fight, this next opening of the Galactic Legend. So you can see Crownfall already positioned to back around the corner, and Crocsbrain decide to open up with it so that they can all receive the benefit of the Cosmic Gun Amplify, healing them through and being out of the way of Crocsbrain destroying it early.
There's for Jan. Good evasion here from Seventro, just prioritizing keeping themselves up in the midst of this fight to keep pumping out that healing, but Pensive has no such luxuries afforded to him, falling down at the hands of a counter-strike. They bend, but they do not break.
They get more. Looking for more stall eliminations because we're down to almost a minute. Preface, he's going to have the Kraken impacts. FHDC, he's got the same. It's all going to be about the Winter Soldiers. Which of them is going to be able to get more value? Both of the teams have ultimates to get these players' health bars low to find the elimination, even through the invisible boundary. And Crownfall are going aggressively. First, they open up with a piece of the Abyss. Whip didn't want to invest the ultimate, but the anti-heal means that they lose the Magneto.
No Pensive, no Bubbles, no Raging for a moment as they come back off the Rocket Network teleportation beacon on the other side. And Crownfall grab Preface as well. With only 30 seconds left, this could be a Helm's Deep-esque hold, Mox.
They're holding really far forward, or they were. They could potentially have tried to force with that invisible boundary, but yet again we can see Crownfall just prioritizing, knowing that there could be a strange portal in play and wanting to be able to rotate when the map flip prospect comes on through from the attack. Crocsbrain investing absolutely everything, including the kitchen sink. If they win it here, they will win it. But if this fight doesn't work out for them, this is a tied up series.
Falling for Crownfall here. Error Terror's down. Seventro has the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier available on FHD. Can put it to great use if Seventro wants to invest. And there it is, alongside the Kraken impact. Ready to shout again and again and again. And it seems that Slayer's been found. Next step, of course, is going to be the counterpart, Bucky. Bucketh and Barnes, your days are numbered, says FHD as they look after their counterpart. In comes Doctor Strange, but Magic's no match for the Hydra powers given over to the Winter Soldier. And Rotterstern rings out above Hall of Jalia. Crownfall are able to take us 2-2.
5 minutes. They held third for over 5 minutes. Very rarely do we get to see a defensive team hold for that amount of time. And you can tell as well the moment one of these things, we don't get to see it because you'll only get to see it from the player POV. You can actually hold down tab. It brings up your stats, but it also shows the opponents, the enemies that you're running up against. So you'll be able to see the moment that these players swap over to Strange. And that is the moment when they realize, okay, it's the Strange portal play coming over from Crocsbrain. Instead of them holding super aggressively forward within those chokes and trying to force out the invisible boundary before we get to the objective fight, they know they have to go over to the objective or risk one of their backline being isolated, run upon by the Strange portal and having their ultimate forced instead. Great pivot coming on through from Crownfall in really a reaction time of less than a matter of moments for them to be able to adapt to that kind of play.
I mean, this could be a little bit of a ego death scenario as well for Crocsbrain, where we finally get to see the Rocket Raccoon come out, and they lose the Rocket versus Rocket duel, which is a little bit surprising, but Seventro managed to pull that one out, but still, it's great value that we're seeing. I think that Neil over on the Invisible Woman is bringing a lot to the table, especially when it came to messing with Slayer's disengagements using those force physics very quick on the trigger. We'll have to see if Crocsbrain can recover from this as we go into map number 5 after this break.
시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흐르는 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 하늘 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 흐르는 내 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내일까지 세계 운명
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
The Gigabanger we all wanted and deserved here at EMEA MRC Season 4 lower bracket finals between Crownfall and Crocsbrain. And you'll never guess where Crocsbrain have taken us again, Mox.
Oh boy, I feel like we're getting into the territory here of just like a team being very, very good at one specific kind of map, and then when you're playing in best of 5 series, you're kind of guaranteed, if you do manage to make it all the way through and not just get 3-0'd, to go back into that next cycle of the same map once again. And as you said, no surprises, Crocsbrain are going to be taking us back to Domination, a map type which they have shown a propensity for, as we head into our tiebreaker to determine which of these two teams are going to be able to continue and go head-to-head against Silent Nova. Will it be Crownfall or will it be Crocsbrain with this continued run in the lower bracket?
Yeah, we'll be heading into our bans real soon here, and I'm wondering if maybe this time the Adam doesn't make it through the first ban phase, given that previously Crocsbrain have used it to great effect on both Hell's Heaven and Celestial Husk.
Well, wonder no longer. We are going to be going directly into our ban phase, and Crocsbrain, yet again, going to be targeting out that Emma, so that Slayer on this Doctor Strange is going to be able to find more value with the Eye of Agamotto casts, as well as holding his position on the front line, not having to worry about a Vanguard being able to deal all of the damage with the melee attacks through the Strange Shield. And oh, there we go. Adam is going to be the ban. There was a little bit of discussion there, potentially a discourse, a debate between whether or not they wanted to continue the instant ban of the Rocket, but given that Crownfall won when Rocket was in play before, I think they've let it on through and prioritized taking the Adam out instead.
Yeah, and with the instant protection for Phoenix as well, that does at least hold the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and Battle Recall Beacon at danger of being taken down by the End Song Inferno. There's definitely a world here as well Yeah, the instant protect onto the Bucky. This has been where pre-phase has really been a hyper carry for the side of Croc's Brain. Oh, Magneto ban as well. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, Mag strengthens the Phoenix with the End Song and Meteor M pairing, but it also means that you don't have to worry about a Bulwark being able to block the initial connection of the Kraken Impact coming on through from pre-phase. Plus, it removes one of those Vanguards with a shield, which means that the Bionic Hook finds far more opportunity to find those openings. And if someone does get isolated, there is far less opportunity to peel. Remember, whenever we saw those Venoms going on through, it was thanks massively to the Magneto's utility that the Venom was able to survive, even if the CC was able to connect.
I move Mag and Emma both off of the field as well. Yeah, the Eye of Agamotto from Slayer is going to be so much more dangerous. Second Protect here going over onto Luna. Might be Croc's Brain protecting with Jeff here. If not, I wouldn't be too surprised to see that one be the final ban from Crownfall.
See what Croc's Brain decide to save. Luna was saved. Psylocke is still in play. Loki is still in play. Mantis is not. But we do still see both the Hela and the Namor in play as well. However, the Strange Shield should go a very long distance in being able to shield off the angles that a Hela and Namor is looking potentially to take advantage of, as Croc's Brain are going to save the Strange. Which, yeah, it would have been a very powerful ban if Crownfall wanted to go that route. It does appear like a lot of the moments that Croc's Brain have practiced are all set up by the Eye of Agamotto, as we're not going to get to see the Psylocke come into the mix, and we're not going to get the Groot, which means that you don't have the Strangling Prison to set up for the Doctor Strange or potentially the Winter Soldier.
I'm not judging.
Okay, a lot of Vanguard options taken off the table here, so we're going to have a look at where Pensive and Slayer are going to move over to. Might see, yeah, another rehash of this Venom dive, which went over on Hall of Jalia, which I do think that IMLK was often getting the better of in many of these cases. Like, maybe the support was just a little bit better for IMLK, was able to hang on by a sliver of HP so many times off the back of Nil's support.
I don't know how I feel about this Hela Namor with Luna Jeff. It can absolutely work with Luna Invis. Luna obviously is going to be giving the Idol Aura Snowflake over to Hela, and then you play one of those duelists on an isolated angle. But normally, traditionally, you play it with the Invis woman so that you have the shield to be able to act as a barrier, and then also if the Hela Namor get dove upon, you have the Invis to be able to help out with the peel, not onto a strategist, but ironically enough onto one of your duelists. As we do see the Venom still in play alongside that, Jeff, so potentially they want to put the power into symbiotic shenanigans, but that heal is not going to be the overall sustainability for the Hela and Namor to play with, especially because it is really dependent on the distance for those duelists to have to play to get the full value off of that.
All right, Hela going to be on both sides, as mentioned. But only one of them will be teaming up with a Namor here. Question is, who's going to be able to win out the aim duels between Rajin and Whoops? That Tidal Dirge is definitely going to be something that needs to be taken into account later on into these fights when we're in the midst of, like, the healing throughput.
Yeah, Tidal Dirge is a really strong ability because it can really reroute how a team has to position pre-phase, looks for the hook, doesn't manage to find it. The Astral Flock coming on through. We actually talked to Hela players about why they thought Hela was better, and a lot of it is actually down to Astral Flock starting up its animations far faster than before. And speaking about faster, Crownfall are going to be able to move far faster than Croc's Brain. They've already found 2 eliminations on the board, and Whoops going on through aggressively with the Soul Drainer, challenging the Hela and winning the 1v1.
It's Rajan falling on down, and now entry is going to be quite difficult into both the Namor and the Hela. Terra taken down by the Tidal Dirge at range.
Crownfall now in control of these positions too, are going to be in the driver's seat when it comes to this poke pressure from both the Hela and the Namor. Croc's Brain really going to have to try and push them off of that high ground before they make a play for this point, or rely on the shield block potential of Slayer on this Angela to be able to move their strategist forward, because if you don't, the Namor just drops down off of the high ground and puts all of the pressure onto the backline.
Good shielding off of Berserk Squids there, coming through from the side of Pensive to keep with at least momentarily a little bit more healthy. Slayer, though, noting the approach of the Namor. It's going to be a Blessing of the Deep expended here, but Slayer's not going to let them get away. There's really no survival here. Slayer had a little bit of a brain fart. Bro lost object permanence. It's okay. Preface is there to try and make this one happen and escape from the Jeff. Whip drags everyone forward here via the fate of both worlds. And this is Crocsbrain with a great position on that point, pushing everyone back towards the cliffs. Extra damage given over too, but the damage onto Wiv is not to be underestimated either. In the midst of all this, there is going to be some brawling coming through from the Captain America of IMLK, and down comes Heaven's Retribution as well, dragging everyone in behind this. They get eaten up together, but still Seventro taken down by Slayer, and now the Nastron Crows of Rajan are going to start to really peck away at the edges of Crownfall.
Yeah, to be honest, it was just a matter of time before Crocsbrain were able to win out that fight. Neil had to use the Fate of Both Worlds earlier because they lost MLK. Tello was going lower and lower, trying to stall out onto the objective, which meant that relying on a Jeff ultimate to heal through a Kraken Impact and Angela is not going to be enough. However, Crownfall with the stall were able to build themselves 84% of this point. If they manage to just force out Crocsbrain entirely, we will see it go into a teleport recontest. Pensive plays with the Eye of Agamotto. The shield from Tello, though, manages to block the connection, and Crocsbrain, denied the engagement that they were looking for, have to back on off and play terrain instead.
Yeah, Soul Drainer means it's still 50% at least that due to the CC. Everyone just comes up and instantly gets rid of the Hela. No opportunity to Astral Flock away due to the immobilizing effect of the Trooper's Fist, and while Freedom Charge Mill will be bringing out towards the back. Kame managed to find Wiv, indeed, but it's traded for nil. Not exactly what Crownfall were looking for here. Now they're relying just on Seventro and most of that healing, but with Rajan losing a bunch of that damage, things could get complicated here. In towards the back, I think the IMLK may have actually taken out the Winter Soldier with his own Rotterstern bullets reflected off of a Sentinel shield.
The last elimination was on the Strange as well. Crocsbrain don't get the opportunity to set up the Strange portal. Instead, we're going to have to see now Crownfall holding these lanes, looking to Slayer to be able to, on that Angela, touch onto the objective before the portal can come through.
All right, Slayer going to be taken down instantly by the Tidal Dirge. It opens up the overtime, though, and MLK looking towards all of those who are there to try and escape. Maybe a touch of peel could come out as well off the back of the It's Jeff. Any eating found is the question. FHD from the top just has such an open season. It's a shooting gallery here for Namor as he looks over the kingdom down below and reigns imperiously above it and just sends avenging tridents of Icarus down onto them. That's going to be Crownfall taking away the Warrior Falls.
Without this Invis woman as a pocket for the Hela Namor, Crownfall's duelists are in a very vulnerable position, but that's where the Captain America comes in from MLK, because he's just running at Crocsbrain and forcing them to have to look at the cap. In turn, they don't get the opportunity or the space to walk towards the Hela Namor, and Seventro and Neil just can heal from afar as well, making sure that their Vanguard never goes down, that their duelists always have the openings that they're looking for. If you're looking at the cap, you're not looking at the duelists. And it isn't even a case of trading one angle for the other. Crownfall just get a whole monopoly of the point in its entirety. It falls apart, though, if they lose a fight, playing into the recontest and relying on MLK to just go on to the point and buy you the space to be able to walk on forward. That's what Crocsbrain are going to be looking to try and do if they can win this first fight and finally overtake this Hela Namor push.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
All right, Preface going to match Hela Namor versus Hela Namor. No more Bucky, no more magic here for Preface. It'll be a little bit harder to make your enemies disappear, but you can at least answer something like a Fate of Both Worlds a bit more easily with that healing reduction.
That one hurts.
They brought the rocket as well. They gave up the Invis women. We get Jeff and Rocket, which means not a lot of heals per second when it comes to the ultimate cycles, but not a lot of dive ability for Crownfall. MLK going to have a much harder time of forcing Crocsbrain's attention to have to pivot to help their strategists. Now that the Jeff and Rocket are both going to be untouchable.
Oh, Whoops managing to win out against Slayer here as well. Even with the symbiotic resilience, the damage of a Hela is not to be trifled with. And now the off angle is going to be brutal to try and deal with in its own right. Pensive going to lose most of that shield HP. The freeze coming through as well from the Luna. Just everybody looks towards the Angela, who was keeping that point contested. And it could be a very devastating retreat here. The rear guard maneuvers have got nothing. Pre-phase and Era Terra both falling down. But IMLK at least was somewhat rebuffed in their dive attempts.
I mean, MLK is just going to be coming back, though, almost immediately. He's on the Captain America. Crocsbrain still going to be sticking around, looking to Pensive to deny the high ground angle for FHDC on this Namor. He doesn't have the Blessing of the Deep anymore to be able to protect himself. They do have to worry about as well that Horn of Proteus pulled on through from Pre-Phase's end with Era Terra, managing to amp it on up. Freedom charge for Crownfall to walk aggressively forward. Crocsbrain trying to slow the momentum literally with the Tidal Dirge team up, but Whoops is in the back line, finds Era Terra. No rocket, no BRB.
Oh, a quadruple dink into 2 limbs, and FHD says, don't forget about me either. It's just headshots everywhere, critical hits as far as the eye can see. And Crocsbrain, their scattered retreat just has them running with their tail between their legs.
I feel as well like Crownfall were kind of hiding this potential of the Hela Namor composition. We went to Holo Jajalia, we didn't see it come through. Using it now, and I mean, Whoops with that third-person POV. Runs directly past the Angela, sees he's isolated, knows the Angela has ultimate, utilizes the Goddess of Death to buy himself some time, and off of the back of that, the rest of his team get to walk forward, as Crocsbrain didn't have the damage to be able to take the Hela out of the ultimate early, and we go into final fight territory, with Crocsbrain now swapping Pre-Phase over to the Winter Soldier.
Okay, opens up. Is the portal. Slayer on the other side is going to be responsible for that one. FHD still has the Blessing of the Deep. They all decide to exit together because we're right into the clutches of Giganto. Heaven's Retribution declared by Pensive in the back. Out comes the Thief Stun onto a pair of switches, and the follow-up is so sublime, so fast, and so well practiced here. Caught on the other side of the portal. There's no returning here for Slayer. Has to move over to the Venom instead. But I think that this one's curtains. Crocsbrain, the domination merchants, have finally been hoisted by their own petard by Crown Fall as the Hela Namor reigns over the brand new aquatic domain that is going to be burning T'Challa and stamp their tickets to the grand finals.
Tidal Dirge plus Eye of Agamotto, it's a mean one. It very much is a mean one. But it's so impactful. The slow so that you can't disengage the spacing of the Eye of Agamotto, the follow-up of the anti-heal. The fact as well that they controlled so much of the space, and I mean, Whoops was doing so much in terms of those eliminations contributing to all of them. We must have seen so many undead monsters spawn on up, indestructible for a full 3 seconds, which means that they're tagging continuously. Crocsbrain's every single rotation marking out where that dive is going to be coming from. And that dive, I mean, you can see it here, the stats. You can always track how much space a duelist player has off of the eliminations or other casualties that their Vanguard players go through, because it means that their Vanguard players aren't living long enough to go in, disrupt, buy the time, buy the space for the duelists to hold theirs and actually have the comfort of being able to line up those shots.
I mean, very reflective in the damage taken as well, right? Whoops taking 3.5k damage, some of the lowest in the lobby alongside Seventro. Just rarely ever finding themselves harassed, had so much space to work with. And even though IMLK was playing against one of those kind of undivable backlines for a significant amount of time, against both the Jeff and the Rocket, was still able to demand so much attention from the enemy duelists that Whoops was never really in a fair duel when it came to like a 1 versus 1, like an aim duel with the Hela.
I mean, the casualties as well on the backline. Neil goes down twice, Seventro once. You're running Luna and Jeff in a 2-2-2 format when you're running very isolated, potentially squishy duelists. You've got the Freedom Charge at least coming on through from MLK to supplement one of the absences of a strategist ultimates, because the Jeff heals per second is just not going to be able to stand up to the course of something like an Invis Woman or a Cloak and Daggers. But we rarely actually got to see MLK having to invest the Freedom Charge to manage to grab his players back from the very, very edge of a lost team fight, because Crownfall were just in so much control throughout the neutral, and that's what the Hela Namor composition brings to the table. You don't win it with the ultimates, you win it with the pick potential in just base abilities and mechanics alone.
Yeah, the neutral for Hela Namor is crazy to deal with. And I'm hoping that Crownfall take this control victory forward, this domination victory, and they're like, okay, so banning Adam seems to have been a really good trick here. Even though Croc's Brain, yeah, they were a little bit of there was a little bit of res merchantry there, but we know that Silent Nova likely are watching, and they're like, you know what? Maybe we've got to match them on the Hella Namor. I don't know if we're going to be able to get the Adam through the yeah,
like
well,
Legendary.
I mean, yeah, Legendary's a good aimer.
Legendary is a very good aimer. Because these bands are universal, not one-sided, we might well get to see something very similar to Season 0, where we get Hella versus Hella matching off.
I mean, it's going to be a best of 7, Mox. So it's going to be an absolute gigabanger rivalry where there's so much room for adaptation between these teams. And I think that Teller and IMLK very much warmed up right now. They're playing together very well, and Teller looked like they were a real contender on the Doctor Strange as well. I thought that coming out of this series, it was definitely going to be Slayer, who seemed like the better Doctor Strange, but really was playing it very well in the neutral alongside the Tidal Dirge. As you said, it's a mean combo, but it's very effective.
Yeah, the shields. I think Teller like really impressed using the shields at those crucial moments to deny any of that momentum picked on up, like being able to block Pensive's Eye of Agamotto was the thing that allowed Crownfall to come back in on that waterfall map, right? They can finally move out of Choke into the open space. They've got the angles with the Hela, they've got the angles with the Namor. They're not constricted into one small corridor where you can only fire in one direction.
Okay, we need to give our teams a little bit of a break after that slobber knocker of a series before we get stuck into our grand final. So we'll see you after a bit of an extended break. Don't go anywhere.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 어둠이 더 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흐르는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 어둠 있다 나래까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 승리와 병에 The weight of the both worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 어둠 있다 나래까지 세계면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흐르는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 어둠 있다 나래까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹은 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 나도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿔던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The fate of the birds The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 나도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 나도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 나도 믿어 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무것도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무것도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무것도 흘러는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흐르는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹은 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 어둠이 떠 내려가지 세기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 다널 지킬라는 걸 또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 charisma 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹은 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 어둠이 떠 내려가지 세기면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흐르는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹은 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 Take a 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품이 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 날려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿔도 너와 나 흐르는 승리와 명예 The fate of the birds The world is in our hands 생각정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 날려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내일까지 세계 운명 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 Let's go 어둡고 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 날려서 그 세계 운명 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿔던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세기면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세기면 너도 믿어 얼마든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 내 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 좁아 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 하늘 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 네 완벽해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠 있다 내일까지 세계 오면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠 있다 내일까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기며 어둠이 떠 내려가지 새기며 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 charisma 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 아무도 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기며 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 승리 완벽해 The weight of the perfect words is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기며 어둠이 떠 내려가지 새기며 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 아무도 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내려가지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기며 어둠이 떠 내려가지 새기며 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 charisma 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 되새기면 어둠이 떠 내일까지 새기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무것도 흘러낸 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 되새기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 네 완벽해 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 되새기면 어둠이 떠 내일까지 새기면 한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러낸 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 되새기면 방법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 파도 밑도 나래까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세기면 파도 밑도 나래까지 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 charisma 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무도 흘러내는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 누군 내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up! Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Hello, villains, heroes, and time stream entanglers. Welcome back to EMEA Marvel Rivals Championship Season 4. We're here for the grand finals. It's going to be a best-of-7 bout between Silent Nova and Crownfall.
Yes, it's a rematch, but it being a best of 7 rather than a best of 5, Harry, means that we're going to be seeing something a little bit different to what happened when these two teams first matched up against each other, which went to 3 entire rounds of domination. Our entire domination map pool was entirely cleared. It was a 3-0 win for the side of Silent Nova, but Crownfall, they got the opportunity to play up against Silent Nova. They got to see where exactly the strengths of this team lie, and I would imagine we're going to be seeing some major adaptations to the ban draft, especially when it comes to letting Yazan's Loki through.
Yeah, Yazan's Loki is particularly impressive. I don't think we're going to be seeing that one allowed by Crownfall, who weren't like huge Loki merchants. It would appear that our top 3 teams in MRC EMEA kind of domination merchants right now. They love their domination, and that is where Adam is at his strongest. We're getting the most value out of a Karmic Revival for the longest possible match.
We did get to see a lot of Bucky focus as well coming on through, though the first round that these two teams actually matched up, it was on Krakoa, and it was actually a Hela versus Hela matchup that we got to see, with Hela Namor coming through from the side of Crownfall and Silent Nova putting more stock onto the Hela Psylocke, to the point that Crownfall actually, in some of the maps afterwards, started banning out both the Loki and the Psylocke to try and force away from that particular duelist line.
Makes some sense. Like, Psylocke has been kind of going through a renaissance with the buff to the Dance of the Butterflies in the most recent 4.5 patch after falling temporarily out of favor as Phoenix sort of like had her little spin to win scenario. Let's get dug into our first matchup. As usual, it is going to be domination. This one was randomly decided as we head into the bans.
Celestial Husk, which the last time it ended up going 143 and then 100-0 in the side of Silent Nova, and we can see Adam is immediately going to be removed off of the rip. Jeff also getting removed on the side of Silent Nova, as what did they decide to go for a save onto? Both of these teams did like running the Emma with their vanguards. We got to see some Emma Magneto coming on through, as well as some Emma Venom, so that you have both frontline presence and also dive. There's the Psylocke protect coming on through from Silent Nova, as they remember that Crimefall did indeed start banning out that duelist. Now, the last time that we played this map between these two teams, this was where the Loki was banned, but the Loki is making it through. The Atom is going to be removed, the Mantis has been removed, so two of the things that really empower that Loki pick have now been taken off of the table.
Yeah, Loki can still copy something like a Lunar Snow Ultimate, however, which has a lot of value. And also, banning the Winter Soldier gives a lot of power over to the Loki as well, because you can no longer have your doppelgangers farmed for additional resets off the back of the Kraken Impact.
True, but the Psylocke save could well take away the value of the Loki, with the Dance of the Butterfly dashes being absorbed by the doppelgangers. So we'll see whether or not Silent Nova do want to field Yazan over to that Loki pick, as he's been very flexible in terms of strategists that he's been playing, going for things like the Loki, but also the Luna, as well as the Invisible Woman. As we can see that the Luna is going to be saved, these are going to be universal bans, which means that both teams are going to have access to the Psylocke, and both teams therefore want the Psylocke to be able to stay in those fights as much as possible. Hence why we're going to be seeing the Luna save, so that you can get the Idol Aura and apply that heal boost over to the Psylocke without needing her in line of sight.
Respect there for the Vandalind Emma, and the Namor's going to be taken away. This makes good sense, at least in terms of like how you'd like to try and craft that front line, or like your mid line, being able to play both the Hela and the Psylocke without thinking you're going to be outdone by a Hela Namor combo, but have access to that Tidal Dirge.
Yes, Silent Nova did not like playing the Hela Namor line. Crimefall very much were happy to play the Hela Namor. And like you said, that Tidal Dirge, especially on a map like Celestial Husk, where there's so much focus in these teams trying to bunker on up inside those smaller side rooms, where if you're stacked, that Tidal Dirge is going to be getting so much more value. And then obviously if you try and run away from stacking inside those small rooms, you go into the more open angles, which the Hela and the Namor are able to punish with just the primary mechanics.
Yeah, the neutral play from a Hela Namor is just so difficult to try and deal with. However, now Silent Nova have been able to force this Hela Psylocke duo, which I think they're pretty well set up for. Admittedly, Crownfall, we did see them, as you mentioned earlier, play a very good Hela Namor. FHD having to pivot over onto this Psylocke is a little bit new. Sorry, there are fireworks going on outside my window as some people are unaware of the date.
Mine have been sounding off all week, so I expect they're going to continue. Hopefully, it's a prelude to the banger of the match that we're going to be in store here for. As Crimefall aren't actually going to be fielding into the Hela Psylocke mirror, we're going to see Whoops go over to that Phoenix and try and combine the Endsong Inferno with the Meteor M. As Silent Nova are lacking a lot of the damage burst capabilities of taking the summon off of the field before it can hit the ground.
Alright, FHD has to be careful about potentially meeting the Psylocke up on the high ground here. Physical. Not willing to try and take that duel 4 now. Just forcing FHD away from these positions. But this has kind of been the new play style of Psylocke. What a great pull with the Force Physical to try and stop that disengagement that Vandalinda was looking for. But often in the pro level with a Psylocke, we're seeing a lot more Vanguard farming for that ultimate charge and then just converting it into an early usage of the Dance of the Butterflies.
Yeah, physical already, 52% to that first Dance of the Butterflies. However, FHD is also getting to farm off of Vandalin on that Venom every single time he tries to make a play, especially with Whoops getting to set up these stuns for the Psylocke to follow up the damages onto. And Dance of the Butterflies is indeed going to be on the field first for Crimefall. Silent Nova without a means of stopping it. A great force physics though from Yazan pushes it directly out of the backline and into the Nightball invisible boundary.
Yeah, telegrabs too to begin with there, finding those final blows after a drawn low by the damage from the Fate of Both Worlds being healed on up here as Satan moves forward. It gives a little bit of additional damage over with the one tap onto Seventro right there. Great stuff off the back of a 40% damage with MLK. Manages to counter-strike onto Satam. And now we are into the brawl phase that we always see on Celestial Husk to try and get that first cap out. Crimefall would love for it to be them, but with physical grabbing one in the back line, that might be a little bit more difficult to try and handle. Surrounded and flipped, Crimefall will get the initial control.
Yeah, Crimefall without their strategists were potentially vulnerable, but they did have the target focus. Silent Nova now, without those strategists being present, is the Goddess of Death, but Tell with the Meteor Arm will be able to absorb all of the damages. The team burns the hell out of the ultimate. And unfortunately, Legendary's position is just a little bit too predictable for Tell to be able to send the Comet hurtling his way. And Crownfall will be able to capitalize and keep on pushing into Silent Nova's team.
Plays them up and knocks them down. Teller now has control of a high ground. Might be a little bit difficult to dislodge from there without something like a force physics pull that Seventro has been using previously. But Whoops, access to the Ensong Inferno. Could be very good at trying to... Oh yeah, you're right.
We've got Loki. Loki's not going to do much though against Ensong Inferno. That Phoenix burns through every deployable, including the doppelgangers. And Silent Nova might need to go back to the drawing board in terms of dealing with that Phoenix. It will deal handily with the Psylocke, but Crownfall taking full advantage. And indeed, Silent Nova was on the Loki for all of one fight, and then swaps his arm back onto the Inviswoman.
Yeah, trying to get Teller off that high ground is very important right now, as Teller's been pretty mechanically lights out so far. I think already at least 5 final hits.
Silent Nova do have the Meteor Arm. Potentially this can be used to absorb MLK's projectile of the Strangling Prison. There's the invisible boundary. Strangling Prison's able to get on through too because they just don't know where the group's position is. FCX manages to come and through with the Meteor Arm connection onto Whoops, and there's less bodies stacked on up, which means that Physical feels like it's okay to go for that down to the Butterflies, and this should be a slip from Silent Nova. At what cost? The amount of ultimates that they had to invest in that fight was so many.
I mean, now Teller can play around the backhand side of this zone, though. Not taking too much damage, still has the healing from the Invisible Woman. Crownfall can really batten down the hatches, play a more turtle bunker defensive style here. Force Silent Nova to use even more to try and flip it. Satam still holding on to that Fate of Both Worlds. His arm currently in the space of Teller, but Teller just unwilling to leave. Still playing in this reserve position. Satam has to use the dance to try and avoid the dance for the Butterflies. An extra damage potentially, 40% damage boost. Seventro can't survive it, that much is for certain. Was a well-timed bubble to make sure that the Fate of Both Worlds could arrive. IMLK looking for an opening here. Almost has themselves access to yet another Strangling Prisoner. Satam falls down to the Thorn Lash walls. Physical chases down their counterpart. FHD is gone. Vanderlinda in the back forces out the Ensong Infernal. Is going to lose all of their blue HP to the impact of a Phoenix. But Teller, alongside Whoops, they get absolutely nothing off their combo of ultimates. It's just no sold by physics in the midst of all of this. IMLK taken down. Its Legendary on the off angle, just aiming through, looking to raw mechanics to get the point back.
Finally, Silent Nova will be able to take control of this point, and they do have a composition which can apply pressure on Crownfall's walk-up to start getting as much point percentage as they possibly can before the fight moves into that brawl tempo, which Silent Nova will be underhanded in. Venom and Psylocke very, very good at getting in and out of those fights quickly, but when compared to the stability of the group and Magneto composition, not a lot of uptime on the point itself, so they do have to apply this pressure now before Crownfall can find the advantage.
Physics having to give up the high ground does mean that IMLK is going to have a great space from which to poke, and Vanderlinda is going to have to try and claim some of this space back via the Venom dive. Legendary and Physics ready to try and combine their ultimates as well. The Ensong Inferno and the Meteor Ram. We've seen them move together before to have maximum burst damage. Vanderlinda forced to instantly use their Feast of the Abyss, but Legendary's in a great place to try and follow up upon it. And while Yazan can just cast from afar with heal after heal and the raising of the invisible boundary, Crownfall don't really have enough space to try and work with.
Yeah, Crownfall, they're going to have the Lunar ultimate for this next fight, but you still have to worry about Legendary and Physics coming on through with the combination of that Meteor and Ensong, as well as all of this incoming spam from Legendary on this high ground push for that Phoenix. We're gonna see them attempt to build some of these ultimates before they walk. They do have a little bit of point percentage to play around with for the luxury of that ultimate charge, but if they wait too long, they might find themselves in overtime having sent half of their team to the point, which means that Physical of the Dance of the Butterflies can punish the slip, but no, Dance of the Butterflies comes through aggressively, forces the Fate of Both Worlds now, so that Silent Nova have full uncontested fate on the side of Satam.
Even while bleeping in, is there going to be enough charge here? No one's really feeding the Meteor Rem. However, Nil still softened up by the dive of the Venom. Means a final blow can be found on the other side. In comes both the Psylocke and the Groot ultimate to try and overwhelm Yazan. Now Whoops needs to win out in the duel against Legendary. A raw mechanical duel between both of these Phoenixes, but Legendary just moves back over to the Fate of Both Worlds, given over by Valuna Snow. Teller could just poke away from afar. Physical is overextended, and there's no LOS given over onto them. Silent Nova are surely going to have to try and tease TP back as well, as Nils already returned many members of Crownfall over to the point. Physics up against the wall, and even with Van der Linde in the back using the Feast of the Abyss, there's nothing to be found. Gets punished for it by FHD, perhaps unable to chomp down and get all of that additional bonus HP you usually can see. Oh, Physical's late with the re-entry there, and Silent Nova lose out on the first sub-map.
Oh, the Strange Portal wasn't in time. Legendary on the Phoenix goes down before the Strange Portal comes into play, and Silent Nova even actually sacrificed the invisible boundary from Yazan. Moved through the Strange Portal, tried to use it to safeguard their position on the point, but overtime is unforgiving, and Crownfall will be at a huge advantage in this first fight because they're going to be so close to that Dance of the Butterflies, and Silent Nova, they don't have a strategist ultimate to support against it.
I'm kind of surprised that Crownfall ended up using their Lunar Ultimate in the midst of that as well. It felt like they'd grouped up rather well to deal with Physical's initial onslaughts, to share out that damage between the butterfly dashes, but I guess that they had no room for error in that final fight, and so Nil had to make sure that everyone survived.
Yeah, I mean, you have to worry about the Venom follow-up, the Phoenix follow-up. All of those bodies being stacked up means stun opportunity, which is another reason why Neil goes for the Fate of Both Worlds, because it's CC immune. So even if the Phoenix is applying that pressure, the Luna's not going to get stunned and will still be able to keep healing through for the rest of the team, as Silent Nova didn't have a way of shield blocking the LOS of it. Now they're going to have to play for poke, the high ground, trying to set on up and buy themselves as much time as possible before the Dance of the Butterflies comes through. But Silent Nova, because they're running this Magneto and Venom hybrid style, one of them's got to go to the point, and it just leaves them too vulnerable with the rest of the team isolated.
Yeah, Physics pulled down, isolated, 1 versus 6. The rest of Silent Nova were simply watching from afar. They had to let their Magneto go. Will the same be allowed to happen now? Onto the Venom. Oh, the push, it might have saved the backline, but it doomed Legendary. A favorite shot was chosen by Yazan, and Yazan chose to look out for number 1.
That is, unfortunately, the double-edged sword of Force Physics. When it's used from a backline position, it's going to push them to the front line, either onto your Vanguards or onto your Duelists. Legendary at least has the Endsong Inferno, and these small rooms are a perfect opportunity to use it. Crownfall, though, they're gonna go first! Great ultimate comes on through! Silent Nova not given an opportunity to turn the fight in their favor, and it's just so one-sided. Silver lining, at least the fight was over quickly. Crownfall aren't getting all that much point percentage.
Oh, can we get the stagger here onto Physical, though? Seems like a double dash may have been available for Physical. Can get out alongside their ult.
Cal has already used Mag Bubble. He got caught up on a stun coming on through from Legendary, and they didn't want to let that Magneto go down when he has Meteor M to combine with Whoops' ultimate. Tam's already used the freeze. Silent Nova looks like they're going to be rotating. Not the high ground onto the low. Van der Linde looking for the dive opportunity, forcing the attention to turn so the rest of his team can move forward into position. Dance of the Butterflies comes on through alongside Feast of the Abyss and finds the eliminations even through the Fate of Both Worlds.
Fate of Both Worlds had a healing reduction given over by a Feast of the Abyss. A mid-air impact onto Teller from the Phoenix, but the damage isn't quite enough to try and stop him from using the Meteor M. Still not much gained off the back of it, and Silent Nova have everything they need to try and turn this fight back around. Crownfall feeling bad about their investment of the Lunar Ultimate, but at least it forced more from Silent Nova to burn through it.
And textbook retake positions coming on through from Silent Nova. If you're playing a dive composition, you can't go for the front to back approach. You have to send one of your Vanguards over to that point and draw as much attention from the rest of your team as possible. Van der Linde now going to be set up in a perfect position to apply that pressure, but FHDC, he's already on the point. He's got down to the Butterflies. The team were held too far forward, and it forces the Tam into having to burn the Lunar Ultimate alone.
FHD doesn't stick around to try and burn through the Lunar Ultimate. I think if she was in it by herself, it could have been possible, but instead, Van der Linde is going to be the primary suspect here. They want Physics real bad. Seventro unwilling to use the Force Physics now, though. Has to bring up the invisible boundary instead. Great bubble, the metallic bulwark from the Magneto, exactly where it needed to be. And now Whoops has such an easy time trying to clean this one up. Yeah, the Venom still remains up. Blue health isn't going to last forever. Symbiotic Resilience is burned on through, and Crownfall are back in control.
Yeah, MLK just taking full advantage of the situation. Physics tries to use the Meteor M to shut down that invisible boundary early. Like you said, brilliant bubble from Teller to make sure that Seventro survives the connection, but it also means that MLK gets a free Strangling Prism without having to worry about it being absorbed. Silent Nova now, we saw before when they played into the retake, they sent the Venom around the back, but Whoops has learned, and they mark the Venom's position, forcing him back to this team. And this time, Crownfall are going to be able to hold their ground.
Physical looking for an entry in towards the back line here. Finds Teller. Looking towards MLK. Out comes the Dance of the Butterflies. And now it's going to be all about that back line being carved on through. Healing reduction delivered by the Venom, and Physical and Vanderlinda combined for multiple frags in a row. What a combination of ultimates.
So Crownfall, they give it up. They could have used the Strategist ultimate there to try and heal through it, but because Silent Nova aren't within Final Fight territory, they let them burn the lion's share of their ultimates so that they can come on through with one-sided Dance of the Butterflies to force the Invis boundary. And then they have Luna and Invis ultimate cycling far faster than Silent Nova's team. They just have to go fast before Silent Nova can accrue some of this ultimate charge.
Vanderlinda speculating around the outside, sees the fire from Vasalak, wondering if they should try and intercede before Vasalak gets too much further. Instead, just going to smash in towards the back line, put a little bit of extra threat in towards that Invisible Woman, but control of a high ground here could be everything for Crownfall. Moving in towards the back, Yazan manages to dodge away, goes inside of the invisible boundary, but all of a burst damage manages to get through Yazan and take down the ultimate itself. And now it's down to Saturn with the fate of both worlds to be decided, moving up towards the sky. Legendary caught on out by FHD, and this is going to be where FHD can really start to feast. All of the squishies near the health pack. Saturn can't skate fast enough. Vanderlinda has no means of getting back, and it has to be an emergency recontest from Silent Nova.
But it cost them. Yazan had to move over to the Strange. They've only got Invis healing, and Satan was one of the last to fall, so they have no healing right now. Dance of the Butterflies comes on through from Physical, finds the backline, potentially an opportunity for Silent Nova to turn into this fight. They have to respect their Teller's meteor, and they have no way of blocking it. And it falls to Vanderlyn to hold the position with the Feast of the Abyss setting up the Vanguards to start finding the eliminations.
Unbelievable turnaround there from Physical, getting 3 in the fight as well as winning a disadvantaged fight against FHD. FHD is going to be kicking himself for that one. And now it's got to be 1-1. One portal for one portal. Crownfall return onto the fray. And this means someone else has to swap over onto the strategist. It's going to be IMLK moving over onto Rocket Raccoon. Legendary stands above it all. Ready to go with the Ensong Inferno. Is there going to be enough damage to try and break through it? FHD's already fallen on down. And while Legendary isn't able to impact, Whoops is going to have no impact on this fight at all. Already taken down. It's Physical in the back yet again. Teller's all alone on the point. Saturn finds the final hit, and that's going to be Silent Nova equalizing.
Oh, like you said, Crownfall are going to be kicking themselves for losing that fight when Silent Nova did not have one strategist involved in that engagement. That's insane. Physical just going in, hitting the entirety of the backline, even with 3 players all stacked on up. No strategist ultimate, no Loki with the regen domain, or the doppelgangers, or an Adam with a soul bond. It's just all of that incoming damage, and then if you try and play on the point to prevent Silent Nova from being able to find the flip, you go directly into the Feast of the Abyss with the follow-up scrutiny coming on through from both of the Vanguards. It ties up 1-1 at least. It isn't an entire map loss off of losing that fight, so Crownfall still get the opportunity to turn things. And they're going to be incredibly close to starting off this fight with both of their duelist ultimates up, which means that they should win this first fight and first point cap.
In theory, Silent Nova are doing a lot more to try and enable Physical's ultimates, I think, whereas IMLK and FHD, if they combine their ultimates, it's kind of anti-synergy. You never want to see a lot of people stuck in one place to try and follow up with a Sarlacc ultimate. FHD is much more interested in trying to find 1 or 2 people on an off angle and cutting through them with a Dance of the Butterfly.
Well, right now, they need to find this Venom. Mark Vanderlyn, they've got to try and take that high ground at the same time too. The strategists see each other, the Force Physics not able to find the connection onto the Psylocke in time to prevent the ultimate, still cutting them through the backline. And Crownfall, budget ultimate economy win. Dance of the Butterfly is the only investment to win that first fight.
That is as budget as it gets, and now Crownfall are going to be able to build up towards at least 4 ultimates for this forthcoming fight. Silent Nova might have to put in like a little bit of a trash or economy fight here.
I wonder if we see a move over to the Captain America at some point coming on through from Silent Nova. You lose the pick potential of the Venom and Psylocke synergy with Feast of the Abyss doing so much more damage, Freedom Charge much more defensive capabilities. As we're gonna see, Physical closing up the distance, gets the damage, builds the ultimate at the same time, overlapping with Feast of the Abyss, trying to find the elimination for the heal up time of Fate of both worlds. They get one, but the trade is there, and Silent Nova now missing out that Psylocke are gonna be missing out a huge chunk of damage.
Wops on the off angle needs to be punished here, but Physics can't stay near it. Almost a flip in favor here of Silent Nova. Crown will need objective discipline, and they need it right now. A pair of invisible boundaries drawn up on the point. It's an attempt here from a backline of Silent Nova to play it safer. All in onto the Luna, however. Saturn doesn't even get the choice to use their ultimate, knowing that all that burst was coming their way. An attempt to try and turn it around from Physics. Even with the shield being a little bit too high there from Teller, there's still enough damage and healing to sustain through the Crownfall. So close to the flip here from Silent Nova. Maybe Saturn could come back with a little bit of additional healing, but honestly, with Physics already being so low, I think this one's chalked.
Oh, and you lose Physics late. You're not even going to be able to use the Fate of Both Worlds aggressively to empower Legendary's ultimate now that you don't have Physics to be able to set it up with the Meteoram, because you have to save the Lunar ultimate as a defensive reaction to FHDC with the Down to the Butterflies. Since Silent Nova, they have no way of knowing where the Psylocke is going to be playing until the ultimate comes through.
I am okay. Noting the approach here of the Venom. That's going to be yet another early ult from FHD. And, well, it's answered well by Satan, but that's not going to be available for the rest of the point fight now. Going to leave the rest of Silent Nova being a little bit more exposed when it comes to the overall map. The healing is available. And Physics is feeling that the hard way right now. Vandalinda exactly the same. Has to use the Feast of the Abyss just to get the addition of blue health in towards the back line. Extra damage reduction given over to IMLK. Takes a huge risk of trying to make that ultimate work when they had no HP in the background to try and work with. And Legendary does lose out on the duel, but FHD is starting to cover all of the bases. Can't afford to lose to Physical again, but it's Teller coming in with the insurance policy.
Legendary does manage to come in for potentially with the Doctor Strange portal because of the stall by Physics. But there's no Stratus ultimate to safeguard the drop location. They're being body blocked as well by Teller on this Magneto. However, Silent Nova still holding that position. Whoops, with that Phoenix, managing to find all of the damage to build up the Ensong Inferno. There's Yazan coming on through with the Invisible Boundary. But Crimefall have one and then some Invisible Boundary mirror, including every single ultimate that this team has. So they can just try and sweep Silent Nova's presence off of this point.
Almost all of the healing has gone away now. Legendary can't survive. In comes the dance, and the Butterfly Physical's got one. Surely there's not much more than that. Gets another. Seven throws down as well. Teller's there with the punish. Vandalinda still on the point, and Silent Nova can't make it back. Crownfall just about steal away Celestial Husk.
Speaking about stealing, there was a very smart min-max play coming on through from Silent Nova. The reason why they actually have the point percentage lifeline to be able to go for that Strange Portal is because they managed to flip the point. When we see the Dance of the Butterflies come through and still find the elimination onto that backline, I believe it was Vandalinda actually was on the point and flipped it because there was so much pressure coming out onto that backline, and it meant that they had a good 10% window of leeway to be able to stall out, build the Strange Portal, and potentially go for a recontest angle with the Invisible Boundary. However, the ultimate economy, it's just so lopsided in the favor of Crownfall that even with the Invisible Boundary, it's such an uphill battle.
Let's have a quick look in on our scoreboard. Teller with 25 final hits. An absolute slobber knocker of a game here from the Magneto. What crazy mechanics, 56% accuracy as well. Really contributing well to the team's overall fragging power.
Feels like we were sort of back in mid-season meta when it came to seeing Crownfall go for those plays with the Magneto and the Phoenix. Being able to set each other up, and it goes to show, right? The Mag coming on through with a lot of those final hits. Ensong Inferno was able to wipe away a lot of the shield up times to make sure that the Meteor M's were able to connect, and the target focus from Crownfall's side too. Making sure that whenever Satan was the next in line for that defensive cycle with Fate of Both Worlds after the Invisible Boundary entering, they always managed to pick the Luna before that ultimate could kick in.
Yeah, Crownfall as well seem to be playing a lot better on domination when they're not going up against an Adam. It seems that first ban on the Adam has been a big it's been a big boon for them, considering how we saw their previous matchup go against their opponents in the lower finals. We're going to get our teams ready for the second map, so please give us just a moment. We're going to go on break for about 5 minutes, and we'll see you for map 2 on the other side.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 어둠 있다 내일까지 새기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 승리와 병에 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 어둠 있다 내일까지 새기면
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
Map number 2 of our grand finals here, Mox, and you'll never guess where our domination merchants have brought us.
I wonder, is it a domination map? I mean, we're gonna run out of them, though. It is a best of 7, which means that one of these teams has to actually get to 4 points, and we only have 3 domination maps in our entire pool, so at some point in this series, we are going somewhere else.
Yeah, like, at some point, we're going to have to go elsewhere. Crownfall, actually, I believe, did pick Yggdrasil Path in their previous matchup, which went quite well for them, so I think that Crownfall definitely have quite a few convergence or convoy maps where they're pretty safe to go to. Silent Nova, like, they 3-0'd a lot of their series, so we're not as aware of the depth of their map pool. Usually Silent Nova aren't the ones picking maps in their own right, because usually it's loser picks, and Silent Nova haven't been doing much of that throughout their bracket so far.
Well, let's see if it's going to be a continued instant ban onto that. Adam, Crime for the last time that they played Silent Nova here, put a lot of stock in the Hellanemo composition, playing it on both Carousel as well as Grove. As we're going to see the Jeff ban coming on through from the side of Silent Nova, which is very wise because they actually lost Carousel in overtime to Seventro getting a huge It's Jeff eat, carrying those players off of the map. And indeed, there we go, the Adam ban will continue.
Yeah, these teams are intimately aware of each other. For those of you who haven't been checking in on the bracket, Silent Nova and Crownfall met in the winners bracket final, where Silent Nova 3-0'd in a trio of domination maps.
Mantis is going to be the save, as this now going to force a low-key ban on the side of Crownfall. The Groot save is going to force a Bucky ban, which means that Hella Namor, as well as that Psylocke, is going to be able to make it on through, as both of these teams are only going to have 2 ban slots left. They want to go for a save. Yep, there we go. Loki is going to be banned. No shenanigans of Regeneration Domain getting the damage boost alongside that Mantis. And the Namor is going to be saved, which now means that Silent Nova might be forced into banning the Hela, which is a very, very smart pivot from Crownfall's end, because Silent Nova have shown that they like playing the Hela with the Psylocke. If they ban the Hela to deny the team up, they don't get to play Legendary on the Hela either.
Yeah, Legendary seemed pretty good when it came to a Phoenix versus Phoenix, so maybe they're willing to take a bite out of that Hella Namor team up. But as we can see from the amount of time it's taking for this ban, there's significant deliberation going down for Silent Nova right now, and they finally do decide, yeah, it's worth it to get rid of a Hela. We'll pivot Legendary probably over onto the Phoenix instead.
Yeah, that is likely going to be the play, although it is something to note that the first time Silent Nova played their role light on the first map of Krakoa, they ran Legendary on the Ultron. Something that didn't stick around for all that much. The pivot actually off of the Ultron was the Hela, however, that has already been denied. So we're going to have to now see the adaptation coming on through. Magneto ban is also going to mean that the Phoenix, that combination of Ensong Inferno and Meteor M, is now removed from the mix as well, making the Strategist ultimate uptime just a little bit safer.
Kind of interesting to see the mag banned by Crownfall when Teller was absolutely, like, mag canyoning the entire lobby over on Celestial Husk, grabbing the MVP off that one. But I guess this is the more comfortable way to play both the Groot and the Emma. And knowing that the Groot might be over here, I don't know if this one's real from Yazan. Could it be real from Yazan? Probably not, no.
It's okay, broadcast didn't get to see it. We're already in the spawn room looking at some of the hero teasers. So you all are getting this wonderful fly-through POV. We got to see Yazan just closing up the distance from where he spawned to the actual spawn door opening by going for the Iron Fist. Something that a lot of these teams will actually do to min-max, because you spawn not at the immediate opening of the spawn doors. They'll swap over to characters that have higher, faster mobility, especially if you're on something like a Magneto. We'll see the Iron Fist or the Daredevil swap just to be able to get out of spawn that little bit faster. As that speed can sometimes make all of the difference, especially when it comes to the rollouts of domination. These first positions that you're able to take before your opponent is in position can be absolutely crucial when you're playing for the pick potential of something like a Phoenix.
And Belinda looking to get an opening, mugging, and there it is. IMLK just steps through the portal accidentally and gets destroyed by the window coming on through. The Terror Cape that Yazan used there, and then instantly swaps over onto the Luna thereafter. Very smart min-maxing, as you said, Nox.
Yeah, and I mean, Satam is on the rocket, Crownfall forwent it, which meant that they don't have the BRB. This is an unnumbered fight for the side of Crownfall, something that Silent Nova are more than happy to take advantage of. Physical and the Psylocke just utilizing the mobility around those angles to put pressure past the ammo shield and continue the team's movement forward.
And that's the thing about getting IMLK instantly. Like, while Emma may be a pretty survivable customer in the midst of a fight, as a solo Vanguard going into 6 members of Silent Nova, you do not last very long, and this is a very quick first cap.
The problem as well for Crownfall is going to continue in this next fight. You were missing one of your Vanguards, which means you were missing a huge pool of healing potential for your Luna or your Mantis to build ultimate, so you're not going to have it in time to match up against the Dance of the Butterflies that Physical is farming.
Yeah, Physical's definitely going to be in charge of a tempo when it comes to this next fight. Teller's already catching some of that as IMLK has moved over on to the Captain America. A classic for Krakoa. Physical moves in towards the back, trying to pick up a strategist sword too, and Luna surely is going to be the next to fall. Vinny's not going to be long for this world. There's even more chase coming through from Legendary. And while there was an attempt made on the other side from FHD, it could be too little too late as IMLK and Teller are both super low. It's easy pickups for Legendary despite his low health.
Silent Nova won the trade hands down. That was Dance of the Butterflies traded off for a Rocket BRB cooldown to bring Yazan back into the mix. No strategist ultimate invested for them, so they're still going to have the fate of both worlds. Potentially to use the CC immunity when Teller opens up this next fight with the Psionic Seduction. As a Crownfall, they're going to be wrapping all the way around the back of the point, trying to force Silent Nova into taking the brawl, meaning that Vandalin has to move forward and into the range of the ammo.
Legendary can try and shut down the flank of the Psylocke here if they're brave enough to try and do it with the Galactic Legend. Out comes Vasia. Legendary does not pop the ultimate just yet as they really want to make sure they can get a full mag onto that Phoenix before it can land. However, the timing's not there. Down goes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and now Susanna has to move everyone forward. Extra damage, boost, and healing of the back of the Fate of both worlds. Physics' turn to try and take control of all this space. Tellus the first one to get mind control, turning it around in their own right to get their own mind control onto the backlines of Silent Nova. But already the damage has been done. Teller's going to stand alone. Silent Nova have all the control of the point they could possibly want, 99%, and Neil going down as well. It's clean tracking from Vandalinde, and I imagine there's not going to be any room to TP back.
Yeah, Crimefall will just hold on to the ultimate charge to have in this next fight when we head to the second sub-map, and it will be the Grove. As Silent Nova walk away with a clean 100-0. I mean, it just felt that Crownfall, that tempo was just entirely misaligned ever since that strange portal opening things up. Silent Nova just had so much tempo and full control of the situation every fight afterwards.
Just great responses to the Simuli that came through. Silent Nova, they're being pretty reticent of how they were using their ultimates, just waiting until the exact right moment, not prematurely popping them in so many of these circumstances.
Yeah, Legendary doing a great job of holding onto the Galactic Legend, investing it still when part of Fate of Both Worlds was up, but still forcing Teller to have to invest once the Lunar Ultimate was done with the Ammers, which meant that when we got to the brawl for the actual overtime fight, Silent Nova did not have to worry about being fully zoned away from the Ammer, could find the eliminations in a fast, successive pace to make sure that Crownfall didn't get the opportunity to go for any form of recontest. MLK is still going to be on this Captain America, trying to provide an opening for FHDC on the Psylocke to take advantage of. As Silent Nova, they're up to it again. Vandalin on the Strange is on already in cloak form, looking for the blind vulnerability. Out they jump from the portal, and away goes the Luna.
Brand new prank coming on through. No BRB available to resurrect them. Whoops is down as well, and so Silent Nova, the Alpha Strikers, once again potentially flummoxed. Their first cap here from Crownfall. Teller doesn't want to try and solo hold this one, but IMLK just have the emergency switch in the form of that charge. Seventra already down. Physical managed to grab that one on the other side. Was that FHD's ultimate? I don't think he grabbed anything. That's a massive ultimate to no cell.
Yeah, I wonder where exactly that was. It looks like it was used directly onto Yazan, potentially to try and zone the Luna away. But like you said, that is now Dance of the Butterflies removed from the hand of play. For Crownfall, Silent Nova still having a Dance of Butterflies of their own. Not going to have to worry about any strategist ultimate. They do have to worry about Seventra swapping over to the Invisible Woman, potentially pushing it out with the Force Physics. There's the dash on up, there's the Dance of the Butterflies on the vertical, and it's a Freedom Charge, in fact, that will be able to keep Crownfall's players safe. But everyone's looking at the Psylocke, no one's looking at the Strange. Eye of Agamotto catches two.
Two players get stunned. BRB's still up, and you can see if there's attention to detail on the back here that could be used. Out comes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Well, there's not going to be that much damage coming through from the Emma due to the low charge that she has. There's still plenty to be amplified as the remainder of Silent Nova push Crownfall back to the cliffs, and their opportunities for disengagement here are very limited. However, maybe violence is the best way to try and disengage as Physical finds out, much to their peril.
Crownfall are just gonna chuck themselves off of the cliff to get a reset as fast as they possibly can, not allowing Silent Nova to accrue more point percentage and also a better ultimate economy as FHDC is holding towards that next Dance of the Butterflies, but Yazan still holding the defensive capability of Fate of Both Worlds. Words might be able to find an opening here with the end song Inferno, but Silent Nova have so much damage potential to shut it down.
All right, out comes the dance with the butterflies towards the back. That's already going to be the fate of both worlds used in response, but the huge amount of damage that was combined meant that still Saturn and Physics could fall between the cracks. Legendary might see an opening here to use the Galactic Legends. These whoops super low, but with Vanderlinda falling in their own right, Legendary knows there's not enough follow-up damage if people get into cover. So it's just going to trade their life for percentage points here and will eventually be taken down.
Good push from Savantro, connecting onto Legendary, making sure that the Stars can't stall. Down to the Butterflies. It's gonna catch Cranfall's players, but it doesn't bait the ultimates. They were trying to force out either the Invis boundary or that Fate of Both Worlds, but Cranfall just stack. Diamond Form with the damage reduction, Guardian Shield to interfere with the Psylocke dashes because they now have to be contained with shields as well as bodies. And Silent Nova are now down one huge tool to try and find these eliminations against Cranfall's team.
Yeah, Physical saw a different vision to the rest of us. Maybe think of it if Vanderlind could open up the portal in time, that it might be workable, or Legendary could potentially follow it up with the Galactic Legend. But now Neil has so few things to worry about when it comes to that Fate of Both Worlds. They can pretty much use it as they wish. Oh,
Physical is able to find Teller though. No Eye of Agamotto. And it's all up to Legendary. Psionics Seduction opens the way for Silent Nova to close their forces onto the objective. And it's just a sweep. Cranfall might have had the ultimates, but they don't get the opportunity to use them because of the Emma's silence.
Yeah, kind of asleep at the wheel, though. Teller going down first meant that there was no means of blocking off the Psionic Seduction from coming through. Speaking of coming through, everyone pours through the portal. Early grab from IMLK, but once again, the ult is too late from Neil to save the Vanguard. Physical looking to try and shut down the opposition on the other side. Yazan taken down, and also that is going to be the BRB gone as well, so Yazan can't return to the fight. Finally, we see Legendary's ultimate come on out, and they've got such a good angle. There's nowhere to go except into the waiting arms of Hades. As you paddle down Tartarus, you'll remember who sent you there, and it's going to be the Star-Lord yet again, Silent Nova. When it comes to the raw dogfighting, they are absolutely deathmatching out of their minds.
Yeah, Cranfall had to spend and sacrifice the Dance of the Butterflies solely on taking down Yazan, who was about to hit Fate of Both Worlds. And in the overtime fight, one team having a Lunar ultimate, the other team having nothing to be able to match it. That is just a lost team fight, for sure. But it meant that they did not have Dance of the Butterflies to put the pressure onto the players on the actual objective itself. Silent Nova just walking away again, a clean 100-0 sweep. And like you said, a couple of mistakes that are coming on through from Cranfall's side. Letting the Strange go down that early on put so much more power into the Emma's ultimate, allowing Silent Nova to play super aggressive. Legendary only going down twice, FCX once alongside Satan. That's absolutely incredible when you think about how aggressive Cranfall have been in the past.
Yeah, like, when you think about Cranfall's aggression, you'd hope that they'd get a little bit more off of claiming this space, but Patella and IMLK, they were essentially on the back foot the entirety of that time. They just could not get the heals delivered. I don't know if that was down to Vanderlinda making a good usage of the Shield of Seraphim, maybe Physics pulling up the Aegis behind them as well to try and block off some of that healing, given that both Seventro and Neil are susceptible to having their healing blocked off by a shield. Maybe that's changing the calculus as to where Teller and IMLK can position themselves.
I think as well, Silent Nova having the BRB, like the one-sided rocket, even though the bans were universal and both teams had the ability to go for it, meant that they had so much mobility, but also if they lost one person in a trade, it was never really a trade. It was always an elimination for a cooldown coming on through. And then Legendary on the Star-Lord, 2 iframes as well as the team up with Satan, now giving him 3 iframes, so he can go in, be aggressive, force Cranfall to have to turn and look at him, and teleport on out. In the meantime, Physical and the Psylocke just gets to absorb his position and make sure that Cranfall gets 0 room to work with.
Well, both our teams have to absorb the download from that map and figure out where we want to go next. I've got a feeling it might be domination yet again, but we will find out the answers for map number 3 after this break.
때까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 새기면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 혼나는 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 아무것도 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿔는 너와 나 그대들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 너도 믿어 내일까지 새기면
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Welcome back, heroes and villains, to the grand finals of EMEA MRC Season 4. We have to crown a champion today in a best-of-7 series. We're currently 1-1 between Silent Nova and Crownfall.
The biggest surprise as well has just hit our screens as it is going to be confirmation that we're not headed to the third and final domination point. We are going to be going to a different map type coming on through in the side of the Marvel Rivals pool. It's going to be Convergence and it will be Central Park. So let's see whether or not Crownfall flipping the script will be able to buy them a different outcome.
Yeah, going to a map based on domination is going to make the deathmatching a little bit more difficult to happen. You have to have a lot more planned engagements, and this can be where like your macroeconomic vision for how you want the map to play out can be a little bit more valuable, as well as maybe nerfing some of the more fight-heavy heroes like Adam, who really want to be in that position to always res. However, Adam still has a niche on first point of Central Park for the defense, which is also a great map for Jeff, as we found out during mid-season finals.
Yeah, I feel like this might be Crownfall trying to get Seventro either the staple Jeff pick or potentially forcing Silent Nova into having to continue to ban it out so that they can get something else through. I am interested to see whether or not we're going to see a continuation of the Magneto ban, however, on the side of Crownfall, because the Phoenix and Magneto were very, very strong together, but it also felt like because they lost that Magneto, they also lost a huge amount of pressure onto keeping Legendary in check on the Star-Lord, as Galactic Legend was no longer absorbed by Meteor M.
They also lost a lot of positioning triage that Metallic Bulwark can give over. If someone ends up out of position, you can try and save them as Teller. And Teller has been doing a great job of both using the bubbles and the primary fire of Magneto to maintain space for the remainder of Crownfall to try and work with.
Well, there's a deviation. We're going to Convergence, but we're also going to be seeing a deviation to the Groot insta-ban coming on through from Silent Nova's side. I wonder if this is going to herald a Jeff save coming on through from the end of Crownfall, as Emma is going to be saved, which means that that rush time potential is going to be much harder for these teams to be able to pull off. As we're going to see the Bucky save and a Mantis ban, as Loki is still up for grabs for both of these sides. Is this now going to be a Jeff ban, or do both teams want to try and lean into the Jeff strategies because of the power of the It's Jeff dropping people off of the map on every single part of Central Park?
Yeah, Central Park is just a nasty area to deal with for Jeff. You can also deal with Angela really badly on third point as well, next to that drop by the stairs. Very easy for Angela to try and get some value. It's going to be the Namor ban. This seems to be the classic here for Silent Nova. They like to ban the Namor because it means that the Hela is unlikely to catch a ban, but they like playing the unassisted Hela as well. Legendary just has the raw aim to make that one work in many cases.
Silent Nova are going to be starting off on that defense, and yeah, we're going to see the save onto that Magneto. Means that you're going to be able to put pressure onto the Hela if it does manage to get through with Goddess of Death being absorbed by Meteor M, as well as the Star-Lord, since Legendary has both of those two duelists open to him, especially since Crownfall do not last ban the Hela this time. They go instead for the Rocket, and that one-sided Rocket was a problem for them to have to deal with, as the BRB just meant that Silent Nova were always up in terms of numbers, plus the Cosmic Ion Amplifier being able to boost up the damage potential of some of those ultimates meant it a little bit harder for Crownfall to have to sustain through them, as we're going to see the late ban come through on Silent Nova's side onto that Jeff, as the Venom had been able to make it all the way through as well. And the Psylocke getting to play with symbiotic shenanigans in play is very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, that's an incredibly dangerous thing to try and deal with. Likely just going to be seeing some deviation here in the duelist lines, with Legendary picking up that signature Hela or Phoenix to utilize their raw hit scan or flick scan aim, whereas Whoops has been very happy thus far to just stick to the tried and true of the Winter Soldier.
We have seen Whoops go over to the Hela, so they could go that direction, but Crownfall are going to be starting off on the attack. And attacking Hela always struggles into defensive Hela. It's the reason why we see some of these teams actually run the Angela in the first fight, so they can use their Vanguard to be able to clear into those spaces that the Hela and Namor are able to hold up on top of those castle walls. Looks like Whoops is going to be locking that Winter Soldier, anticipating a Psylocke starting to show on up and pressure his team when they're in those rotation stages.
3, 2, 1.
Silent Nova defending first. Vandelinda going to be matching on the Magneto here. So it feels like Teller definitely has had a lot of warmth on that hero today.
Legendary, just applying as much damage as possible, starting to build up the End Song Inferno. Will have the combination prospects of Meteor M this time, as Magneto was able to make it out of the draft process. Crownfall trying to clear up that high ground so they can establish two angles to walk with, rather than being bottlenecked into chokes, because it just means a shooting gallery for Legendary.
And that gallery is being very much visited. Even a little bit of a tickle onto the sentience there is enough to take down Teller. Legendary just absolutely strung them along on a line of flame. It's been absolutely lights out right here for the Phoenix. There's nothing to do for Neil but to reset, and Silent Nova holds strong to begin with.
Well, the silver, or I guess the psionic lining for Crownfall is that all of those players stacked up, taking all of that incoming damage, means that Seventro will have Invisible Boundary at record pacing so that they can try and move into a position on this point and use it up against Silent Nova if they do decide to overextend into this attacking team. Gizando will also have his own ultimate to be able to mirror on through. And now it all becomes about who can find the most value with this Invisible Woman ultimate. An attempt at a grab to displace Vandalin on that high ground as Physical tries to put the pressure onto the backline with the projection, wanting to force out the resources and deny Crownfall from getting to move forward.
Oh, IMLK taken down already. Physics has just built up so much. And look at where Vandalinda's been playing this entire time. Up with Physical on the top right high ground, or top left from our current attacker's perspective. It's just so much free poke, and Teller can't fight them, which is why Teller's ult charge is so low.
You have to remember as well, Psy isn't the only one who gets the double up image with the EMEA team up. So too does Mag, so you get double the shield coverage if Crownfall decides to make a play for that angle. We're going to see a different rotation instead. FHDC just going aggressively for the backline with Dance to Butterflies, trying to force out the fate of both worlds. It's too far away from Crownfall's team, so we're going to see Yazan hold on to the invisible boundary to overlap Seventros when those come through next.
Nils ready to match. Physical trying to hunt down their counterpart here, out of a stealth and into the fire. Physical's easily able to grab that one. Seems like Legendary hasn't grabbed too much off the back of that in-song Inferno, so a huge investment here from Silent Nova to maintain their dominance on the point. This is a very interesting usage of the invisible boundary. Seventro is simply so far away, and while it is going to be standing up for a little while longer, Physical gets punished for such an audacious maneuver. It has opened up a path for Legendary to try and work with.
It's opened up the Sonic Seduction prospect with the Kraken Impact if they can get their way through the door. Silent Nova, Physics just moves on forward with the aggressive EMEA ultimate and shuts down the opportunity that Crownfall had.
Running out of time now. This is looking like dire straits for the offense of a Crownfall.
Just like you said, is going to be a very uphill battle. Whoops is going to be off of the Bucky onto the Phoenix. Legendary, he's already got the end song Inferno ready to go. If they put the pressure onto the Phoenix, he'll be able to use it for the full health reset. Satam, off of all of this incoming damage from the poke, is going to be able to put the fate of both worlds to amp it up and have the pick potential against Crownfall's team.
All right, Physics moving forward, just body blocking their own sentience here. IMLK is almost out of options and out of HP. That much is for certain. Satam somehow sees Teller dragged into the midst of their team. I'm not sure how they got there, but this is very aggressive here from the side of Physics. Just takes the space, grabs it with the Carbon Crush, and Crownfall surely can't make something happen here. IMLK is going to open up a portal to Mab Dash for the goal, but Satam still has all the survivability they could possibly need thanks to the usage of the Fate of Both Worlds. For now, not going to be used. Silent Nova still very calm in the face of all of this danger, but may have to be used now. Legendary takes to the sky, sees Neil around below, and even with the usage of the Fate of Both Worlds, falls low in their own right. Vandalinda's taken out one. Physics surely going to be able to take out the others. A damage boost onto the Meteor M, and Physics now can control their minds, control their hearts, and bend the offense to their will. Legendary has an absolute shooting gallery, an absolute freedom. The best Crownfall can hope for is a draw.
That was a full hold. That wasn't even one bit of point percentage picked up on the side of Crownfall. A dominant defense coming on through from the side of Silent Nova. And now you have to be very happy that you removed the Atom and the Jeff from play, because if the attacking side got the ability to use either Soul Bond or Symbiotic Shenanigans and just brute force bully Crownfall's position off of this point, this map would be done, and we would be on match point potentially.
2-1. The siren song that Silent Nova are hearing right now. The Crownfall. They have an equal capacity, an equal capability to try and full hold on first. We might see Silent Nova bring out something a little bit more different.
This could actually be the Iron Fist player. I was gonna say, there is a strategy. Some teams actually really like doing this, where you go for the Iron Fist and you wrap all the way around the environmental drop-off location of right side, and then you pop up in their backline, and you hit from 3 different points of the map and you absolutely overwhelm the defense. However, Yazan does play the strategist for this team. When he swaps over to a duelist, it's when they play Convoy, and he goes over to the Storm for the Spawn break potential instead. Crimefall, the potential for a full hold, it's here, but they have to play every bit of this point perfectly. There is no rocket BRB to be able to cheese a early pick and bring their numbers back, because they can't give up a single bit of this point to regroup and recontest at a better opportunity.
What I'm looking for here is Yazan using this force physics to try and potentially pull Teller off of the high ground. One of the calling cards of Silent Nova's defense was just how unbreakable Vanderlinda's position was. Speaking of which, Vanderlinda was already making moves to try and control the high ground yet
Look
again.
at Yazan. Silent Nova are just taking all of the damage. This is meaningless damage, not pick potential damage, and they're churning it right back up into invisible boundary charge for Silent Nova to move aggressively forward and force Crimefall to take a fight unparalleled in the slow.
Oh, Yazan's ready to go, but physics already down. It's go time now, and a 6 versus 5 are trying to get on top of the Winter Soldier, pushed out of the invisible boundary. FHD is able to rebuff the offense here, and even though there's a little bit of percentage gain, they still need that first tick in order to convert onto it. And Crownfall, they give up a little bit of space, but they do not break.
Great eliminations coming on through from FHDC. That allowed Crimefall to hold their ground against that invisible boundary. Silent Nova using it aggressively, and now could play the punishment for it, since they don't have the double strategist ultimate to deal with the double duelist potential when Crimefall cash on out.
Vanderlinda basically giving over the Ensong Inferno here to Whoops. That could have some long-reaching consequences. Once again, Physics has to try and move up alone. It's catching a bunch of damage, trying to make that one happen. What a hook onto Legendary, and they can't TP away due to a Trooper's Fist immobilizing the Wayward Phoenix. Surely there's no escape here for the Invisible Woman. IMLK just breaks through their sentience, but FHD has been traded out on the other side.
Yeah, that's really bad news for Crimefall, because they really wanted that Bucky, both for the crack and impact potential, but also the hook to be able to find these connections early onto Silent Nova, and then get the Trooper's Fist applied further on so that Legendary can't just escape away. Out comes the Psionic Seduction. They're taking full advantage of FHCC not being in a position to use the crack and impact, but Crimefall shut it down. They focus all of the damage on the Emma.
IMLK taken down on the other side. Equal trades for the Emma. Legendary ready to go with their one and only. Trying to combine the damage here up close and personal, but so far away. Vanderlinda gets two. FHD and Neil both fall into a twisted metal salad that was presented by Silent Nova. Physical still ready to go now with the Dance of the Butterflies. For a second that they exit the portal, will be into the waiting arms of the Silent. The Shinobi lives to hunt, and FDH or FHD are going to try and turn this one around. Here comes the punishment. The Dance of the Butterflies supposed to be avoided thus far, but IMLK is going to be grabbing a bunch of that one. Just a little bit too late on the greens. Yazan gets their own frag in the midst of this. Whoops was found out of position, and so too Teller's sentience gets crushed under boots by the high heels of Emma Frost. Legendary back in their sniping position. There's so much free space to try and play with, but still they get up close and personal. It's Silent Nova taking first here to get themselves 2-1 in this series.
It looked, for those first moments of fights, like maybe it was going to be a repeat result and the full hold resulting in a draw, but Yazan had some absolute insane grabs with the force physics connections on that Invis woman, either pushing them away with the Psylocke ultimate or managing to grab the Phoenix to make sure that they were displaced off of the high ground and the off angle that could have pressured the strategists who Silent Nova were trying to play in main. Ironically enough, when you play on Central Park as an attacking team, partly the safest position you can play your strategist, because it's so far away from the recontesting defense, is main. But that leaves them vulnerable to that high ground angle, which we could see, there was an attempt coming on through from Whoops to be able to control it.
Yeah, trying to control that high ground. Very important when it comes to both the offense and the defense, but Silent Nova did their homework, and Vanderlinda, I think it's all in the amount of casualties here. 0 times fell for that Magneto, despite not having much in the way of burst mobility to get out of 4 positions. Just always was playing the right angle, allowing for their Emma Frost to do a lot of the space absorption in the front and playing kind of the second fiddle Vanguard from behind, laying down the suppressing fire and handing out the bulwarks.
I mean, second fiddle, but first string when it comes to those meteor amp connections. Getting that double dunk onto Crownfall's backline, being able to catch, you can see it here, not just the Luna, but also the Bucky who had the Kraken impact, and that was the main catalyst, right? That allowed that ignition coming on through from the side of Silent Nova to get aggressive and really start cementing their position on the point that when the Strange Portal came through, when the Loki doppelgangers came on through, they were ready to react to all of it.
Yeah, the rewards were real for such an audacious Meteor-M. I mean, like, so much got taken off of the backline for that. And of course, it was attempted to be combined with the Phoenix ult to try and get the double. Admittedly, the Phoenix ult, it pushed them into that area so that they were easily grouped up for the fully charged Meteor-M to really get some value. As we go over towards our map number 4, we're going to have a slightly extended break to allow our teams to try and figure out what happened in map 3. Can Silent Nova get themselves to match point? Find out after this break.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세기면 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 장점을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 어디까지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 어둠이 떠 내일까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 나널 지킬 나란 걸또 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 charisma 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명히 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달렸어 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up. Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Map number 4 on the horizon here between Crownfall and Silent Nova as our two teams are looking to try and find dominance. And interestingly, Mox, we've got a bunch of Middle Eastern representation at the moment in EMEA, which is pretty cool to see. We're really using the MEA. in other hero shooters, sometimes EMEA is Europe, and maybe there's a team from Saudi Arabia, but the MEA is really doing a lot of the legwork here in our region at the moment when it comes to professional level Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I think it was always a question, right, of when we would see these players start to form these teams and enter into the tournaments. I know Yazan moving over to Marvel Rivals, I saw him pop up, I believe it was back in July was when he started entering into those ranking leaderboards, being known for a Psylocke gameplay style. And I was like, oh, okay, Yazan's in Marvel Rivals now. I'm sure he'll be entering into either Ignite or MLC any moment. And indeed, now we get to see him finding a team, finding that strategist lineup, and moving away from the role that he had before. Though as we head into Convoy, I would imagine he's going to be taking to the skies in a matter of moments when Silent Nova go on the attack.
So Idris Path is the map choice. This is once again the choice of Crownfall after their choice of Central Park fell by the wayside. Going to be dropping into a couple more bans. The question is whether we're going to see bans that are more inclined towards the start of the map, Mox, trying to shut down that 3-3 triple strategist triple vanguard composition, or if it's going to be all about the midway point where we usually see a pivot into a 2-2-2 or a 3-1-2.
I feel like Emma could be a very impactful ban here, not just because it means that you have more presence to stall out the objective when you're playing your defense, but also because we saw when Crownfall played this map earlier against Croc's Brain, a lot of value placed in Psionic Seduction being that sort of entryway for the Dance of the Butterflies to be used as an opening, as we get to see the Adam getting banned out immediately yet again, and Silent Nova continuing banning out this Groot. So even when we see compositions like the Moon Knight or the Storm, they don't have the Strangling Prison to be able to use it, and we can see that Silent Nova thought that the Emma could potentially come under threat here and save it for themselves.
Serve them well thus far. Physics has been able to do some miraculous things on the Emma. Crownfall once again going to be opting in for that Winter Soldier as FHD has been able to get quite a bit of value off these Kraken impacts. A little bit more difficult to do against Silent Nova as they aren't offering quite as many Loki clones.
Well, the Jeff is going to be banned so that when both teams are on the attack and we see Storm start to come into the mix, we don't get the forecast of Jeff Nado on the cards. That Bucky as well is going to be able to do a lot to be able to shut down that Storm potential pick, as well as keeping up the pressure on this Psylocke. Well, as you said, Kraken impact, the pick potential of that ultimate just continues going and going and going until you're able to shut the Bucky down, as there isn't a hero that directly counters him. It's much more about how you take the fight. So you have to have enough distance that Hook isn't able to find its target, while also being able to have the target focus when you know that Kraken impact is going to be up and about. And Crownfall going to be saving the Namor this time. Something that Silent Nova, or rather that we've seen them do in the past, which now potentially forces Silent Nova into having to ban the Hela, which means one less hit scan to be able to put pressure onto things like a Star-Lord.
Yeah. Also gives up potentially a different ban onto something like a Magneto or a Strange or one of the other strategists. And yeah, there it is. The Hela ban has to be used here as I don't want to go up against the Hela Namor. And honestly, while Legendary is a good Hela player, I think that Legendary has been showing off quite a bit of aptitude thus far already. On the Phoenix isn't too afraid of doing that pivot, but of course, on the rollout for the defense here, Silent Nova are going to go for a 3-3 to try and drain some time.
Loki made it for the ban draft. Rocket did not, which means no BRB, no Cosmic Ion Amplifier. But Yazan's Loki has been absolutely lights out when we got to see it in the past. Broadcast didn't really get to see it because Silent Nova's games weren't broadcast until now. But if you get the opportunity, you can actually go into the game client and go into the tournament tab. You'll be able to follow along with all of the Marvel Rivals Championship matches that were played that weren't on broadcast, as well as all of the Ignite matches if you want to be able to look back and see how the top players in every single team in the world were able to duke it on out to learn from them.
Maybe not, but my
Well, there is danger when Yazan does bring out this Loki, but it could be Reset City for FHD. They see the Loki come out. Could once again be hearing from the Bucky. Oops, actually going to roll over here to begin with onto the Storm for a team-wide damage boost. Very useful to try and break through these 3 healer, 3 Vanguard composition.
Front to back classic plays coming on through from the attacker side. Run at them with that damage boost. Start shredding through the Vanguard lines, forcing them to have to back on off with the unparalleled damage boost coming on through. We can see the regen domain actually being burned on the side of Silent Nova so that they can continue holding their ground, not budging to allow Crimefall to move around that corner. Their players are also incredibly split in terms of overall positioning, so only now are we going to get the Hand of Conchu to come on through, but there's no Groot ultimate to group them all up.
Yeah, I think the group up just has to be the raw gameplay, and indeed that's more than enough. The Crescent Blades of Moon Knight carved through the back line of the Silent Nova, and those who remain are simply just going to be forced to reset on the cards.
Silent Nova already going to be swapping potentially to a Doctor Strange. Physics thought about doing it, goes back onto the Emma. Vandalin will be sticking with the Strange with that Eye of Agamotto charge already, over 50% instead. They do have Yazan on that Loki, so even though they're going to be tumbling out of the Strange portal potentially, they've got the regeneration domains to make sure the landing is safe into Neil, who was positioned isolated on that high ground, which ironically he thought would make him safer.
I don't know. I feel like when you're going up against someone with perfect information like a Doctor Strange on the portal, it's always foolhardy to isolate yourself on the lunar snow. Still, Woops might have designs upon this fight, trying to get rid of some of these Yazan doppelgangers to minimize the overall healing output, as well as the amount of regeneration domains that could be deployed by Yazan in a pinch. The Omega Hurricane not going to be used to begin with here. It's going to be IMLK opening up a single frame of disconnect from this, allows the Legendary to start channeling the fate of both worlds, but it's matched here by Neil, who has already returned in the midst of all of this. Yazan on the other side is going to have to overlay temporarily with the fate of both worlds. Extra damage given over 40% while bringing up the purple. And now it's Whoops' turn to come down from the skies, descending like a storm. Yazan has very little hope of surviving this one when combined with the Hand of Khonshu. All of the damage is overwhelming. Whoops with a right click that can't be absorbed takes down Physical midway through their own channel. And this is going to be Silent Nova once again condemned to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, the problem for Yazan there was he went for the preemptive copy once he knew that Legendary's ultimate would be ending in reaction to that Psionic Seduction, and then go so low in the copied state that he has to pop his ultimate without an aggressive play actually forcing it on the side of Crimefall. So when we get the overlap of both the Hurricane damage as well as the Hand of Conchu, Silent Nova just do not have the means of being able to sustain through it. First hold broken. Composition now going to be swapping. Vandalinda going to be going over to that Venom. We get to see Physical onto that Psylocke Legendary, the Star-Lord. They're going to go for these dive disruptions into the back line. That means that Crimefall look to the Bucky to be able to peel it off.
Soft dive there for Vandalinda, but that does mean that Physics has very little help up in the front line to try and survive the 6-person onslaught that Crownfall were willing to give over. Tala has to beat a Rem on the other side, Physical falling low and almost has been fully marked up by those sparks for a secondary explosion. Vandalinda and Legendary will need to re-engage together.
Galactic Legend shouldn't even force the invis boundary because Tala is just going to hold on to that Meteor M to be able to contain the Star-Lord ultimate. Silent Nova looking for a play off of the top ropes, finding that backline, putting the pressure, but Crimefall just move their players forward. Psionic Seduction forcing Yazan's invisible boundary, but so too does Seventure have their own. And once these run out, they're going to be without a Stratus ultimate to shut down the Kraken Impact.
Well, Legendary falling incredibly low. I believe that's just 1 HP. Manages to get a little bit of additional HP. Not entirely sure what happened with the Venom over there. I think Vandalinda might have been stunned out of their ultimate. ZFHD gets temporarily mind control. The follow-up's not going to be there. Attempts the Carbon Crush, but guess who's CC immune? It's Bucky during Kraken Impact, overkidded as they come. Getting around the Aegis, able to connect onto Physics. And Vandalinda might well be body blocked here to try and emerge from the caves below. Legendary speculating as to using the ultimate, but look at that. Neil was just so precise when it comes to the absolute zero. Ice in his veins, and in Legendary's tool, that's a little bit less consensual.
Well, not so much in his veins, very much in Legendary's cranium there for the Star-Lord to have to deal with the follow-up crit shot coming on through from that Luna's connection. Silent Nova do have Dance of the Butterflies, and Crimefall did have to sacrifice Fate of both worlds in the engagement, so they don't have it, and instead it's going to be stacking bodies and shields to be able to deal with the incoming Psylocke ultimate, which stalls out some of the momentum In fact, it might select all of the momentum coming on through from the attackers, as Physical just has so much damage. The follow-up from Silent Nova's numbers and Crimefall are going to be sent back to their respawn.
Just perfect range matching there from Physical. 3 slices in a row onto Neil. Unsurvivable at 170 damage a slice.
Oh my goodness, Legendary just getting to full punish as well. The stack of players from Crimefall's end already going to be so close to that end song Inferno to get to punish the slow when Yazan's ultimate comes on through. However, Whoops wins the lane fight against Physical, and Crimefall now have the confidence to move on up.
Yazan forced to respond to the incoming onslaught, utilizing the invisible boundary. Can't move too far forward though. Vandalinda super low, but the healing comes through at just the right moment. All in onto 7 Tro, and indeed they will convert upon it. Oh, FHD, they had such plans, they had such dreams, they had such ambitions, but Silent Nova give all of them the silent treatment as they scream out, begging to say again and again.
Back to spawn, Crimefall are held. And yet again, that players have to stack through the incoming damage. This time it looks like they're not going to roll out from main. They're going to wrap around the side lane instead, taking natural cover to avoid Legendary just getting to farm the Ensong Inferno up once more.
Ooh. Momentary server hiccup, but we're back. Tala, ready to go with the Meteor M here. Question is who's going to be the primary target. Likely going to be Satam in the back, but do you also just try and combine it? Yes, you've got Whoops with the Ensong Inferno. Going to be an opener coming through straight away with the Sonic Seduction channeled by both of the Emma Frost. The new Aegis comes on up. Vandalinda's already fallen on down, but this could be the opening that Whoops and Teller have been looking for when it comes to trying to overwhelm Satam on the other side.
Looks like we're having a little bit of a hiccup coming on through here. Sonic Seduction unfortunately finding a connection, not just onto the players, but the match itself, as we're going to be headed over to our faces to fill for time, Harry, and we can talk about, you know, the situation that we're going to find ourselves in. Silent Nova already wisely backing their strategist up so that they didn't have to use Fate of Both Worlds in that engagement. We'll still have it to be able to use as a defensive capability when we get to see more aggressive ultimates come out to play.
Yeah, I imagine this is more of a observer connection than the player connection. I think that all the players were fine when it comes to the actual lobby itself, so they should have been able to play it through normally, and we'll catch up in just a moment. However, we still know about the threat of the Ensong Inferno alongside the Meteor M, and that could be a lot to deal with, especially if you're Satam heading into this. Like, there could need to be a lot of protection levied over. That might mean saving something like the Bulwark from from Vandalinda on the Magneto to try and keep that Lunar Snow safe.
Well, the good news for the Lunar is that you're going to be cocooned behind both a Magneto shield and an Emma shield. That is one of the things that the Mag Emma frontline brings to the table, safeguarding those backline players. And it's another reason why the Ensong Inferno really does a lot to be able to take away from that sustainability, because Ensong Inferno takes out shields, means that your Lunar is not going to be kept safe from hits that would otherwise be blocked.
Yeah, blocking those hits can just be so important when you're trying to interpose yourself between the real danger and your backline. Like, one of the main skill sets we've seen developed over the course of like the last 3 seasons since Emma came out at the start of season 2 has been the placing of that Aegis shield between like the source of danger, often a Meteor M, and your backline. If you want to get a little bit close to your backline, you risk the splash damage, but you've got more like area coverage that is more guaranteed to try and get in the way of the Mag's ultimate towards its direct target. Or if you go try and go closer to the Magneto to try and make sure the splash damage is less easily thrown out onto the other more squishy members of your team, but at the same time, it does mean that the Mag has a much easier time avoiding that shield.
Yeah, that was sort of an X-Men's evolution, if you will, in terms of how the Magneto and the Emma interacted with each other, because Mag players, they used to take advantage of the CC immunity attached to Meteor M. They would wait for Emmas to be in their ultimate state so that they didn't have access to reposition the Aegis. Now we actually get to see the Emmas adapting and evolving in terms of that. They'll cancel their ultimate early and immediately place the shield to interfere with the Meteor M's path. As we head back into our match, we can see Silent Nova still going to have that Fate of Both Worlds, and it is going to be the Sonic Seduction mirror coming on through, blocked in part by the shield coming on through from Vandalinda, but that puts him a little bit too far forward, and FHDC is able to find the punishment once that shield shield drops.
Huge isolation coming through, looking towards that backline. They want Satam so badly, and indeed they will grab them, but Satam doesn't break. The Iron Will remains. The Fate of Both Worlds is still going to be available for the recontest here of Silent Nova.
Which is huge. You're going to have it to be able to heal and sustain through the Kraken impact connections coming on through from Crimefall's side. Remember, Silent Nova's respawns, they're right there. We don't have a Strange in play. They're not getting to portal block the spawn doors. Silent Nova will be able to regroup and recontest before we head to Final 5.
Sentient seized, but Vandalanda manages to kite it out quite well here. Silent Nova have everything they need to try and win this fight. If Physical can move fast is the question. So close to Seventro getting access to that invisible boundary. Physical's window is slowly closing, and there's going to be a little bit of a pause on the cart here. Silent Nova have made a good job of making sure that there is a little bit of waylaying of that objective pressure.
The downtime means that Seventro has been able to build invisible boundary to match the damage coming on through. They know Physical's location. They see him on that right corridor. An attempt at a hook to displace the Psylocke. They're marking his position so perfectly. Means that Meteor M and Ensong Inferno is the combination you have to worry about instead.
A calamitous doomsday event is laying down upon the Crownfall backline. And while Whoops may have been able to uncover themselves away from all of the incoming danger, they could not outduel Legendary. Here comes the stagger onto Teller. May well be able to grab the overtime. Is going to give time at least for the portal to come on through. But now it's time for Satam to answer. And because Satam is essentially almost invincible with that much healing, they can just body block the portal. A very heads-up play from Maluna.
Oh, portal recontest denied. Crownfall don't get feet on the ground on the objective in time. They had Kraken impact, they had invisible boundary, but they don't get the opportunity to use. And that means that that point stays. Silent Nova draw a line in the sand on third and head into their attacking side. This is where we said if we see Yazan swap over to a duelist role, this is where it will be.
Be a great time to make it happen. And you know what? I think that Silent Nova may have had the exact precise timing to maximally stagger Teller to a point where Teller could not automatically get the overtime as well. I think maybe 3 seconds is the threshold to have triggered overtime if you touched in the last 3 seconds. I think they get Teller at 4. And that means when the portal opens, would be in time for the reinforcements, but with the body block, no easy free overtime, so they can't trigger it.
Yazan already going to be on the Moon Knight. Again, no group to be able to play off the back of it, so it's likely going to be, yeah, pivot over to the Storm. And this is just a classic. Storm, Punisher, front-loaded damage, melting through the defense. As Silent Nova get ready to push with their attacks, Tam on the Invis woman this time around will be able to use those shields to safeguard the Storm's position, as she is going to be very vulnerable to both the line of sight of the Phoenix, but also the Psylocke if FHDC can close off the distance.
So Teller's had a disconnect as well. Devastating here for Crownfall, so Silent Nova, they are going to have so much free space to work with here, with the primary Vanguard player of Crownfall only just returning to the server. And it's going to take a while for you to waltz on over here on the Magneto. So guess what? IMLK's had to absorb a lot of this aggression, and Seventro's lost the space to try and work with. Pulled in once again, the Force Physics gets it done. It's a dangerous crossing for FHD, and the danger's made known by Legendary as there's even more free space to be found.
I mean, Silent Nova just pivoted. They had the Storm, they had the Punisher, but they knew that the Phoenix and the Psylocke would be able to close up the distance that much faster and punish the absence of Teller within that first fight, crossing around that corner, already building invisible boundary to use aggressively once the Phoenix stun hits them as they come through choke.
I mean, it's the Yazan classic, right? Using the aggressive invisible boundaries. Answered, of course, by Neil, who's done plenty of healing thus far. There's great heal onto the back line as well. In comes the Phoenix ultimate. The Ensong's already taking down the Legendary on the off angle. Now going to be challenged out by the Psylocke. Needs to get that last 4% of ultimate here. So the Ensong Inferno potentially is now to strike onto that back line. Teller coming up close and personal. The Meteor M's ready to go. But the metallic curtain's gone away. I think maybe an impact there onto the highest ground. So there wasn't enough instant damage to try and move through it. But when it comes to instant damage, Ev's physical is more than capable of delivering it. Whoops goes down, Teller stands alone, and it's just a march down a deathly corridor for those who remain on Crownfall as they lose control of the first point.
Silent Nova might have the most aggressive strategist line we've ever seen. That was aggressive invisible boundary to slow everyone from Crinefall and take advantage of the Phoenix stuns. That was also Luna's Fate of both worlds invested for the damage boost onto physicals down to the butterfly dashes. Now they don't have it defensively against FHDC, so instead you have to deal with the Psylocke the traditional way, mark the position, deny the confidence of committing to the ultimate.
I am okay. Making a move here to try and claim this space. Up goes the Ninja Shield to try and give a little bit of self-field of physics. Just about getting it done. Oh, the freeze is everything there to try and shut down FHD's ultimate, and that means a lot of space has to be given away. Physics has raised a strike on back with their own Sonic Seduction, but Crinefall just give up the space. They don't give up their lives to try and make this one happen. Seventro now ready on the back line with the invisible boundary if it is going to be necessary. Vandalon has already used their own metallic bulwark for their own survivability. Legendary on the off angle, falling low by their own rights, and so needs to be reinforced here with a little bit of additional healing. And Neil has it in spades, utilizing the fate of both worlds. IMLK looks towards the back line. 3 mind controls make it 4. The angle is sublime, and so too is the fight from Crownfall. Silent Nova are stymied in terms of their momentum.
Yeah, that defensive positioning is brutal for just disengaging attacking teams to have to deal with, trying to make it around that corner to hide, to regroup, to stabilize, and the Amma just with all of that pressure. FHDC also, because he was denied his ultimate by CC, already has down to the butterflies back to be able to use, but Satama already has Fate of both worlds back to be able to heal it on through, so you might have to overlap the damage with things like the Ensong Inferno to find the eliminations. There goes one. Legendary falls. No Ensong Inferno, but still a trade thanks to Vandalinder on the Magneto.
Yeah, 2 ults traded for a singular trade, honestly. Yazan brings up the aggressive invisible boundary once again, looking to try and drag someone into this. Look at this physical towards the back. Answer the butterfly is ready to go. The back line is in danger. Do they know what's coming for them thus far? Physical unable to convert upon it, though. The patty cake was strong, but IMLK's not strong enough to stand up to this. Neil tried to disengage by themselves, but like you said, Satam is one of the most aggressive strategists we've seen in a while, and the aim is really showing through.
Silent Nova have so many ultimates as well. I don't think Crinefall can even really try and make a play. They had to go for a strange swap to try and portal through the choke, but unfortunately for them, it might be prevented by the psionic seduction. They try to do absolutely everything to pull the magician's trick out of the hat, but Silent Nova just push forward with the psionic seduction and stop the portal cast.
Oh, another stagger coming through onto Seventro as well. They can't afford to lose whoops here. Eventually he can connect the shots. This might be curtains for so much of the defense. Look at this. Even more Vandalina just claiming all the space. They have 3 minutes, Mox, to travel about 60 meters.
Potentially FHDC is able to infiltrate into the backline with the down to the butterflies and come on through before Silent Nova build a strategist ultimate to defend against it. And indeed, Crinefall have used the Psylocke's ultimate to force Silent Nova to take a step backwards, but it's just temporary spacing. Out comes the meteor and finds the connection onto Neil through the Fate of both worlds. Legendary contributing the damage, and Silent Nova are able to find the eliminations, holding their ground and continuing to move further forward.
Physical would love to get rid of IMLK here. Using the diamond form a little bit too late. The damage reduction not enough. FHD just has to dash away, but they're all out of dashes, they're all out of options, and they're all out of ults as well. It's going to be the last second usage of the invisible boundary, but Seventro just stands alone and can't tackle 6 by themselves. Silent Nova cruise to a victory on Yggdrasil path and bring themselves to match point for the entirety of MRC.
Where does Crinefall go from here? Is it going to be the turn back onto domination? Because the last time these two teams matched up, it was 3 rounds of domination and it was a 3-0 scoreline. And the thing about Silent Nova as well, we started to see when they first played Crinefall, the scoring was much more evenly. When the series continued, however, and Silent Nova started downloading Crinefall's plays, the compositions that they wanted to go for, the positions that they tried to take, especially those retakes, really started to read into their opponent. It started to feel a little bit more one-sided, and it feels like we're getting back into that territory. Silent Nova with so much aggression, never allowing the defense any form of stability.
Yeah, Legendary kind of dominating in the neutral as well as getting a lot of value off of the ultimates because there's always something to combine with it, whether it's going to be physics or physical, trying to make something happen when it comes to that burst damage. And I think the Silent Nova, one of the things that has been a hallmark of their play so far has been their coordination around the ults.
I mean, their ability to just walk forward.
Yeah.
Every single time that Crineful are trying to disengage to get to a position of stability, Silent Nova just continue getting to apply that pressure, finding those eliminations, forcing those ultimates, and then overcoming the ultimate trade because, like you said, the coordination that the team has to being able to line up things like Endsong Inferno or Dance of the Butterflies or Meteor M is absolutely unparalleled.
All right, we are going to have a map number 5 after this short break, after Crownful figure out where they want to go to try and rescue their run in MRC. We'll see you after this.
극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 손에 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 내게 주어지는 면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 흐르는 네 완벽해 The weight of the birth the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 되새기면 시작해야 let's go. I don't go, 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 자신을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 이 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔도 너와 나 그리들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of the perfect words is in our hands 생각한 그 윈동 지고 최선을 다해 자신을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Bombs away! Powering up! Anyone say fireworks? Maximum pulse!
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
Silent Nova domineering the series so far in our grand finals against Crownfall. It's a best of 7, Mox, and once again it is Crownfall's choice of location as to where we go for what could be our final map.
I hear the music. We're going to Hell's Heaven. We're going to the last domination map, and this is something that you and I were discussing in that downtime, because the first time that they matched up, Crownfall were able to walk away with Super Soldier Factory. It was, I believe, 100 to 75 in terms of overall point percentage. But then Silent Nova were able to swing and hit back with 2 100 to 0s when we went to the 2 remaining sub-maps. Thanks in part to Silent Nova's composition playing for a hypercarry solo duelist Phoenix composition in comparison to Crownfall's hypercarry Star-Lord against the Loki, Adam, and Mantis strategist line. So I would imagine, especially given the fact that Yuzan's Loki walked away with the MVP on that round, that we would see the Loki not make it through the draft phase.
I mean, if you're looking for a hyper carry duelist, like Legendary is definitely going to be one of your top picks in MRC right now. Homie has been aiming thus far, and Crownfall are instantly going to go for a ban onto EMEA. They've had enough of physics just domineering in the front line. No more of that, they say.
See, Silent Nova could really go for a curveball here and save Loki right now, which would then force the Mantis and the Adam and use, yeah, there we go. It's not the Loki save, but it is going to be the Mantis, which now forces Crimefall to have to react. Do they let the Loki-Adam composition go through and try to mirror it the way that they did previously? This is going to be a big sign to show whether or not they have the confidence to match up with the same composition as last time.
Okay, Protect here onto the group. Maybe they're happy to try and play the Mantis. I wouldn't mind seeing the Adam get removed. Crownfall have not played amazingly into Adam. But it's going to be the Loki taken away. And I mean, that is very much angled towards Yazan, who has been a tricky customer on the God of Trickery. I
mean, Mantis getting through for both these teams means that there's still going to be that 12% damage boost put into the duelist, and we're going to see the Bucky getting banned on out. The Psylocke is going to be saved on the side of Silent Nova, and I mean, that's a great reaction to the group protection coming on through from Crimefall, because you're just going to be able to farm down to the butterflies up and have it essentially every 2 fights with just putting the damage numbers into the Vanguards alone.
Okay, Crownfall still have the option to ban the Adam here, if they're so inclined. Once again, it's going to be the Enable Protect here to try and force a ban of Hela out of Silent Nova.
Does Silent Nova rise to it, though? Because they've liked playing the Hela Psylocke composition before. Crownfall get one last ban here to determine how exactly they try and prevent the Psylocke composition from finding value, and it is going to be the Rocket getting removed. No BRB, and we've already seen Silent Nova are more than happy to play the Rocket composition. Crownfall a little bit more reluctant, so they'll be sweeping that one away, and when these bans are universally cited, it's always better to take something that your opponent has a better time of playing than you yourself, and we're going to see yet again that Hela ban because of the name or save, so no Tidal Dirge team up this time.
Okay, of course, they haven't left spawn yet, so it's far from guaranteed, but Seventro looking towards the Ultron here to begin with is certainly interesting. Might see a maneuver towards Whoops, of course, on the Atom, going for that triple strategist lineup and a single carry duelist, which, I mean, Legendary would be more than happy to match. You can see what Legendary does have. The Adam Lord has been putting in some significant hours, and it does serve a hit scan aimer well when you can pop off on Adam and get those shift clicks back quickly.
It's so interesting that Crimefall are the ones who are at the moment starting off on the Ultron, because that was actually Silent Nova starting off on Ultron for the first fight on Krakoa when these two teams matched up in the upper bracket before. I think this might be a reaction coming on through from Crimefall's end to a potential dive composition from Silent Nova. We've seen a lot of focus on Vanderlinde on this Venom. Unfortunately, it's going to be accompanied by that Psylocke, and Psylocke, even before we moved on to the 4.5 patch, we're still catching stray bans on the Ignite patches when teams wanted to run the Ultron because of the potential that she had to be able to shut the strategist down.
Major danger going to be experienced here by Seventro. Teller is going to be opening up here with a portal. Question is it going to be a mugging, or is it going to be a prioritization of positioning? Just positioning.
Seventro not going to be sticking with the Ultron. Going to be moving over to the Mantis instead, so that Yazan is going to be matched in terms of the 12% output. However, we're going to see Crimefall with the Vanguards of both the Strange and the Groot a lot more proactive on the point itself rather than Silent Nova's composition, who's going to be looking to go past the Vanguards and hit the backline instead.
Physics doesn't want to give over any free percentage towards point here, but Teller is doing their best to just intercede on healing to make sure it can't reach physical. Already that's going to be the soul link used here by the side of Silent Nova. It's very aggressive, and MLK's more than happy to punish such aggressivity in their face. They managed to bounce back the aggression after getting all of that initial position off the back of the portal. Big investment.
Whoops, though, had to invest big time in terms of cooldowns. He went down to an early hit of the dive from Vanderlinde and Physical, which means that Adam might have Comic Revival up for this next fight, but he does not have the Self Cocoon to bring himself back, so Silent Nova able to mark his position and take him down prematurely. All of those reses will be put on pause.
Resurrections might be available for both sides. At this point in time, it's going to be the Soul Resurgence. Jazan falls down midway through it, though, even with yet another Soul Link. They just carved on through super quickly, and Legendary knows that there's no point in trying to revive through this one.
34% of the point. We're going to be getting close to the 50 to 60% mark, where the point does start to move on forward, making it a little bit harder for some of these positions to be held. However, we don't have an invis boundary in place, so it's not going to cart your entire ultimate off of the objective and into the side rooms. As we're going to see, Vanderlinde does have that Feast of the Abyss, could potentially get paired up here with either Physical's ultimate or the Fate of Both Worlds, though because the point is moving, we're going to see Silent Nova hold off on the attack and wait for it to all be over.
Physics needs to be careful with the usage of the shield here. You can see Talek getting very aggressive. Forces out the Fate of Both Worlds from the other side. That's going to be Satam keeping everyone doing a little bit more damage. And indeed, the damage is certainly done here by Vanderlinde. 40% damage, which means the Feast of the Abyss chomps through Crownfall.
No punishment for Silent Nova, really putting in a lot of those ultimates to guarantee the eliminations through the Soul Bond. As we talked about, Crownfall already had to use Whoops' earlier self-revive within the first fight. He didn't have the opportunity to bring himself back and punish the investment of so many ultimates with a Comic Revival cast for Crownfall to come back in with the better ultimate economy. Vanderlinde is going to be playing the off angle, trying to disrupt the War Cup with the Soul Resurgence. Soul Resurgence doesn't have CC immunity, and Whoops finds out the hard way, but Crownfall still have the players stacking, and they've still got the eliminations, enough to force Legendary into using the Comic Revival cast on the high ground.
Legendary was more than prepared to try and deal with this one. 3 stuns given over. Look at all of this additional HP given over by Yazan's ultimate Soul Resurgence is strong. Woods doesn't think that this one's over yet, and FHD strikes back with their own dance of the butterflies. Even more resurrections. The damage is looking good, but I think Sam survived using the Shadow Karma that's given over by the team up from the Adam Warlock. Yazan now into the 1 versus 1. Can they get a click in through from Legendary? Yes, just comes back, gives over the life stream. Crownfall still not in control just yet, but Silent Nova are running low on their overall resources. Well, we've got 1 player on the point, though. It's all possible, and it's still Vanderlinde trying to make this one work. Yazan pinned up against the wall by the solo usage of the Groot ultimate, and it might be Physical who tries to finish this one off in the end. Vanderlinde adds in with even more healing reduction, but Seventro's already fallen on down. Physical and Legendary chased down by FHD, who now has control of a high ground and a great angle onto a back line. Crownfall have managed to flip in the midst of all of this, so Silent Nova, they're playing on borrowed time.
Yeah, Crownfall position themselves on the sidelines, so both the Venom and the Solo Cats ult off of the point. Now we get the Dance of the Butterflies coming on through from Crownfall's side, but Silent Nova sustained through it with the Soul Bond. Eye of Agamotto comes on through from Physics, finding a connection onto Crownfall, and we get to hear now all of the Comic Revivals bringing those players right back into the mix. Eye of Agamotto gets blocked on off for Physics, not blocked up for the back line. The Mantis Yazan goes down, and Crownfall are finding the numbers advantage as we go into overtime. Silent Nova, they don't have the Strange Portal. They have to just put themselves onto the point.
What about 4th res, though? Legendary's got this one active and ready if only they want to invest into it. Silent Nova know that the longer they spend in this overtime, the faster that will tick on down. Physical looking for an entry. Clears out the high ground, making sure that there's no one who can drop down on top of the back line and they're safe to move on forward. Physics has ideas here. If only they're brave enough to try and work with them. MLK's down. Vanderlinde sacrificed himself for such a frag, though went beyond the pale outside of the range of their strategists. Could be resurrected by Legendary, but doesn't want to invest here for the Venom, knowing how quickly they can get back. If Physical gets up to full HP, it's time to pop the Dancer of Butterflies, and it's overlain once again with the Soul Link as well. Protection for Whoops not quite enough, even with all of the healing and the shield on top of it. Legendary's the next to go on down. Has the Cocoon Revival and their own if need be, but Crownfall, they are running low on members, and Silent Nova have once again flipped point in their favor.
They flip it, and they hold on to the Karmic Revival. Oh, they didn't almost hold on to Physical's health bar. Oh my goodness, that Psylocke went so very low. Will not be revisiting the spawn point, however, and that's huge for Silent Nova because they have to apply disruption onto Crownfall. Crownfall still have Strange Portal advantage. in this coming fight. They've also got Soul Resurgence to give themselves a leg up to take the fight aggressively. They're going to take the high ground, look for the drop down. If this is uncoordinated, if any of these players are left behind, Silent Nova will be able to find an opening. Huge freeze onto IMLK, denying the Groot the setup of the Strangling Prison.
Physics looking for an opening here, but it's Teller who strikes first. Great dodge coming through from Yazan. It seems that everyone apart from Vanderlinda was able to get away with that one, but in a safe position. Legendary is easily able to try and get the resurrection back. The return of a Venom, the big Maelstrom, and yes, well, they're all going to be resurrected. It's going to be Crownfall taking control now. They're stuck in place off the back of the Groot. Ultimate strangling prison chokes the air from the lungs of Silent Nova, and Physics has big dreams here, and they might well come true. 2 players, 3 players, 4 players stunned, but the resurrections come through from Whoops on the other side. Satan with the primary fire is necessary to try and turn this one around, and both the Salads are dancing for joy. They're jumping for victory. Physics with a fully charged Maelstrom has to let it go at the last second to avoid being anti-healed. In the midst of all of this, and Satan has to disengage after a fate of both worlds is already done. IMLK over to a backup side, and you know that Whoops is up there. Physics is going to be the one trying to dislodge him from his perch, and Crownfall are back in control. Oh my goodness, the damage done here by Whoops is going to send Physics back to the loving arms of their backline, and Teller's cooking with the Eye of Agamotto as well. That's where everyone's playing below the ceiling, making it far more difficult for Teller to try and make something happen. An early freeze, that's 1 CC that's already gone, and while Physical may have designs upon this backline, they're traded out for Vanderlinda. Whoops has brought themselves back. They still have the live stream. They have the right clicks. Oh, it's a stun, but it's given over onto Physical instead. A favorite child is chosen by Yazan. It most certainly was not themselves. Physics on the other side comes in with the ultimate, but as they lift off the ground, they lift off the point, and with 2 stuns given, it's no point found.
Crownfall, hold on. Utilizing the positioning again of that Eye of Agamotto, forcing, like you said, Silent Nova to have to choose. Sacrifice your backline because of Eye of Agamotto, or push him deeper onto your front line, where because of overtime, you have to have that continuous presence, otherwise Crownfall walk away with the point. This is where we're going to see the damage of how long that overtime fight went, because look at Crownfall's ultimates that they have immediately to play with before Silent Nova have a means of building any defenses. It's all going to be about Legendary on this Adam. Soul want to start up the fight, try and absorb some of that incoming pressure, but if Comic Revival is used, Crownfall will get Comic Revival cast second when Whoops builds it afterwards.
Those Comic Revivals, they very much dictate the flow of these fights on Domination. Crownfall. That's one of the fights that... No.
It's a portal. Strange close. Yeah, that's setting it up. Are they trying to put the pressure onto Whoops? No, they're just walking forward.
I think that maybe they're giving Legendary like a good angle for their res here. They're just creating a safe space for Legendary to play in. Oh no, it's just directly onto the point. They've given up all high ground, which is a little bit weird. And instantly they get ulted here by the Groot. 3 squishies brought on in. Legendary might have to use their self-resurrection here off the back of a cocooned revival, but I think you might realize that this fight is cooked. That was a truly weird portal.
Yeah, like Silent Nova, they had Yazan on the cloak for a really long time, so it looked like they were trying to find an opportunity to go for a kidnap onto someone from Crownfall's composition, but Crownfall positioned themselves perfectly. They stack on up. Anyone would have immediately taken the damage into the Soul Bond activation from Whoops. Now you get to hold both that cooldown as well as the Adam self-res and team res. Silent Nova do have an opening here though. Beast of the Abyss and down to the Butterflies could well pave the way, but it will be an investment in terms of ultimate economy. One that you can't afford when Comic Revival is there for the team.
Gonna go for Cellar Revive here. There's going to be 4 players brought back by Whoops. However, they aren't going to have great positioning on the point as Silent Nova have already flipped the map in their favor. Physics going to get in the way to try and stop them from recontesting once again. And here is the combination. Feast of the Abyss with the dance and the Butterflies. The great rebuffing of it by Crownfall. They just get the extra HP off the back of the Mantis. Oh my goodness, out comes the big stun. They want Seventro so bad. You bet that they're going to find him. The extra damage onto the Doctor Strange allows him to get through the incoming heals that were proffered by the Luna. Get another resurrection resurrection coming through, this time from Legendary, brings Physical back. Legendary's going to have to try and tank this one themselves, but as the Cocoon Revival, if it is going to be necessary, MLK, a posthumous usage of the Strangling Prism. Don't know if that one's going to work out quite so well, but at least does grab Crownful a touch more control on the point. Yazan ready to brawl out in their own favor, gets a quick sleep, sedation even, onto the Doctor Strange. Tell of an X to fall, and Silent Nova, despite their big investment, finally see the dividends paid.
Oh, that was a very long stall, and that was also a very big force of the Fate of Both Worlds from Satam. With the investment of Dance of the Butterflies, now you don't have the Lunar Ultimate to bump up the damage of Feast of the Abyss coming on through from Van der Linde. Crownful have given themselves a huge opportunity to get that little bit of time to build up to Whoops' Karmic Revival, because it's up to Physical now on the Psylocke to follow up the Venom.
There's going to be a neutral damage boost at least for the Feast of the Abyss coming through from Yazan, but might not be enough to try and break through the larger health bars of some of these less mobile strategists, or even Vanguards themselves. The point begins to sink. This is going to change for Gradient, and this is going to make it a lot harder to try and follow up on Van der Linde's ultimate. Just forced to disengage now. Their retreat is going to be covered by Physics, and in towards the back. Now that so many of the resources have been used, all you can do is just gather together for warmth and hope that maybe you can rebuff it. Neil's there with all the heals needed, and Crownfall can just pour over onto a point, spilling over like a waterfall. Yazan has to answer. Physics tries to get a stun, but everyone avoids mostly. Seven Tro's going to be instantly resurrected here by Whoops. Up on the high ground, Silent Nova, they seem to be dominating when it comes to a battle on the point, and they need to get rid of this Lunar Snow. They need to get rid of themselves away from this AoE that was given over by FHD. Finally, in the death throes of this fight, it seems like Crownfall have managed to find themselves some openings, but Physical's still coming here. So is Van der Linde. Silent Nova, they've just pulled this fight out of nowhere with very little healing behind them, and they're just overwhelming all of these players. Yeah, there's a Soul Link, but it's only sharing out damage between two players. With FHD coming through as well, surely this is going to be curtains for these Vanguards. Silent Nova is still in control. They're still investing. Even more Feast of the Abyss. That's lowering the amount of healing that Teller can receive. Van der Linde's able to clutch up on the other side. Legendary is going to be here with a resurrection. Satam's got the Fate of Both Worlds as well, and Seventro says it's now or never, Mox.
MLK, he's got the Strangling Prism. He has to wait for Satam's ultimate to be over. Physics tries to block it with the Strange Shield, and Crownfall are denied the win condition. It falls instead to the Psylocke with Dance of the Butterflies, but overtime is in play. Someone's got to be on the objective. The Psylocke doesn't count when the ultimate is going on through. Legendary on the sidelines, safe to be able to use the Karmic Revival and bring Silent Nova's players back up to full. And Crownfall, they don't even get the opportunity to use the Eye of Agamotto. The freeze comes on through from Satam, and Silent Nova tie us up and take us 1-1. We go the distance to Super Soldier Factory.
I have no idea how Van der Linde and Physics survived as long as they did. Like,
I mean, they also had a Strange Shield. And then, like,
true.
that... They kind of traded their positions where Physics would be holding and anchoring on point. Physical is free to be able to roam on that Psylocke, right? Very hard to be able to pin down. And then Van der Linde is just trying to buy up as much ultimate charge as possible, because Feast of the Abyss is a life raft for the Venom to be able to recover without the strategists being there. For Silent Nova, it was just a matter of stall for the numbers to come on through and that Karmic Revival cast to be up. And that is the nature of this composition.
Sorcerer Supreme.
Silent Nova, they're now one sub-map away from claiming our $6,000 prize and the championship for MRC Season 4. It'll be the first time for so many of these players to have such accolades, and a great way to potentially ring in a new year of Marvel Rivals esports competition.
It feels like this could be a very fast dive hit coming on through from the side of Silent Nova. If they go too slow, if they look for a soft dive to force out the Soul Bond, Neil gets the bold Fate of Both Worlds, and Crownfall have the means of sustaining through the aggression. Crownfall, though, they give up the high ground. They've boxed themselves into these positions to make it harder for the Venom to find the commitment.
Well, Vandelinda's going to try and make it happen anyway. Has the Feast of the Abyss. Soul Bond forced on out, and in comes even more. An absolute alpha strike from Silent Nova, but it's easily answered there by Neil. He talks about how they need to go fast to get through that window. An exchange of soul-blasting eyes of Agamotto here is better followed up by Physical, as they manage to find all of those players who have their souls separated from their bodies. FHD, in the midst of all this, has eyes on Satam, but even with the live stream being given over by Legendary, there's going to be so much healing to try and deal with. Silent Nova should have control of this point.
They find the elimination onto Whoops too, who doesn't have the Sulphurs to be able to get into position and use Karmic Revival cast, which is huge for Silent Nova because neither are going to have Karmic Revival in this next fight, but they also have mobility on their composition to trade their places and make sure that it's not just an easy flip for when Crownfall decide to commit forward. Through that main is, yet again, they have to give up the high ground, trying to keep their backline safe away from this Venom and Psylocke hit.
Physics looking for an opening here, just playing in the neutral, trying to give up some space and trade it for Neil, who gets taken aback as everyone else just rolls on forward to try and overwhelm that Doctor Strange. Yazan easily able to just carve through 7, especially with the extra shielding that's given over, the extra damage from the Fate of Both Worlds. FHD's time. Trying to follow in after Legendary here. Doesn't want to allow that resurrection, but still gets distracted elsewhere because there's the Siren Song of potential frags coming on through. Can they get Legendary before the res comes through? Legendary's going to fall, yes. They did get the single res onto Satam, who won't be able to take this one alone. FHD gets a momentary bit of cover from a Thornlash wall, and Crownfall are in control.
FHDC, the hero of that fight, being able to shut down Legendary, force the self-res on the high ground, and then with the mobility of the Psylocke, marking the Adam's position and taking him out before they can stabilize the full team. Crownfall will be able to start putting themselves into a position of playing away from these dive positions for both the Venom and the Psylocke. But Silent Nova, yet again, they just have to close up the distance. They've got the invulnerability frames, the dance of the butterflies. Even if you get marked, you still have the confidence with the ultimate behind you to commit to the hit.
2 ultimates, 2 damage boosts given out by Yazan, and an Ice Arts clapped through it all by Satam, which is too much to rebuff for Crownfall, and they lose the point in record time.
Yazan's going to be so aggressive as well with the Soul Resurgence. I'm sure Whoops, however, picks up Legendary, and remember, no self-res. They had to use it earlier, which means that Crownfall have a massive numbers advantage walking forward with the Soul Bomb.
Physics trying to figure out how to use the side of Agamotto, but surrounded on all sides. There's no option except to fall on down. Physical's down as well. Yazan, even with the ultimate, can't sustain the remainder of the team, and you are vulnerable as a Mantis, even with that extra speed. FHD takes out the Luna, and while Vandelinda has been a champion of stalling thus far, there's going to be no hero story this time. Crownfall are back in control.
The early elimination on Legendary as well means that he doesn't have the Karmic Revival cast to be able to mirror Whoop. So Crownfall, they've got an advantage in terms of stalling out this point and winning what comes after that initial dive hit stage. So we can already see Silent Nova looking to take the high ground, but Crownfall intercepting, making sure that this time the Venom and Psylocke don't get a free roam.
Unbelievable stuff from Physics there. And now it's going to be Vandelinda with the second strike. Both of the Vanguards taken so low. Physics takes out even more. There's going to be a fat res coming through from the side of Whoops. You just got to find the victims, though, and then have your secondary engagement. Legendary is going to have the second res. Saturn still ready to drag everyone forward with even more sustainability. The fate of both worlds to be decided on the other side. Physical nearly primed as well. The Dance of the Butterfly is ready to go. But guess who struck first? FHD taken out by Saturn midway through the cast. That was going to be Crownfall's ace of a hole. And now it's Physical's turn to drop on down. Forces out both the Soul Bond and the Fate of Both Worlds as well. Satam's down. This could be a res here from Legendary. You surely don't want to play this one without your Luna. And now it might be do or die for the map itself. Yazan comes forth as well. Even more healing onto Legendary. They do get stunned towards the end, but will be able to rest themselves on the back of the Cocoon Revival. Crownfall still in control. 99% in their favor. Vandelinda able to just chunk through everyone. Is going to get their second ultimate of the fight, if only they're brave enough to use it. But while they're chasing down with the Dark Predations, they've already seen enough. Neil's just going to do their best to sustain themselves in the face of danger. A Feast of the Abyss in the back. Physics wants to do something big off the back of his eye of Agamotto. Such plans and such destiny made manifest on here. The Hydra base is going to have the healing cut off by the shield of the Seraphim. It's not for IMLK, but there's still enough to come through from the Adam Warlock on the other side. Silent Nova, they've run out of options, and Whoops is getting yet another resurrection. What about third res, Mox? What about third res?
Oh my goodness, it's so close to the point as well. Even with overtime burning down, Crownfall are able to get onto the objective before it runs out. Physical almost runs off of the map. Dance of the Butterflies comes on through, catching the backline, managing to take the Luna out. Has to make sure that he wins the duel against the Atom, uses the dash, closes up to the health pack, but still loses the 1 versus 1. Legendary takes him out, and that might be the turning point.
Physics can try and lock them down right here. So close towards yet another Eye of Agamotto. Teller's already fallen down. And this time it's Physical who's making it happen. Gets punished on the exit from the Dance of the Butterflies, but Legendary can bring them back already. It's going to be an instant result of a Psylocke. Physics is looking for something off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. In comes for Strangling Prison now from the group to try and keep them away from the point in overtime. Vanderlinda has to stay here. But what a huge stun coming through from Physics. Vanderlinda's there with the easy headshots to finish it off on the other side. And Satam, all they can do is watch as their dreams crumble before their eyes. Silent Nova are back in control. Yazan's ready for some long-term damage to try and shut down the portal, but still Teller opens it and may well emerge with an Eye of Agamotto ready to be opened.
Whoops is so close to another Karmic Revival cast. Silent Nova needs to shut the Atom down, and Physical is the hero of the hour.
Oh, we can do get taken out hit though by FHD. Yazan utilizing the accuracy to the best of their ability in towards the back. Teller gets 2 stuns onto both Yazan and Satam. Both the healers are down. The sun is just falling apart in the back line. And Legendary came back on the Wolverine, yes, but their passive is burned, so too is their body. Physical can't return. They've swapped to the Strange, but the portal surely won't be fast enough as overtime starts to tick on down. Can it open up in time? Is there going to be an RT? But there is. They emerge from the portal like the end of Endgame, with Yazan already utilizing the Mantis ultimate to give everyone the speed boost necessary. Neil's there on the other side, partnered up with the Soul Link, and there's a Fate of Both Worlds too. Yet another resurrection, you better believe that Woods has been generating these at unparalleled pace, and MLK's here on Captain America. It's so cinematic. It's Physical on the other side. 7 throw down. He's not going to be able to use their own ultimate, but gets resurrected, so can instantly return to it now. FHD gets but 1 slash out of this and catches Legendary on the respawn. A stealing of the health pack, a 1v1 duel on the other side, and while Vanderlinda might well have been able to get some extra health off the back of a Feast of the Abyss, it's not going to be enough. Whoops has proven absolutely supreme when it comes to dueling on this point, but it was like 5 reses in that fight, and somehow Crownfall take away Hell's Heaven.
Oh my goodness. We continue the series. Whoops probably set a record for the amount of Karmic Revival casts we saw going out in one fight. I mean, FHDC as well doing such an amazing job of zoning Legendary in that last engagement, because it meant that the Atom was just not within range, did not have LOS on his team to be able to provide the heal snaps, but also if Soul Bond comes back on up and you can use it to be able to shut down the really aggressive plays from Crownfall, because Crownfall, when they had an aggressive ultimate, they needed to use it. They needed to shut down and find the eliminations on this point before Silent Nova started making ground with the regroup. And Legendary was just zoned away. 18 casualties on the side of the Atom, and a huge part of it was FHDC on that Psylocke, who were 58 total eliminations, 27 final hits. My goodness, what a Hell's Heaven to go down in the history books.
That was a map of all-time mocks. Very, very much an exemplar of what domination is in the modern game of Marvel Rivals. Just resurrection after resurrection. Whoops was just generating those so fast because both of these Atoms are just so accurate. They're building up the life streams in record time off the back of headshots onto the opposing vanguards, and the cosmic clusters taking 0.3 seconds off the cooldown per impact as well.
I mean, you have to remember, right? You're shooting a Venom and a Groot. Very easy targets for players at this level to find those connections, but we'll see whether or not Crownfall are going to be connecting that one into a continued series, as we'll be back with the next map after this break.
이루어지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세계면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 하나 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 뭐든 다널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 흐르는 네 완벽해 The weight of the world The world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 단숨을 쳐봐 너도 믿어 내일까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계면 너도 믿어 내일까지 세계면
There is no reason to be afraid of our magic, unless you give me one.
I hope you all had a breather, snack, and a cry after that one. I know I certainly did, as we head into map number 6 of our Giga Banger Grand Finals between Silent Nova and Crownfall mods.
This could well be a change in the status quo as well when it comes to the ban drafting, because Crownfall being able to win off of some amazing Adam plays coming on through from Whoops could potentially now mean that it's up to Silent Nova to remove the Adam instead, and then maybe when they get the Namel through, they get the Hela to go alongside it. I feel especially like Silent Nova losing that fight, they do get the advantage of turning into a map of their choice, which is why it's very surprising that it's Hall of Dejalia that they decide to take us to if the Hela and Namor are to be able to make it through.
Yeah, Hall of Jolly, if this was a Crownfall pick in their losers finals, which I believe they did win alongside Idrisil Path.
Yes, with that 5-minute hold on third.
Oh, yeah, it was. Oh, that was a nasty hold on third.
Silent Nova banning the Bucky. Crownfall, do they ban the Atom? No, they keep the Atom in play. So yeah, the Fury is still holding. They remove the Emma instead so that Silent Nova can't utilize things like Psionic Seduction to play into aggressively taking forward space positions. And we're going to see that Crownfall are actually going to be saving the Jeff. Jeff is very good on Hall of Dajali, and potentially this forces Silent Nova into having to ban the Rocket alongside it.
Yeah, this might force the Rocket ban. They don't want to ban Venom because Van der Linde is so good at it. Silent Nova going to potentially betray some of their intentions here by going once again for the Psylocke Protect. And I mean, we saw some great neutral Psylocke play out of physical, as well as how much they get in terms of value in the Psylocke Venom combo. Because they assume that Venom is no longer going to be a ban target for Crownfall, given that they can have access to the symbiotic shenanigans.
Okay, Adam is removed, which now hampers Loki's pick rate as well, especially given the fact that Silent Nova banned out that Mantis. And yeah, we're going to see the Namor save, where yet again, they're trying to force Silent Nova into having to burn that last ban on the Hela. Do Silent Nova play into it? They've done so for all of the maps before, but when we have Jeff Rocket for both of these teams in play, yeah, the Hela is still going to be removed. It's really funny, actually. Hela is very easy to dive, but she's not easy to find an elimination when you do go for that dive or disengage because of Soul Drainer. To the point that we're seeing a lot of Helas actually picked up against dive compositions where they get to utilize the E and shut the disengage down the way that we would expect something like an Invis with the Force of Physics. And Jeff in play, Rocket in play, Psylocke in play, Crownfall. Last moment, ban out that Venom so that Van der Linde does not get to go aggressive with the symbiotic shenanigans and continue applying pressure on the backline.
Okay, this is going to somewhat nerf the output of Seventro on the Jeff here, but it does mean that the Psylocke dives might be a touch more toothless without Van der Linde to join.
You are going to have the Luna, though, to give the Idol Aura to the Psylocke, and also if MLK does decide to go for this Angela, potentially you get two combinations. You get to utilize Dance of the Butterflies alongside the Heaven's Retribution, and you still get to utilize that End Song Inferno with the Meteor M, as Phoenix almost becomes a must pick with the Jeff in play, because you have to have something that shuts the It's Jeff ultimate down.
Well, I mean, if you want someone who's going to pick the Phoenix, Legendary is always going to be there to answer the call. Not sure if he's just messing around on the Hawkeye. I'm not going to put too much stock in that one. Looking at the Crownfall, I imagine we're likely going to see Heaven's Retribution actually paired up with It's Jeff to try and grab everyone in and make it too difficult to escape the It's Jeff, and have FHD potentially to go for a solo with Dance of Butterflies.
Is Yazan? Oh, it's time! It's flyer time! Yazan is on the duelist roll. Physical now going to be moving over to the Rocket Raccoon, already putting down that teleport pad, and they were denied the Strange Portal as well, with Whoops being able to take it out with the Phoenix Stun. An incoming pressure. Silent Nova instead going to have to go back to the drawing board of approach and look for a dive opening.
Oh, Visitor's approach has been very thoroughly taxed here, loses a bunch of HP, but of course that gets turned into Strategist Ult Charge, who's managing to escape with their life for now. Yazan still works the margins, slowly eroding away all this space as Van der Linde demands attention, and he gets a little bit of additional pressure in towards the back line. Teller just standing a turret bulwark on the point, using that Vanguard prowess to just keep everyone at bay. But on the other side, Seventro's been forced to fall elsewhere by the Angela, who does have a really good matchup against the Jeff, being able to spear him up into the air and make him an easy target for the remainder of the team. Nill's going to move on back now, over onto the Doctor Strange to try and teleport back with the remaining time that's given over. But I think we might see Physics try and make a move to stab this one out before it can come through. No, Nill has the timing.
MLK now forced to swap over to the Rockets, but Crownfall don't sacrifice one entire strategist roll. Strange is out for the rest of this team, not behind him, and the body block is good as well from Van der Linde on the Captain America. Portal's going to close in a matter of moments, and Crownfall have not been able to utilize it to turn the tide of fight. Silent Nova just tying off the ends, moving into second.
And no ults used for this from Silent Nova either, which is absolutely critical for trying to maintain momentum heading into the streets.
Neil was too vulnerable, too static on that Luna to easily dove upon. So he swaps over to that Invis woman again after the Strange Portal has come on through. Doesn't have Invisible Boundary though. That is the sacrifice. When you change your hero, you go back to 50% ult charge, which is brilliant news for Yazan. Means that he's got that unparalleled Galactic Legend as both Teller and Neil are down their ultimates.
And Delinda looking to soften up the back line here alongside the Dance of the Butterflies. And FHD just gets absolutely dominated by the initial strike. Neil's going to be able to win out that duel against Legendary. Not the most common duel that you get to see, but Neil still has the mechanics to try and make it work. And Silent Nova, this entire time, you're able to continue pushing the cart forward. Teller contemplates being able to move on to this and keep it contested. But this is all the opening needed to try and deal with this in the back. Yazan starts coming in with the Galactic Legend. The healing from the Jeff seemingly is enough. I think Seventro tried to do a little bit of a cheeky Jeff min-max over there. That doesn't work out in the end. Teller tied to the pole by the Heaven's Retribution, and Nil drags up around him the Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, Seventro tried to go up onto the verticality, but Yazan's able to dodge it with the iframe from the Stellar Shift. Can't dodge the Dance of the Butterflies, however. As Crimefall start losing some of their players, BRB will bring one back. Song Inferno detonates before it can find the connection with the Cosmic Ion Amplifier, so Silent Nova will still have that damage boost coming on through, and it's up to the Freedom Charge from the Captain America to move Crimefall's position forward and try and disrupt the attacking team's regroup.
Once again, it's Teller with the mechanics and maneuver, just able to get it all done. IMOK just bought the space, and a Sentinel Strike makes for easy work onto Legendary, caught out of stealth and with no HP.
This is big for the defense too, because now you get the opportunity to mark the rotations coming on through from Silent Nova. Both the Star-Lord and the Psylocke do need to be close in person to be able to get the most amount of value from the damage that's done. And we can see the Captain Americas marking each other. Both of the teams, though, jumping in on the opportunity to help one out. It's controlling these side lanes means that your duelists get so much more opportunity to pop up.
Teller wondering what to do right now with the Meteor M. There you wait for Yazan to get the Galactic Legend back up and mitigate some of that incoming damage. Shatam falling low. Legendary's going to have to get rid of some of the pressure, and getting rid of Whoops is the best way to do that. Both the duelists have fallen, in fact, as Physics manages to find a 2 versus 1 alongside Legendary. Seventro just gets dogpiled by 4, and this is going to be a last-second contest for sure.
This is going to be a rough recontest for sure, because Dance of the Butterflies could be used here. Super aggressively, you can already see Legendary climbs up onto the high ground and drops down onto the split. Crimefall's players spread, half of them hanging back, half of them going forward onto the objective. And that is prime time for a Psylocke's ultimate to come through.
Prime time for an Angela as well. Finding isolated players is exactly where Angela wants to be. Teller simply floats above the point, sending out the Meteor M, taking down Satam. And this might be an opening now. It's Whoops on the other side with the accuracy. 0.45 meters in it. Crown will need to stay on the point, but you're just too dangerous when you're Yazan here with the Galactic Legend, and so it should be an easy push on 4th. Crownfall once again are going to be hoping for the Helm's Deep hold at the end of C.
We're getting mixed up a little bit into Ultimate Chicken when it comes to this Galactic Legend and Meteor M and Crimefall. They're not winning it, so they're going to be swapping Teller over towards this Angela, looking to utilize the shield and try and put the pressure onto the Star-Lord in the neutral. Heaven's Retribution, however, comes on through from Silent Nova. Crimefall going to have to try and peel it with the healing coming on through from Seventro's Jeff ultimate. Just absorbs everybody and carries them outside the range.
Yeah, just drags him away. We're hoping to get Physics, but Physics leaves pretty too sweet. Out comes the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. A Phoenix Ultimate ready to go, and Whoops just hangs above it imperiously. Physics did their best to keep it defended. Seventro taken away from the Invisible Boundary. Could be hunted down on the other side. Indeed, it's Satam who makes that one work. Yazan dodges away in the air. Air-to-air combat is this guy's specialty. If you know from any other games, you know it for this one as well. A last chance saloon from Teller, unable to get too much.
What's the play here for Crimefall? Because ideally they want to set up the Dance of the Butterflies. But that means that Silent Nova can't really aggressively go towards the spawn points of Crimefall's players, because it means that they're going to be too split to deal and absorb the Psylocke ultimate. So we can already see it might just be a sacrifice play. Physical hanging all the way back, wanting to make sure that the survivability is there for the BRB, but that means that he's going to be isolated. And that is a fully targeted ultimate coming on through from FHDC.
But Physical had both charges of their rocket pack still, so they were able to escape. Satan might indeed feel the same. Vandalinda, extra sustainability off the back of the heroic charge, and Whoops needs some healing, but guess what? Seventro's busy elsewhere. Slash after slash onto the Land Shark. Extinction event for the Jeff itself, and now just the vanguards of Crown 4 remain. They've got extra HP off the back of a charge from the Captain America, and Teller just flies around, just doing their best to dodge, going up against Physics, gets stabbed by the axes of Icors, and Whoops is not feeling too confident about a re-engagement here, especially into his arm, who has the Galactic Legend ready, but just held in place by the Angela, so the bullying can continue. A minute still on the clock as Silent Nova complete on Hall of Jalia.
I think this gives a lot of context as well about why we saw Rocket banned out as frequently as we did in the series. Because Physical swapping over to that Rocket now allows Yazan to play the duelist, and as you said, we are very familiar with this guy's potential when it comes to playing flying heroes. He is known as one of the best, and he's going up to show that he has not run out of practice.
All right, Crownfall now up against it. A full completion on Hall of Jalia is a lot to ask for. To do it with a time bank is even more. 3 players will sort out their connection issues as Seventro rejoins the lobby, so too will Teller and IMLK surely. Silent Nova get ready to batten down the hatches on their defense, not really changing their comp up. They are very ephemeral. They are everywhere.
I mean, that's the entire point of this backline, right? Rocket, Jeff. They're able to take advantage of Crimefall, still trying to run a main strategist in the form of that Luna, but the Luna was vulnerable. They did trade Vandalinda with the Captain America, not receiving the same amount of sustainability that the Luna Snow brings to the plate, as a lot of the time the Captain America is going to be playing out of range of the Rocket, which is another reason why he pairs so well with the Jeff, with the amount of range and reach that the Joyful Splash brings. We're going to see Crimefall actually swap for the first time. FHDC not on the Psylocke. Whoops is going to be picking up the mantle of that one. FHDC is on the Daredevil to be able to read the positions of Silent Nova's players so they know where the backline is and can put more pressure onto the Jeff, because Daredevil is one of the only heroes who can really keep up with his mobility.
Perfect information is valuable if only the teammates are willing to listen and execute on what FHD is going to call. For now, it's going to be Whoops towards the back, finds Satam. That's a huge amount of healing gone already for the aggressive Silent Nova here. And FCKL also taken out, like you said. The ability to hunt these backliners from the Daredevil is unparalleled.
Yeah, it's the dive timings. So much of dive is in the setup, right? You have to go through an entire scouting stage. If you're Silent Nova, Crimefall get to skip step 1 and go straight to step 2. Finding those eliminations, setting up aggressive plays, and taking full control of the objective, forcing now Satam onto the Doctor Strange.
Well, you can see already the Battle Recall Beacon's been taken down. It was sent elsewhere, just a distractionary measure. Coming up close and personal now. FHG's just going to be able to brawl out as much as they would like. Going up against an Iron Fist might not be the ideal one here. With a quick Devil's Throw and a quick Devil's Lash, the Righteous Cross carves through the members of Silent Nova. And Crownfall should be able to complete the point in pretty good time.
They do lose Seventro, however, as a trade, and they lose Whoop shortly afterwards too. So down some of those players, especially down the Rocket, they can't push as aggressively as they would like to take away those high ground positions from Silent Nova's regroup when Yazan comes back into the mix on that Star-Lord. But it's all about Legendary. That's another reason why Crimefall aren't going to be splitting their team and sending half of them forward aggressively to play into the spaces that the defenders want to reposition. If they do that, they become way too vulnerable to the Psylocke.
Good information here. Just dueling up against the Captain America. Captain doesn't really have the DPS to try and outdo the survivability of the Daredevil. The Dance of a Butterfly shares out the damage. Teller just about manages to survive it, but Whoop's not going to be quite so lucky. Instantly resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon. Here's a Counter-Strike coming through from the Dance of a Butterfly. This one's damage boosted by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And that means Whoops has all the more sheen to their blade as it slices through flesh and bone alike. And Silent Nova sits scurrying for the high heels.
Teller's doing such a good job too of zoning out Yazan, who we got to see with the Angela's pressure was forced into utilizing that teleporter pad. You see, he wasn't able to build up Galactic Legend, has to use it now, but the shield is going to be there in the way, and Crimefall can just take cover in both the Baldings and that Jeff Ultimate. The heals per second should be able to mitigate all of the incoming damage, and Silent Nova don't get the opening that they were looking for as Teller takes Legendary off of the map.
Might have been counting their dashes there, counting the bullets, counting their cooldowns. Satam gets one. It's only going to be the Rocket Raccoon. This is going to be a very difficult one to try and guarantee the environmental hazard on, and there it is. Easy response coming through from Physical on the other side. Still, Seventro gets drowned in the Joyful Splash Lane down by Satam, and now it's down to FHD to try and hunt down the aerial Jeff. Not the natural habitat, and so the Apex Predator turns up to claim their meal, and more Legendary will strike in from behind. Silent Nova may well have done enough here to try and stabilize towards the end of the point, and the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier could seal the deal. Van der Linde manages to survive off the back of the additional HP that's gifted over by Rocket Raccoon.
Prideful will have to give up the space, respect the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and the damage it could bring. And that means that Silent Nova have bought themselves time. Yazan comes back into the fight, manages to mark up the Psylocke, finds the elimination onto Whoops, who was so close to the Dance of the Butterflies that surely would have ripped through Silent Nova's team with only Rocket and Jeff Hughes. You do not have the means to stand up to the amount of damages that those dashes do on 4.5, but Whoops is already back in the mix. He's on a little bit too far forward, falls prey to the Psylocke's damages off of just the shurikens alone.
Yeah, Legendary and Yazan overextended there, got a little bit too excited. Collapsed upon by the respawns, but Van der Linde is just making sure there's no extra distance to be gained here by this cart. Heals up off the back of the health pack, and it's just all about evasion right now. In the face of a sea, you're just trying to play your life for as long as you can. In comes the Dance of the Butterfly. Satam is able to easily kite it away using the extra speed given over by the hide and seek, dodging below. Van der Linde dodges as well. Nil's going to have a self-stun punishment for having missed out on that one. Tala might wrap around, try and get Yazan off the map if they're feeling rather ambitious, but instead tastes the defeat of the Element Guns and knows they can't survive the 1v1 engagement.
Good pathing coming on from the Angela, though, means that they're able to kite over to the health pack. Unfortunately, means they're not there to provide cover for FHDC on the Daredevil, who will get picked. Does have Let the Devil out, but Silent Nova should be able to sustain through it with the help of Freedom Charge coming on through from Van der Linde. As we can see, this Captain America just playing fully defensive, making sure to peel his players when we get to the commitment of both the Angela and Daredevil's ultimates.
Yeah, Van der Linde doesn't have any designs of aggression right now. Just all focused in on both the peeling and dealing with the cart. Oh, it's going to be all in onto 7. Oh, through a tiny hole, but it's still okay. Yazan's on the other side with the aim. The auto aim is better than any other thing in the game. The Galactic Legend is written in favor of Yazan with only a minute remaining for Crownfall's offense.
For that fight, we weren't playing Marvel Rivals, we were playing Uno Reverse, because that was 2 investments of Heaven's Retribution. FHDC utilizing the Let the Devil out at the same time, but Physics ties them up on top of their own Angela ultimate, which frees up so much positions for Yazan to just come on through with that free Galactic Legend. Crownfall now have to play into this retake. 40 seconds left. Freedom Charge potentially to open up the way, but instead it's just the information provided with the Daredevil, picking up the elimination onto Legendary, who's isolated yet again.
Invisibility means nothing to Daredevil. He can hear your hype beat, he can hear your sweat, and he can hear you getting plunged down into the depths below. What a pick up there from Physics, getting rid of the eternally present Daredevil was harassing the backline. This gives a lot of space over now to Silent Nova to play a little bit more aggressively. Not for Yazan though, they get punished almost instantly. Out comes the Hero's Charge from the side of the Captain America. That's going to give over a lot of staying power to Crownfall. Not going to be found by Seventro though. Yazan's just so quick when it comes to those headshots, critting through all of the recovery. Nil looking for some manner of value off the back of this, but once again gets nothing, and they're instantly caught by the dance. The Spear of Icors combines with the sword of a 1,000-fold Shinobi, who's claimed the lives of many. Only Satam on the other side is ready to eat on up. It's Jeff, he declares, as Van der Linde spat back out onto the point to try and survive off the back of the pond that was left behind by their wayward animal backline. Van der Linde coming up close to brawl and punch and kick and scream for victory itself, as Crownfall can't get on the point and Silent Nova claim MRC and $6,000.
Silent Nova stack the Jeff and the Captain America ultimate. Individually, it wouldn't have been enough to sustain through the Dance of the Butterfly damage, but together, it's more than sufficient. And they're able to hold their ground. Even if the fights continued, they would still have another one on the horizon with how close those respawns were, being able to wear down the bank of time and also having that win condition hidden away in the back pocket. We knew it was a potential that Yazan might swap over to the Duelist, but what a splash he made. 37 eliminations, 15 final hits.
I mean, Physics on the other side. 38-0 on the Angela, was receiving plenty of heals, but also avoiding a lot of the damage, taking 10k less damage overall than Teller did. which is just a credit to how well Physics was timing their engagements to really enable the remainder of Silent Nova to find the precise times to make their skirmishes into frags.
Yeah, and you have to remember too that Silent Nova, they were playing up against FHTC on the Daredevil, who has that massive advantage over you because he knows your position. So having that Angela, having the Captain America being able to go in and disrupt, so that even when Crimefall knew the positions of the duelists, they weren't able to capitalize on that information or actually lock up those eliminations. Compare how quickly they were able to take first to how slow they move through every single fight, every single bit of distance picked up on second. You can see one of the major changes coming on through was Silent Nova adapting how aggressive they went in terms of their Vanguard players.
Yeah, the aggression and in some cases the reticence of like Vanderlinda just being that constant annoying presence on the cart, knowing that they weren't going to be willing to like stand on business and get rid of him as a Captain America because he always had that ultimate in the back pocket to try and have the additional sustainability if need be, or peel for the remainder of a team when they're stuck in one place. For example, at the auspices of Teller, who got the counter SVP using the Heaven's Retribution.
It feels as well like Legendary, he has 11 casualties, but it very much feels like Silent Nova just decided to play him not so much as a duelist in terms of some of those positions, but more as a Vanguard, where he would look to find those engagements without setup from either Vanderlinda or Physics and just be the distraction, which meant that Crimefall had to deal with the Psylocke because Psylocke has so much damage that she gets to bring and put the pressure onto both the Jeff and the Rocket, which in turn then meant that they lost momentum when they tried to move forward after finding the elimination. All of the resources had been burned and they didn't have the momentum to continue past the Vanguards into the backline and push Silent Nova off of those defensive positions.
Let's have a quick look at how our bracket shaped on out. Silent Nova walking away with the championship, never dipping down to the lower bracket. It was quite a dominant run from Silent Nova. I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys can do in the forthcoming year of Marvel Rivals Esports.
Definitely a team to keep your eye upon. A lot of flexibility on their roster as well, and I think it goes to show, right? The meta has moved into a position in MSC, especially because these bans are universal, which means that you don't have to waste a ban the way that you do in Ignite, sometimes mirroring something that your opponent has already removed from standings, which means that we get to see far more heroes actually swept away, forcing you to really have to reach quite far into your hero pool.
Well, if your hero pool needs expanding, consider adding Wolverine because he's looking good at the moment, Mox.
Yes, it is Huo Do, the immortal beast of the Undercity. Finds and saves all those who are lost with a feral ferocity. Lava drips from his aged fangs. Burning rage erupts from his scarred body. And when choosing a new immortal weapon, the hunter has found immediate kinship with another warrior, who, much like the first Dog Brother, was worn by timeless battles and losses. The Wolverine, an original costume appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 4, is now available in the store.
You can pick that up for your units, or if you happen to be a little bit more of a classic Avengers guy, you could look into Spider-Man's Man-Spider, Scarlet Witch's Queen of the Dead, and Iron Man's Big Shot costumes, which are also available. 3 icons and 3 stories reimagined. You can make sure that everyone remembers your name, remembers your face, and remembers your look when you're fragging out on the battlefield and igniting the battle in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, eliminations, that's not what's important, right? It's the cosmetics. It's how good you look. Style points.
Yeah, I mean, I always remember when I get fragged by someone who's in there. Maybe we're in that Alpha Scarlet Witch skin, you know, the closed Alpha Scarlet Witch. I'm like, damn, okay. Not only did I just fall to a Scarlet Witch, they were in the closed Alpha skin. So I feel doubly bad about this.
I tell you what, one costume which immediately levels up your drip is that Loki Ignite special skin, which is still as a drop that you'll be able to get your hands on. So make sure when you're watching all of these esports coming on through from the Marvel Rivals scene, especially when we move over to the America region for their grand finals of MSC a little bit later, you're watching with your account linked, as you do not want to miss out on that one.
Yeah, not just the Loki skin, but also the Absolute Cinema, Absolute Ignite emote, which looks fantastic both in-game and anywhere else. Thank you so much for watching us here at MRC for EMEA Season 4. We will leave you waiting for the Americas, but for Mox and I, this is farewell. Thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.